2 Lagos state governors, past and present, that took crucial action to turn back the clock on a century of coastal decay along the Lagos coastline.
Today, a liability that threatens the entire Victoria land of Lagos has been arrested and is being converted to a great asset of prosperity.
You must give credit to my predecessor. He was the one who started the protection of the bar beach. What the federal government used to do was to come and pump sand, 4 billion naira every year, and the sea will wash it away. And you can imagine how many 4 billions they have spent years and years until we said, no, there's a better solution to this thing. Before we did that thing, every year that it rained, flood used to reach NTA. NTA used to flood. NTA has not flooded for the last 7 years that I have been here.
Okay now.
To pèsè bí fi máa ń pẹ́. Àti padà wá tàbí wọ́n ní bọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ yẹn ló fi fíìmù. Ìkíni àyà. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jẹ ló ń bà. Òwe bute ike. Ọ̀gánílù na-ebute ilo nwanne m. Ọ̀tà mẹ́wàá nke ya dịka akwa ya jọkwa.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, speaker sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, so èmi náà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So there it is. Again we go again we do it again. Of course we are doing it again. We do it every single day of the week. So we do it every single day of the week, and today no exception. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and all that. Click on the like button just as soon. Oh, I'm not sure what I fed. So sometimes when you see me pause, I'm noticing comments in the comment section that caught my eye. So Fairchild was saying something, and I wasn't quite clear on what he was saying. But good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you, and all that. So we go again, and all that. The usual protocol: click on the like button, click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. And of course, the $sign or the $sign at the bottom of the comment section is not there to be ignored. It's there to be used. So we have the anticipation of, we have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats per session. So set us on our way by clicking it off. But please, don't do some derisory $2. So don't do it at all if you're going to be derisory. I'd rather we don't have any super chats than some derisory amount. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and all that good stuff. Click on the $sign and all that funky stuff. So another potpourri, another mixed blend of everything. So we pick from here, we pick from there, and then we put the session together. The news cycle has not been as given as it once was. So, yes, well, at least it's trying. No, Ajuku, we've never seen the color of your wallet. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then, of course, click on the $sign and all that. So let me just get straight into it. Like I said, it's a mixed blend of everything this particular session, and we start the blending with this. So we're actually going international for the opening salvo. So we're going international for the opening salvo, and we're going to Togo. So we're not traveling that far. Togo President Fure Gans. Sorry, apologies. It's not that it's not that I deliberately try to mangle people's names. I wonder if I'm a bit dyslexic or something. I just struggle with names. I can read everything else, but with names, I just find this sort of struggle. But yes, so with names, I just find this such a struggle. But it's not me trying to form assaulted or whatever it is that you think I'm forming. Togo President Fure, whatever his last name is, has finally signed a controversial new constitution that eliminates presidential elections. So that's already a bombshell paragraph right there, but it expands on that. So Togo President Fure, whatever his last name is, has finally signed a controversial new constitution that eliminates presidential elections. Under the new legislation, Parliament will have the power to choose the president, doing away with direct elections. So I'm not quite sure, but let me just read it in full, then we see where it lands. So Togo President Faure, whatever his last name is, has finally signed a controversial new constitution that eliminates presidential elections. Under the new legislation, Parliament will have the power to choose the president, doing away with direct elections. The Election Commission on Saturday announced that the funky named president's ruling party had won a majority of seats, 108 out of 100. And this is a typical African election right here. It just tells you that we've not really made any real significant progression within that African space. So the Election Commission on Saturday announced that Ganasinga Gasingbe, let's call him Gasingbe just for the purposes of being able to pronounce the name. The Election Commission on Saturday announced that Gasinge's ruling party had won a majority of seats, 108 out of 113 seats in parliament. So what sort of a democracy runs where one party gets over 90% of the possible parliamentary seats available? It's just it's not anything going on that even the semblance of a democracy. The Election Commission on Saturday announced that Gasinge's ruling party had won a majority of seats, 108 out of 113 seats in parliament, and 137 out of 169 positions in the Senate. The new constitution now increases the presidential. So we've happened upon this story before, by the way. We're just expanding on it. The new constitution now increases presidential terms from 5 years to 6 years and introduces a single term limit. So out of all of the goings on of this now new constitution that they are birthing in Togo, this paragraph right here is a revolutionary quantum leap, you know. So I think Nigeria is already flirting with the idea. I'm not quite sure if we'll ever come into being or anything like that, but I know that Nigeria is already flirting with this idea. So instead of a two-term governance, you have a one-term governance. But that one term is 6 years. So there's sufficient enough within 6 years to accomplish what you can start and finish whichever project within a 6-year term. And I think, because then that frees up then that president not to have any worries about going to the electorate again and just govern to the best of his ability. So that out of everything going on in Togo, that one I agree with. The new constitution now increases presidential term from 5 to 6 years and introduces a single term limit. The almost 20 years that Gasingbe has already served in office would not count towards that tally. So he introduces this constitution, but he discounts the 20 years that he's been president, and then he starts from ground zero. But starting from ground zero or not, at least we know now that he's going to be out of office at some point. So we know his exit point out of office. The new constitution now increases presidential term from 5 to 6 years and introduces a single term limit. The almost 20 years that Gasingbe has already served in office would not count towards that tally. The constitution has also created a powerful figure similar to a prime minister with extensive authority to manage government affairs, to be selected from the ruling party, which could become another avenue for Gasingbe to extend his grip on power even beyond that new term. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean then that if he stops being president, he can be prime minister? And who is more powerful, the president or the prime minister? So is that two-tier? I think that was the burden of Nigeria, wasn't it? We had a ceremonial president and an all-powerful prime minister. The constitution has also created a powerful figure similar to a prime minister with extensive authority to manage government affairs to be selected from the ruling party, which could become another avenue for Gasingbe to extend his grip on power even beyond that new term. Gasingbe has already amended the constitution in 2019, allowing him to reset the time period and run for 2 new additional mandates. So, yes, in 2005, he succeeded his father, Gasingbe Eyedema, who ruled for almost 40 decades after taking office in a coup. So let me actually see when this country got independence. Let's see. When did Togo get independence? So Togo got independence in 1960, the 27th of April, 1960. So at about 7 years, that family has ruled that country apart from the 7 years from independence. So his father ruled the country for 4 decades. Taking office in 1967, he takes over from his father. So essentially, they've only had one president in Togo since independence. So there it is right there. And that is somewhat the African story. So that's somewhat the African story. So let's go from the African story to go to the all too familiar Nigerian story. We're going back to that Binance narrative that refuses to go away. Lawmaker Mazi Dominic Okafor, named as the Nigerian official who demanded almost $140 billion bribe from Binance to make the Nigerian case go away. So of course, you remember the chairman of Binance came out in the social media space to tell us then that the Nigerian authorities, not formally, that elements within the Nigerian space were asking him for a bribe in order to facilitate the going away of the case that Nigeria has against its organization. The CEO of Binance, Richard Teng, in a post on Tuesday, stated that the CEO of Binance, Richard Teng, in a post on Tuesday, stated that the House Committee on Financial Crimes, headed by Ginger Onwesibe, Labour Party Abia State, demanded money from representatives of Binance during a meeting at the National Assembly complex in January. So there it is. So this is it says we have never invited this person before. This house has never had a meeting with this person before. And this person woke up one morning and decided to accuse this house of demanding bribe from them. This house can never allow itself to be embarrassed and talked down on in any way. So this is Honorable Dominic Okafor. So it's essentially picking a side and deciding to back it. So it's who you really choose to believe in this sort of and by the way, the studio has ever needs populating. So anybody that wants to jump on. We always have this at the start of the session. So we always have this at the start of session. So that's the hyperlink right there. So if you want to jump on. So this is a tale of two cities. Now we've had the narrative from Landmark. So now let's now have this narrative. Owner of demolished beach business declares. Let me have a sip of water first. Right. Owner of demolished beach business. Let's do that again. Owner of demolished beach business declares support for Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. So this is a tale of two cities. It's a yin and yang of how people are responding to development. Bolaji Ariyo, Mamichula Beach's chief executive officer and one of the affected property owners in the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road construction, says millions stand to benefit from the project. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, had last week disclosed that the federal government would pay 2.7. You know, this 2.75 billion that they are paying as compensation is a derisory amount, because that's a choice. Even 3-4 houses within that axis is already in excess of 2.7 billion. So I'm not quite sure what this 2.7 billion. We should be looking at trillions in compensation for those people. The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, had last week disclosed that the federal government will pay 2.7 trillion in compensation to property owners affected by the demolition necessary for the construction spanning from Channel 0 to Channel 3. So I hope that's just an opening payment. Revealing this information during a stakeholder meeting held in Lagos State, he urged everyone to stop politicizing the project and acknowledged Ariyo, a Yoruba man, as the largest property owner affected. So when he's telling us here that Ariyo is the largest property owner affected, he's not telling us that Ariyo has the largest property on that beach strip. A landmark probably has the largest property on that beach strip. But what he's telling us is that in terms of how the project impacts on people's property, he is the one impacted on the most. So the person that actually got the biggest flogging is not crying as much as anyone else. Revealing this information during a stakeholder meeting held in Lagos State, he urged everyone to stop politicizing the project. Ariyo, a Yoruba man, as the largest property owner affected. Ariyo, in a viral video interview with Channels TV, said he shares the project's vision, even if it causes inconvenience for a small number of people. He said, I understand when the government is promising to make life easy for the entire Nigerians. Some of us are affected, no doubt about it, but those affected are not up to 0.1% of the millions that will enjoy the coastal highway. So that is the spirit. If you've ever wondered what the word patriotism means, this is what it means, right? What this guy, the way, because he would have taken a heavy financial hit to, and it's really just Umar is saying leave politics out of it. This is somewhat of a political statement as well, because Landmark is putting out there, and it is quite pertinent to note that he is a Yoruba man and Landmark is an Igbo man, so he's playing that strap line as well. That, you know, so a lot of interplays, a lot of subplots within this statement. He said, I understand when the government is promising to make life easy for the entire Nigerians. Some of us are affected, no doubt about it, but those affected are not up to 0.1% of the millions that will enjoy the coastal roads. He also urged the people to support the president and the minister so that the project can come to fruition. So that's the guy right there. So actually, let me give the fullness of it. He also urged the people to support the president and the minister so that the project can come to fruition. That's why people like me have taken it to heart to also support Mr. President and the Honorable Minister to ensure that this road comes to life, Ariyo said. In an interaction with journalists on Saturday, the minister said no structure belonging to Landmark Beach Resort was demolished, adding that only shanties erected on the government's right of way were affected. So I'm not quite sure. You know, these shanties, actually, they use this as a derisory flick away. Let me just put it that way. It's a catch-all phrase that just to diminish what they're actually describing as shanties are ancestral homes of certain communities that goes back centuries, etc., etc. In an interaction with journalists on Saturday, the minister said no structure belonging to Landmark Beach Resort was demolished. We actually saw structures belonging to them being demolished, adding that only shanties erected on the government's right of way were affected. Landmark has unfortunately made so much noise about this. I have revisited the place, and I can say none of its infrastructure is affected. Just the shanties are affected, and they are bulldozed already. We are passing our coastal bridge are within the right of way of the federal government. I have directed that the beach should be shut down for tomorrow, and there is no beach. So this just tells you the power of our governance. Sometimes he can direct that the whole beach should be shut down, and of course it is shut down. So on and on that goes, but I think we get the general thrust of that. So let's move on swiftly from that to another one. Many ministers in Tinubu's government fall below grade A. So this is the headline piece. Many of the ministers in the cabinet of President Bola Tinubu fall below grade A, according to Jimoh Ibrahim, senator representing Ondo South. Ibrahim also said some of the ministers have allegations of corruption connected to them, whilst some of them are not up and doing. The minister said this in an interview on Channels Television. According to the lawmaker, Tinubu has a very fantastic mechanism to govern the country, but there is no structure and system for him to achieve it. He advised the president to dissolve his cabinet after lukewarmness and incompetence. You have to dissolve the cabinet and come up with knowledgeable people. The cabinet is too cold and the efforts are not seen, Ibrahim said. Some of them that have been accused of corruption should be dropped immediately. If you fail to, you cannot just drop people just because they've been accused of corruption, or because what was that infamous quotation from Obasanjo? Allegations are allegations and anything can be alleged. You can't just drop people just on the basis of allegation unless there's sufficient enough substance in that allegation. Some of them have been accused of corruption. Some of them that have been accused of corruption should be dropped immediately. If you fail to do that, you will be carrying their burden with you, and that will be terrible for our country. I can't see so many of the ministers in the first grade of the box. A lot of them are in the BC grades. So a lot of them are in the BC grades, actually, because I wonder if we can bring up a list of the ministers and grade them. Let me see. Maybe we'll do that as a fun thing later on. A list of Tinubu's ministers. We'll do that. Maybe if the conversation slows up, then we may just have fun with that. I'm not quite sure how many A graders we have. Okay, yeah, I'll leave that to that side. If the conversation slows up, we might well just have fun with that. Some of Tinubu's ministers have not lived up to expectation of Nigerians, etc. So anyway, we get where he's going with that. So we leave that there and we move on to where we're moving on to. Oh, right. Here, let's go on to this one. Senate passes bill seeking to impose death penalty on drug traffickers. So yes, I think the headline already tells you, and I think there's somewhat of an accordance, there's somewhat of a concurrence in that space within the Senate. I think I may have a clip on that. Let's go on to this. And by the way, there's barely anyone in the studio, by the way. If you want to hop on. U.S. lawmakers write Justice Department to reopen corruption probe into Shell ENI after correspondence story on Tinubu's family's OPL 247 deal. So I'm not quite sure what the U.S. interest is. Members of the United States Congress have demanded the reopening of a corruption inquiry into Shell and ENI after Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu restored the ownership of OPL 247 to the European oil giant. Two lawmakers, Maxine Waters. You remember Maxine? Is she still alive? How old is she now, Maxine Waters? If she must be 90 if she's a day. Let's see. How old is she still there? Maxine Waters, how old? She must be in her 90s. How old? Oh, she's 85. My goodness me. And she's still trudging on, just anyway. Right. Members of the United States Congress have demanded the reopening of a corruption inquiry into Shell and ENI after Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu restored the ownership of OPL 247 to the European oil giants. Two lawmakers, Maxine Waters and Joyce Beatty, urged the United States Department of Justice to investigate how the firms violated the country's Foreign Corrupt Practices Act by following up on the People's Gazette story earlier this year, which exposed how Mr. Tinubu negotiated a deal with the oil firms that will see them transfer lucrative assets to Oando PLC, hitherto struggling oil firm run by his nephew, Wale Tinubu. The lawmakers of financial services and national security committees emphasized that the United States law also prohibits citizens and entities from bribing foreign government officials to benefit their business interest. So there it is right there. That is People's Gazette trying to claim something, credit for something that probably credit not due. You know, I actually saw the video clip of this guy. I saw his video clip earlier on, maybe a couple of days ago, but he's now making the news. I tried to find that clip. If anybody can find the clip of this guy, send it to my Instagram. Polish bank says it doesn't open accounts for Nigerians, Poland-based Nigerian. So this guy now, I thought the clip, he tried to open an account for his daughter, and they told him to get lost that they don't open accounts for Nigerians. An unidentified Nigerian man has expressed frustration and embarrassment after a bank in Poland refused to open an account for his child, citing a blanket policy against Nigerian customers. In a now viral social media post on Wednesday, he said, "I am embarrassed, disgraced. I am angry and upset. Nigerians, what have you done to them in Poland?" If anybody can find that clip, please send it to my Instagram. I think it resonates better if you hear him actually say it, because then you can see his gesticulations. In a now viral social media post on Wednesday, he said, "I am embarrassed, disgraced. I am angry and upset. Nigerians, what have you done to them in Poland?" The man said he attempted to open a bank account for his young child, but if you see the child, she's not a young child. In fact, when she was pointing to the girl, I thought maybe it was his date even now. The man said they attempted to open a bank account for his young child, but was turned down by the Polish bank. They said they don't open accounts for Nigerians. I asked them why only Nigerians. They said, anything Nigeria? No, he recounted. So I think someone may have just sent it in. If they sent it in, I think it reads better if it resonates better if you actually hear him. Oh, is that you, Solomon? Yes, of course. Ever ready? Aha, yes, there it is. All right. Let just say it in his own words. Hopefully you can hear it.
I am embarrassed. Disgraced. I'm angry. I am upset. To come to Poland to come and do again. I tried to open a bank account for this child, this innocent child, this one here. And they said, no, they don't open to Nigerians. I said, why? Why only Nigerians? Say, no, anything Nigeria? No. So which means Nigerians have come here and they have spoiled things for the next generation. But yeah, I don't know why God just put me in that country, because me, I'm not part of all this scamming. But now, my child must now suffer, because I'm also suffering it now. Other people are suffering what some cost. What have you done to people in Poland that the banks here don't want to open an account for us again? Why? What have you done? have left the shores of Nigeria land. Now future generations, God knows how many generations, that cannot even come to this country and enjoy. The ordinary Zimbabwe, they open for them. But Nigeria, that woman said no. If you thunder, we fire you, that wherever you are, that you are part of all this nonsense, that you are causing pain for Nigerians. This is terrible. You can't be doing that. I don't even know what to say. Before I am embarrassed.
Oh, okay, so there it is right there. You heard it in its own words. It's embarrassed, and but it's not just the narrative of Dewale, jump on if you are free. Dewale, to come and populate the room a little bit. It's not. There's a similar stories coming out of places like Italy, all these manners of places. So even here in the UK, there's just so many of these stories. Nigerians come in and they brutalize and bastardize the welfare system and the financial structures of these countries, and therefore they make that space a lot more stringent. So in a place like Italy, for instance, they would never give a mortgage to a Nigerian anymore because they've abused the mortgage system, stolen the money, and ran away. So a lot of that. And in the UK as well, if you applied for social housing, you get a choice of 2-3 houses, and then you get to pick one and all that. But you know what Nigerians used to do? They come to the UK, they register for social housing in London to say they are vulnerable. So they are on the system there. They go to Birmingham, they register, and then the wife will go and re-register, and then they just take up all of the houses. To the way that they've brutalized that system now, and that option, Nigerians, man, they're just the worst sort of people. Just criminality is baked into our DNA. That's just the truth of it. We're intrinsically criminal. All right. Yes. Should I give you this? Yes. Senate passes bill seeking to impose death penalty on drug traffickers. Let me just give you a few paragraphs. The bill seeking to impose a death penalty on those convicted of drug trafficking has passed the third reading at the Senate. The upper legislative chamber passed the bill on Thursday after Tahir Mongono, senator representing Borno North, presented a report on behalf of the Joint Committees on Judicial and Drugs and Narcotics. Whilst presenting the report, Mugono said there is a need to strengthen the war against drugs in the country. After the report was presented, the Senate went into the Committee of Whole to consider clauses of the bill where some senators disagreed with the death penalty. When put to voice vote, you will not be surprised that the people pushing for the death penalty are, of course, our northern brethren. When put to a voice vote, Barua Jibrin, Deputy Senate President, gave it to the ayes, that is to the yes. Thereafter, Adams Oshiomhole, a senator representing Edo North, said the Senate should be careful with any law that deals with life. So it's always the South that recoils from that capital punishment sort of. Responding, Jibrin said Oshiomhole should be called for a divide. I am sorry, my former national chairman. You should have called for a divide. It is your right, but we have passed it. So this is to tell you then that Oshiomhole still doesn't understand the workings of the Senate. So maybe I'm not quite sure what a divide is, but it's an instrument that he could have used to pause that process for a longer period of reflection. But he, of course, is just there to grandstand. He doesn't really know what's going on around him. Anything that deals with life, we should be careful, Oshiomhole said. Responding, Jibril said Oshiomhole should have called for a divide. I am sorry, my former national chairman, you should have called for a divide. It is your right, but we have passed it, the Deputy Senate President said. Also, Apan Ekong Senator representing Akwa Ibom South tried to come under personal explanation to disapprove of the provision, but Jubrin, you can see the chasm right there. So the capital punishment is not a thing in the north. They have no qualms about taking human lives, but the sanctity and the sacredness of it are much more resonates in the south. You can see it playing out right. It's not even me trying to be anything. You can see it playing out in this particular narrative. Right, the bill which originated from the House of Representatives will be sent to the President for assent if there are no differences between the two chambers of the National Assembly. So I wonder who this is get towards. Remember, we did a narrative on Senator Nala that was lamenting about that drug space as early as yesterday. It says, if there are any differences, the two. Oh, okay, so that's death penalties for drug trafficking. I think we had that on our Buhari military, didn't we? So I think they are somewhat looking to bring that sort of space back. What else is important? Oh, what's his name? Prince Harry and his wife. They are in Nigeria. Prince Harry, Meghan Markle. It's not Meghan Markle anymore, is it? It's Meghan Windsor now. There's so many stories around this Prince Harry. Anyway, I'll tell you later. There's so many stories around him, and which may explain some of the treatments. Look at what's his name again? Hold on. I need to show you something. I need to show you something. Oh, all right. Hold on. I need to show. Just stay there. I need to show you. You need to see this. All right. Okay. You need to see this. Okay. So that's Prince Harry right there. Take a very good look at him. So that's him. Take a very good look at Prince Harry right there, and then look at this. Right? Do you see that? Do you see that? So I'm not going to say anything, but you form your own conclusions. Because a lot of people attribute the treatment is getting to what I'm showing you now. The treatment is getting from the royal family. So again, take a look at Prince Harry. That's Prince Harry right there, all in his ginger splendor. And then take a look at this. So you read between the lines. So let's move on swiftly. So we move on swiftly. We go on to we've done the Binance storyline. Is there anything else that you really? We may stop base in Edo State. Apparently, Oshiomhole has taken the Omonoba to court. A sacrilege. They are going to behead him ultimately. So yes, let's end it with that. So let's go to Edo State then. See the goings on there. It's and this all wraps around that narrative of when those palace chiefs went to when those palace chiefs went to Ooni of Ife to pledge their fiefdom and to surrender the narratives that they have been trying to sell, that they are not subordinated to the Yorubas. So essentially to surrender their dose to the Yorubas. Remember those palace chiefs, we played it here. So I think this is coming off the back of that. This lawsuit is coming from. But let me play you this clip. So let me give you a little readout, play you this clip, play the Kegite music, and then we kick off the conversation. It says, breaking, Edo indigenes troop out in mass after Governor Obaseki allegedly dragged the great Oba of Benin to court. They are accusing the governor of desecrating the ancient throne of Benin. Some sources say it was the Enegis, the dukes, who dragged the Oba to court. So the Enegis or the Enegis or the dukes, those essentially were those characters that went and surrendered their dose to the Ooni of Ife.
Regarding the case of the Oba, we are in court now. Life in Edo State. Life in Edo.
Obaseki is restraining the palace representative from entering the court premises.
This is what's happening live in Edo State right now. Obaseki took the Oba of Benin to court and is actually blocking people not to come into the premises to know the things, for the world to know what's happening. As you can see, this is the main entrance to the court premises.
Yes, sir.
So there it is, the Oba of Benin in court. I wonder if they are going to present him in handcuffs. Imagine that. Imagine if they had to present the Oba of Benin in handcuffs. They will burn that city down. So burn that city down. So that's enough of things to wrap conversations around. So I play you the Kegite music. Bring on the people assembled so far. Hopefully the room populates as we carry on. But first, of course, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro keke elemu ye o, ibe sodi ya kekere elemu re o, Bobby Master kekere elemu re o, Chifu Wailati kekere elemu re o, eruku lele elemu de. Erukulele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Erukulele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that's it right there. Death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, some of our friends are the majestic rational mind. So always a delight when it's here. The elegant man of prestige, always a delight when it's here. Father of the bride, Ajale Koko. So that's the panel so far. Good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off with rational mind. Rational mind, you're up first. Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, all right. I think the rational mind is quite ready for us. Oh no, I was calling my rational mind, but I wondered if my voice was. Okay. Do you want to kick it off, or do you want Prestige to go first?
Let Prestige go first. Let Prestige.
All right. We kick it off with you, man of Prestige, and so
one man
of your man of Prestige. Kick it off with the headline in the Togolese.
One man.
What's going on? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I don't know what's going on with you.
It looks like your system is dipping in and out. Maybe well, you can continue. Continue. I think your system is having problem. One man is dipping in and out.
If you can hear me, if you can't hear me, then am I chopping up?
Yeah.
Yes, you are chopping up.
Yeah, you're chopping up a little bit, but you can.
Oh, okay. Let me go out and come back in.
Okay.
Let me go out
That's
and
fine.
come back in.
Yeah, go out and come back in. So that your system can correct itself. Yeah, man of prestige.
Yeah. Good evening and good afternoon, everybody, or morning, wherever you are. I want one man to come back because there's something I want to talk about. But Ajali, maybe you can fill me in there because when I started listening to the topic yesterday, I only listened to your own narrative. I didn't listen anymore. I was busy, so I have to come back later on in the evening. And by that time, one man was about to leave before that guy. It changed, come and hijack the narrative and change it to a different thing. So I have to leave because of the narrative he was painting. I don't like to discuss something like that. But having said that, the first topic one man brought yesterday, you didn't take the bet about somebody from the north, talking about some particular region or wherever, that is perpetuating the drug trafficking, we have in the world. So I don't know if anybody took the bet. And I wanted to ask one man if anybody did, but I'm not going to talk on them. But I want to see where one man is because I think he's insinuating something. If he took the bet, then I'm going to talk about it.
I think we passed that. You don't need to go back.
Well, did he take the bet or not? If one man took the bet, then I have to talk to him about it.
We skip it, man.
Okay. If you skip it, then I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, we skip it.
So let's go to the topic.
Not mention because
okay.
Okay. We
that's done and dust.
Yeah, it's done and dust. Move on.
Okay, let me start with the Benin stuff. With this Benin stuff. And I'm speaking from my own point of view about this Urban, some of the deacons challenging him. And it's very ironic that the man actually complied to the law, actually showed up with the lawsuit. I don't know the people, what's their ranking in Benin Kingdom. Benin Kingdom is a well revered it's a well revered kingdom. And I respect, the people over there, they respect the Benin Kingdom. I think if not, they rank him as second to God. That's where they rank, which is good. I mean, where I'm from, all these things or whatever, we don't care about it. Particularly me, I don't. So I don't really give a damn about them or whatever, I don't have that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Sorry, am I clearer?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, go ahead, Kulada.
Okay, Karen.
Okay, if you say they regard him as second to God, what about his earthly father? Is that God? His earthly father is Oni of Ife. So he's Oni of Ife. Do they regard him as God?
Yoruba people respect Yoruba people respect the Oni and all that thing, but the way the Benin people carry,
but you're not listening to me. Oni of Ife is Oba of Benin's father. So if you say they regard him as second to God, so Oni of Ife is God.
Okay, but he does not reside over their territory. So they may not have the same they may not have the same regard for him.
But it's his father now. So why would they revere him more?
I'll let you and Benin people fight that out. Who's
we're not. There's no fight. It's like
not my battle. It's not my battle.
It's like the way you breathe oxygen.
King. I don't believe in king. So,
but it's not like you don't believe in king. You don't have king. It's not like you don't believe in it.
Even though we have king, I don't. I mean, that's
you don't have.
Everybody's equal.
But
the president.
But do you acknowledge my point?
Yeah, acknowledge your point. But what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
The reason why I'm not going to go there.
Thank you.
Kulata, you're becoming something else, though. What is wrong? Why are you taking this your Yoruba nationalism or whatever crap you call it?
You're not Yoruba, so don't speak for us. Don't speak for us.
How can you be more Yoruba than
you? This Ondo Ijo man. Continue, prestige.
Okay, let me continue. Like I was saying, I respect their belief. How they respect this Oba of Benin. It's all good. But at least the guy complied. But in my own opinion, I think there's a denigration of the culture, if I may say it. That culture should be preserved. And whatever the people see that is valuable to them, I'm just talking about what the people like Yoruba, and Yoruba, how they respect Yoruba. I mean, I think a place in Nigeria right now, we're having like a disregard to our culture, what people really believe. I'm not talking about myself now, but I'm talking about people, how they revere their, their Obas and the king and everything, which is good, and we should maintain,
Prestige, the reverence that the Benins that they have for their Obas is quite a thing. I
Yeah,
never even knew.
that's what I was saying. It's on a different level.
Yes, it's almost unhealthy somewhat.
But
the way
how one man? I mean, that's what they
like.
It's
like a demigod, isn't it? They venerate him. It's almost like a deity. The way
I completely agree with you. But one man, you are not them.
Yeah, well, no, of course, I respect it, but I find it somewhat disturbing.
Okay, that's your opinion, but they don't think that way. You can't talk anything about their king. I mean, they respect about their Oba. I mean, they respect it to the highest level. And power to them. Let it be to where they are. But the only place I have problem about this Oba king or whatever we have in the southeast, the Eze or whatever, in the local government and everything, is because of their, their association with with the governors. I mean, everything the governors, they are in the pocket of the governors. So maybe they should find a way, like what they did in Kanu, during the Sanusi time before that was removed, Maybe they should find a way for the people to compensate them. Maybe have certain kind of thing built for them, like a market, whereby that's where they get the money instead of being under the governorship. Because they are corrupting them. So that's what a lot of people don't have regard for them right now. I mean, this is just my opinion. Because
is the Eze system is that not a colonial construct? Is it not an evolution of the warrant chiefs that the colonialists created in your space? You don't have a history of that.
No, I think that was existing, but it has always been minimum. But it's kind of traditional to my own understanding. I'm not too much privy about Igbo culture like that. I mean, I can only speak to my small knowledge. But if there's any person that's an Igbo, yeah, it maybe can lecture us more. But like me, I have less regard for any one of them. So, I mean, I don't believe in that. But it's me now. So people that believe in it, let it be. But the point I was trying to speak, about the king or whatever you call them, or Oba and everything that we have in Nigeria, their corruption, their allegiance to the governor, that is where I find problematic. Maybe they should find a way to compensate them. Is it not the way they can, the way they derive their resources and everything from? Is it not from maybe a particular market? You just assign that market to them. They get paid instead of the government being paid to them. So a lot of people, within that space, rural area and everything, they believe in the Oba, the chief, and everything. But if they're going to be corrupt in cahoot with the government, then there's a problem. They shouldn't be respected. So that's where their position is kind of denigrated right now. I think my final submission in that is that we get whatever work for each section of the country. If you like all these king and Oba, you respect them, and we should respect whatever people wish is. So that's the way I look at that.
All right, Brian. Let me rattle you through 2 or 3 of the headlines. So I want to make sure that I move conversations fairly swiftly, even though the room is still populating. Take us to Togo, Prestige, and this new constitution that they've just birthed. So the takeaways, the highlights of it. 1, the electorates no longer get the right to elect the president. It is elected via parliament. So I suspect that the parliamentarians are elected by the members of the public, and then those parliamentarians then elect a president. So that's one system they're introducing. But the headline piece is that the president then serves only one single term of 6 years and then passes the baton on. So what are you making of this revolutionary move by this tiny little nation?
Yeah. Okay, the son right now that has been in power, I don't know how long he's been in power, but you narrated like the father has been in was in power for almost about 4 decades. So counting that, so that's almost.
I think that family pretty much ruled that country from independence. They got their independence in 1960, and then from 67 the father took over, and then when he died he took over. So pretty much
Okay,
they ruled that
so
country.
I don't know what's behind this heat plan, but if we can implement that in Nigeria, maybe just 6 years, like you properly stated, whomever is in power, we won't be seeking about second term. We use that 6 years to implement whatever policy or program they want to do. But in this Togo analysis you just brought up right now, I'm skeptical about that. Okay, you said it's going to be they're going to be elected by the parliament. How the parliamentary is elected by the people. So how long is the parliamentary position? Is it like 2 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years? But is he not going to induce them to re-elect him again? Is it just one time and you are done and dust? So is that particular is that one clear? Do you know? After the 6 years, you're not going to come back to power.
It's not really clear, but just from the readings of it, it's a single term 6 years. So there's no variance to it. So once you serve your 6 years, that's you done, and then you hand it over to the next person.
Well, it's I mean, for now on paper,
is it a good idea? Do you think?
Yes, it's a good idea. If it, if it can be maintained and they really honor it. But having a country like like Togo, a small country like that, where one person has been in power, that's all they know in their life. 40 years, going up to 50 years right now. Who to say that who's gonna before the 6 years, he's not gonna change it. So that's my fear. I don't know how old is the guy. Maybe in the 50 or whatever.
Sorry, is this the Eyadema family?
Right.
Yes, this is
Wow.
Yadema family.
They're still there. Wow, Africa is
still
messed
there.
up.
The guy died and he handed over to his son. I mean,
right.
God Almighty.
My God, I've known Eyadema since I was a child.
Exactly. Are you telling me the power-hungry family like that is just going to relinquish the position? There has to be some underlying reason why
they could be passing it around their family. They could tell you that his son.
Okay, you are making some point. I don't know how many
Yes.
brothers and sisters or siblings he has. Exactly. It's going to be circling around the family. That's the way I see that. If he actually going to honor this, then it's going to be circling around the family. So after this one, the son that he has been ruling already, then after he ruled this 6 more years, somebody in the family is going to rule again. So yeah, that's what I think. They are trying to do in that, or he can just all of a sudden, say, okay, I'm going to abolish this. I will still be in position. By that time again, he's going to promulgate another. He's going to promulgate another another policy. Say, okay, 6 more years or that kind of thing. I can't just imagine him, abdicating the power. Africans are power hungry. Just after 6 years, being somebody in the 50s or 60s that he is, he's very young. He wants to rule forever. I can't even imagine say, okay, somebody in my family. I mean, I hope to be alive to see that, but I don't think that's possible. So we come back here after 6 years and talk about it again. But I don't think that's going to be possible. I mean, there has to be some sinister motive to that. That's the way I see it, one man. But it's a good thing if it can actually be implemented.
In principle, yes, it's a good thing in principle.
And I would like that to happen in Nigerian space.
Man of prestige. Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who says democracy has to be universal? Who says democracy has to be in a certain way? Every sovereign country, adopt this method of self-governance in a way that suits their culture, that suits themselves, in a way they find their own, they figure out their own, style. Now, yes, I'm not supporting that, but it works for them for the stability of that country. You remember when the Kabila died, they brought the military ruling council, then brought his son, to become the head of state, and he has been there, right? Because of the unity and stability of that country. If not, the war would have been, right? Ravaged that country. But we're here pontificating and condemning them, for having one family ruling. But we've forgotten that in some part of Africa,
That has been the norms. But earlier, we were talking about the way we will respect them, but they've always see kings or the royals as as being chosen by God, to oversee the affair, right? And they only leave that position until they die. So because we see what is happening in Europe, we want that to, you know, be the norms in Africa. We should consider that when we're making an analysis,
No,
instead of
I
just
think
condemning.
Dewale, I think we are drawing a wrong analogy there. So you're talking about
Okay.
a monarchical system, which is quite different from a democratic system. So if they're running a monarchical system, then of course nobody quibbles that the monarch rules till death. But if they're saying they're running a democratic system, then people will recall that one single family passes the baton on death to the next generation. So it's either they are practicing democracy or they are not. It's really what it is.
Thank you, one man. You took a word out of my mouth. I mean, like the Saudi Arabia, that's all they used to from one family be ruling the country. Passing it from one person to other. They are used to that. But if you start with democratic system, which I surely believe, I don't like that monarchy. But if that's what served them well, like Saudi Arabia, which is an example, and they've been used to that, monarchical system, forever. That's all they know, and it's been serving them well, being one of the richest country in the world, and the people the poorer, I mean the poor masses or the people behind, they are way to do. I've not been to Saudi Arabia, but I believe the common people over there are doing okay, So if that served them well, power to them. But you can't just say you are practicing a democracy, then you are introducing a monarchy in that situation, pretty much ruling. So that's my fear, Adewale. It's not that I'm against, whatever, going to serve each country, let it be what it be. But what I'm afraid right now is that this law, just passed in Togo, might be for the family benefit, because the poor people are not benefiting. So that's why I'm making that point. Being a democratic person, I have to speak something from my own point of view. I don't like it.
Man of prestige, I
Yeah.
think Adewale maybe he doesn't know the history, the political history of that country. This is a country that they got independent in the 60s. Then they had military rule, just as we had it in Nigeria, military coup that took over the power. So, who took over the power back then was the father of the present president, and he later transitioned into civilian president. So, and he ruled that country till maybe 90s, maybe 90 something or year 2000 or something like that. And he passed the baton to his son, who is there now. And that one has been there for 19 years. His father died 19 years ago. After his father, he took over the reign of the government. And he's been there manipulating things, one thing or the other. These newly introduced constitution, it's supposed to end his term of office and, leave office forever. But he manipulated the system to rewrite another constitution, introducing these systems. 1 year in office. 1 term in office, 6 years for 1 term in office, so that it can still have additional 6 years. So what we are saying here is that what do we know that will happen? Do we know what is going to happen again in the next 6 years when it's about to leave office? When his term is going to expire, will he not manipulate the system again? For in order for him to prolong his stay in government, because this is what his family has been doing right from the time of his father since 1960, maybe 1963 or 65, since his father took over as a military head of state. After that, he transitioned into civilian president, and then he passed the baton to his son. So I don't know what Adewale is saying, that, who is he to tell us how to run our own democracy? This is not democracy.
This is a purely, you know, a gangrism system of government, one family system of government, suppression of, you know, the interests of the people and the country. Because all the voices of opposition during the time of his father and his own time, they eliminated them. The president then, that the father, as a military officer, took over from was Silvanus Olympio. I think the father killed that one. Then the son of Silvanus Olympio came back to contest with this one father, and in the 90s, he was brutalized, he was jailed, look, all these kind of people governing our spaces in Africa. I think we have to condemn them when they are covering up in the name of democracy to continue to perpetuate their family, you know, interest in government and not the interest of the people of that country. Go and look that country now. For over 60 years or 70 years that the family has been in charge. Go and look at it. Is it not Togo? It's just like dusty as any other goddamn useless place that you can talk about. So what is Adewale talking about? That democracy, nobody can tell us how to run our democracy. No, this is not democracy. This family gangrism against the people of the country. So let me leave it there.
Okay. One more, are you there?
Hey, Prestige, I was going to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead,
okay.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah, if you guys can hear me, kind of driving. But yeah, to Angelico's point, and one man, if it's a monarchical or theocracy, that is fine. But that's not what we have in Togo. And to Adewale's point, actually, I am not against, you know, somebody being in power for a long time, as long as they are helping the people, improving the country, developing the country, and making people's life better, a higher standard of living. But I don't think that's what we have in Togo. Togo is as backward as any other backward nation in the world. So what do we say? I mean, just like Angelico could say, is gangsterism in a nutshell. That's what is going on in Togo. It's a backward nation. They have nothing to offer. They suppress the people with the French power or help. That's what they get. And the thing is that democracy is really an expensive venture, if you ask me. And Africans really can't afford it. I mean, every time we do election in Nigeria, how much does it cost us? So imagine these other poorer countries in Africa. I mean, how much it costs them for how much they make. So democracy is a great thing.
Sorry, Prince. Should the people have a say in who governs them? I'll start from there. Should the people have a say in who governs them?
Well, absolutely. In a democracy, yeah. We're not talking about theocracy, right? So if it's a democracy by definition, right? Yeah, people should have a say. They should have a say. And the notion that one family can run for such a long time, it's really preposterous. It's just beyond the pale. How is that possible? It just shows how weak the Togolese people are and how backward they are. I'm surprised they haven't, I mean, like, you know, orchestrated a coup to fight these people. I mean, how can one family just dominate the whole country? It's really amazing. But
you see, the thing with those African countries is after a while it's like a Stockholm syndrome, isn't it? They get used to it. They get used to the fact that it's a Yatema that rules them. And if you did that rule for 4 decades plus, he's now about 20 years in. So one family.
20 years in, yeah. Just like Kulata said, Yadema of Togo. I knew this guy in primary school, whenever. It's always been the president that I was alive. I can't remember, really. I mean, the guy's been there forever. Then comes his son, Kojo, whatever.
They've been in power for 60 years. If we have to go by that, 40 years and 19 or 20.
All right, thanks, Prestige. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me wrap up on this one. What Adewale said, I understand the point of where he was coming from. I mean, let's take Saudi Arabia to begin with. Do we have any kind of monarchical rule in Africa, that serve for the people's benefit? This is where I have a problem. That don't happen in Africa. If there's any, let somebody tell me. I mean, like I said, I want people to choose who they want to rule them. I mean, that's the right way. Even at all, one person in power might serve for the people good. But I'm a believer of democratic system. It doesn't necessarily have to be a white man democracy. But let the people choose, whatever you may call it, whether it's going to be 10 years, 5 years, or whatever, every 2 times, I don't know about 10 years, 4, 5 years, let the people choose. And if they choose the person again to run again, let it be. Whatever system, that's where I'm coming from when I say democracy. It don't necessarily have to be a white man democracy. We can, we can champion it the way we see fit us, or call it whatever it may be. But it has to be the people's choice, not just have one family as a dynasty ruling. Africa doesn't know how to manage that space, because they're going to subjugate the people, not for the people benefit. Of course, that happened in Saudi Arabia, but the Saudi Arabia has money, to cater for the ordinary masses. So their own system is different. Maybe if they have money, but that's all they've been doing, since that country becoming, coming to life. That's what they've been doing, to my own understanding. So that's the difference I see. And this, like I said, come 6 years after this, we're gonna be here, hopefully be alive and talk about it again. That man is gonna, promote another law, to serve him well for him to be, or they're gonna pass the baton to their family if they're actually gonna implement this policy. But to me, it's a dangerous policy. This is the problem I have. So that's my final submission on that space.
All right, brilliant. Prestige, let me take you to this now. Next one now. Owner of demolished beach business declares support for Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. So they've brought this guy out now to counter the narrative of a landmark and all that. Bolaji Ariyo, his name is, his establishment, Mamitula Beach. That's the name of his resort. And what they are actually telling us is that in terms of demolition, he's the one that has suffered the most on that particular strip, in terms of giving way to that particular road. So what are you making of this man now putting patriotism over self-interest, in contrast to how Landmark launched that is?
Well, if we call it patriotism, if that's the way he see it, whether it is or whether it's not. But what I'm thinking, the government, how the Nigerian government work. So they have to bring somebody that play to their own narrative, whether it's true or not. Like he probably didn't suffer, as much, loss as the other guy or whatever it may be. But he's gonna come there, to support the government. I mean, the Nigerian government has the habit of doing something like this. They have to, hire people, rent people, or like this. I don't know how much he was compensated and the other guy was compensated. Like I said, I'm not against the coastal road. I mean, I have my own opinion, but everybody has their opinion. I'm just saying, probably not the right time to start, but somebody's going to say, what is the right time? So, I mean, we have a right, even I thought they're going to do it to begin with, but we have a right to question it. I mean, so let them come, questioning something is a good thing in Nigeria. It doesn't matter who it is. But I'm thinking, like I said,
do you think the stance that Landmark adopted, do you think that stance is unpatriotic? The stance that Landmark adopted?
No, I don't. I mean, that's the way he feel. He probably sustained a lot of damages or whatever. Maybe his business. I don't know if how far, if they can. I mean, if the beach part of it is removed. I've been to that place. I don't know 1 mile. When you go, if you've been to that place, it's I mean, that place almost about 4 million or so. Or more than that a year. That place attract. So it's a very tourist place, but if government is going to demolish it, I don't know how far they demolish, because everything I see in Nigerian news media, I don't quite believe everything. Like, what they were showing that they, had been completely demolished, most of what he had over there. So I don't know which one is true, but according to David Omaye, he just said it's somewhere around the beach, but if the beach front is kind of removed, so what's the purpose of that landmark, So the man has to fight for his own right. But in bottom line, the government is going to do what it good, because they have the eminent domain power. But let them compensate him. That's part of business. If he's going to take a loss, they need to compensate him for for the whole thing that he did, and even more. Maybe he can go somewhere and start another business. That's the way I see it. Is it the right thing? I mean, everything that's going on in Lagos right now. So I'm not gonna come here and pay you to any kind of sectional point, because they're demolishing everybody. Maryland, what's happening in Maryland and some other places. So I have an issue with that. Whatever they're trying to do, maybe because they want Lagos to improve the certain, but people, they have to pay people. Whatever they demolish, they have to, they have to pay them. That's the way I see things going on there. I mean, some people don't have, like they say, they just come to the place, they won't tell them, they just demolish the houses. But the government will come say they have given them like about a year notice. So you want me to believe the government? No, I don't. I mean, you can't give like people almost about a year notice or 6 months, they will still be there. Some of them will still be in bed, and you come there and demolish it. I was watching, what transpired in Maryland. That's not good. I mean, we're just here in diaphragm talking. But how about people need to think, if that's you, how would you feel? I mean, your daily living, your life and everything, has been taken away from you, and you're just gonna be quiet. So until it actually happened to you, if we can stay here and say you should have done this, what you did is illegal or something like that. But who gave them that permission? So everything that's going on in that Lagos state, I'm okay. Let me just stop, because I'm not going to even say what I am. The little thing that I have in Nigeria, what happened to it. So I've taken I've taken myself out of that space.
Did you get demolished? What happened to you?
No, I didn't get demolished. My rate already almost about, how long it been? About 3 months ago, something like that. He already sold it. So.
Oh, you've gotten out of Lagos. You've
I've gotten out of Lagos. So okay.
Oh,
So
right.
I don't want to get into that. I mean, I took a loss, so let it be what it be. But
yeah, I think that will ultimately prove to be a mistake. Unless
it could be, but
if you did it for financial reasons.
Go ahead. Who was asking me a question?
Hey, I'm not actually asking you. I wanted to get the facts straight. Landmark was one of the names of the beneficiary of the compensation paid out through the Ministry of Works to those people that were affected. So his name, that company name, was called when Umar came to Lagos.
But
So
why did Umar said we're not going to pay him? We didn't affect him.
No,
Why did Umar say that? Is it just bragging?
They call Landmark. What was saying, it was talking about the shanty that were destroyed, not the main building. All right, that was what it was referring to. It was actually compensated, but the emotional blackmailing that was going on in the media was what was making him a little bit overwhelmed, and that was the reason why he was making those speeches. But the Landmark name was called. And as for Mende, you recall, I think 2021 or so, there was a massive flooding there. And those people, especially those people living in those estates, were actually notified. But in Nigeria, we like to foot drag. And when the bubble burst, we now started, doing the blame game. There's no way, there's no rational government anywhere in the world, especially in Nigeria, let me put it this way, that will wake up one day, give a week notice, because they know they will be susceptible to legal matters. And look, the government, the court will be on the side of the people that are affected. So they've given them ample time, but because time has lapsed and people forgotten about it, and the government decided one day they are going to enforce this, it now becomes a witch hunt. We should get our facts right.
What you say makes sense. Makes sense on paper, but you have a proof to back up what you're saying.
Hold on. The week or two notice that was given to them was just addition to what they've given to them as far back as 3 years ago. I'm just saying now. They've notified them like 2-3 years ago.
No, we never heard about this coastal road until
because you will. No. I'm talking about the Mende. I'm not talking about the coastal. I'm talking about the Mende demolition. They've given them.
Come on.
I'm not talking about coastal. I've moved away from coastal road now. I'm talking about the main day the building demolition was going on there, even up to the one in the Ketu side. They've notified them, but because Nigerians always put that way, they hope that any incoming administration will forget about it, or there will be some political solution to something like that. That is why, and those homeowners could not even come to the media to speak to the fact that the government has already notified them. They know they're just about playing, this victim card, and we are known to do. We are known to that because that moment is when we now say, "Oh, government has not done that." They've done that. That was the reason why they could demolish those buildings, and nobody will say "Pam" because they know that there's nothing they could do. So we should get our facts right. It's not about a week or, in fact, that 2 weeks that was a week or two that was given to them. It's just for the grace. They shouldn't even do that. Anyway, that's just it.
Ademola, that was a hard-headed comment you made about people, because you are not affected. I mean, that's why you're saying this, I mean, if you're affected, I think
No.
you'll be.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I feel their pain, brother. I do feel their pain. But we're talking about Nigerians. What are we known for? We have penchant for, delay, foot dragging, as if there will be something miracle happens tomorrow. And this is the thing about government. Government can wake up one day, as long as some things is not put properly, they can wake up one day and say, you know what, they are taking their things back. Someone said it on this show, Dr. Damage show one time, and said certain percentage of houses in Lekki houses owned by government, that one day they will just come back and come to claim it. And look at what is happening there now. Look, and people did not pay attention to that statement. It came back to haunt because people would not pay attention to it. And Nigeria, you know what we are. We're always trying to buy time and take advantage of situation. And look, I feel for those who build their houses, perhaps maybe it's an investment for them and their generations. But look, when something is right, and ignorance of law is not excuse. We all know that, right? But of course, I feel for them. I wish the government could, one way or the other, compensate the homeowner and also help those who are affected. Maybe renters. Provide some cushion for them or something like that. But it's unfortunate, our government would not be able to do that because they've given them enough time.
All right, Prestige. Let me move you to one more space, and then I'll go on from you to Rational Mind. You, of course, a sports fanatic, as you often tell us. A bit of bad news for you, Prestige. Just now, breaking news: former Super Eagles player Ibrahim Babangida is dead. The most gruesome of deaths, a motor accident, Kaduna Zaria Road. Just a brief commentary on that, Prestige.
Yeah, that's a very sorrow situation to hear about. I'm familiar with that guy. He played for Super Eagles. He was a good boy. I mean, not a top notch, but he was one of those people that contributed to where the Eagles is right now. So my condolences to the family. So let me just say that. Can I make one more comment in reference to Danilo Ojukwu, please, if you don't mind? I saw Shewere protest.
Carry on. Yes, carry on. Yeah.
I saw the protest today that went on in Abuja, which is...
Oh, is it that journalist that was jailed? It's back in Nigeria, is it Shewere, and not up to his old tricks?
Well, I mean, Shewere is doing the right thing, so don't condemn him, believe me, because Nigerians, the way they are doing with the journalists, I mean, that happened during Buhari, and it still continue up to today, where we have them. Right now, about a year into this administration, 11 journalists have been harassed, abducted, all kind of things in their life. Some of them has gone to exile. So it's no coincidence. They're trying to subjugate, freedom of express. I mean, I can give you a list of names, Daniel Mu, Kasara Chimozi, Godwin, Precious Eze, Shehu, Ayotele. I mean, almost about 11 of them. You have Lukman, is that...
Sorry, what happened to them? Were they arrested?
Yes, they was arrested. Some of them has gone to exile. I mean, they don't want freedom of express anymore, which is wrong. And what happened to this guy? Tell me why would this guy, been kidnapped? He's not even arrested. He was kidnapped in Lagos and, taken to Abuja. Up to today, there's no bail. They said, they won't grant him any bail, but they have come out today to say, I think it was...
But what's the backstory, though? What's the backstory?
Okay, the backstory is that
why was he arrested?
He wrote a story about the former deputy governor of Lagos State. I think has some salacious thing that he wrote about them. That's what we call investigative journalists. If the story was false, let the person that he wrote the story, sue him, take him to court, and let the court decide, if that's a false statement.
Are you talking about the Eze guy? I think
No,
the guy
no,
wrote
no, no.
about.
I'm talking about this one, Daniel Ojukwu. This is the recent one.
I mean,
He's still in
Ojukwu,
jail.
I meant to say, yeah, I think that's
He's
the
still
guy.
in jail because of
Yeah,
the
I
protest
think
and
he
people.
wrote something about the IGP, about the IGP.
Right, he wrote a story about them. But what happened was they just came and kidnapped him in Lagos and transfer him to Abuja. So this is just the latest example. So he's not the only one. Every journalist, it doesn't matter where you are, where you're from or wherever, this is what they are meant to. I can count 11 of them because I've been following that story. I mean, you have no freedom of express. What kind of democracy are we practicing? We thought maybe this one would be better. It's not different from the previous government we have. They are still perpetuating the sentence subjugation of journalists. I mean, the Senate grant right now, they selected the TV and the newspaper that will come and cover it. I mean, what are we doing? But anyway, continue on this point I'm trying to do. This is not
they
right.
didn't select, or they limited media presence.
That's what you call limited. Is it not the people they want to? Is it not the people that Is it not the people that want you to come there? What is the freedom of press about?
No, I don't think they prevent. They won't prevent outlets like Rise and people that are often critical of government.
Okay, but let me continue on this. So they came out and truncated something that it was a cyber. He violated some cyber security something. What became what he investigated on cyber security? If I'm wrong, let somebody come to this panel and educate me. Maybe I'm not familiar with that. But there's no connection to it. He wasn't even invited or whatever, kidnapped and taken to Lagos. I mean, from Lagos to Abuja. So right now he's in Abuja, but because of people outcry, they came out today, said they're going to release him, but they didn't say when they're going to release him. So this is subjugation of free press we are practicing in Nigeria. So it's not good for that country. I mean, and you expect people to come, there and invest and all that. The international world, they are watching the whole thing. After all, some of the world newspapers carry this event going on in Nigeria right now. So everything that's happening in Nigeria, the world is a very small place. Everything that's happening in Nigeria, is being watched global. So it's not good for our image. But that's my point on that. You can go to another person. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. I'll look round to you. It's not that we're that many just yet. Up next, Rational Mind, the headline on the screen. Senate passed bill to seek Senate passed bill seeking to impose death penalty on drug traffickers. So yes, comments.
Yeah, woman. Thank you, woman. Thank you, everybody. Everybody on the panel list. But I just want to ask a question. What is this whole AI generated image of a caricature of ZOB that our people here? Is it Kulata and
yes, and Adewale?
Don't get triggered, brother. I did the one for Tinubu last week. So don't get triggered.
Why should I be triggered about what? Triggered about what? What's that?
You saw the one for Tinubu last week. You didn't complain about it. Now this will be.
Why would I compare? Why would I complain about Tinubu? Because you and your Tinubu.
It's asking why you and Kulata are wearing and co. I think that's
the thing is that I did the one for Tinubu last week. This brother didn't say that. He kept mute. That is double standard.
What is double standard? It's just sometimes I just look at you guys like, what is going on? I mean, you're bigoted. This guy, what is that? Tinubu's man, what's his name? This guy that is his media man. I was saying that let's be the last time that he goes.
Jure.
No, Nuga was Adenuga.
Bayo Ononuga.
Ononuga, yeah, Bayo Ononuga. I mean, like that bigoted man. I don't know why Tinubu still has him in his office. If not because Tinubu himself is a bigot. It's just an APC affair. Bigotry run rampant among them. So why would I expect him to?
Tinubu is not a bigot. Sometimes you need a chihuahua to help you fight back to those other people. You know what I'm talking.
You need a chihuahua. So you guys is chihuahua.
Yeah.
Only chihuahua. Ebalawa German Shepherd. Not really chihuahua. Yeah, people. I mean, I just don't know how you people just become bigoted because of Tinubu.
Hey, embrace Tinubu so that you can make heaven, brother.
I mean, embrace Tinubu for what? I mean, are you not seeing the Agbado people crying everywhere now? How Tinubu has been making life miserable for them. You say people that voted for him, they are all crying now in Lagos.
Wọ́n ní oyíwà ẹ̀ padà kò má lọ sọ́run àpáàdì.
Rational mind, be careful now. Somebody came after you yesterday, you ran away, so be careful how you talk.
Who came after me? I just left because of another bigot that came on. So I can't just stand the bigotry. So I know it was a family affair for all of them.
Rational man, can I ask you a serious question?
Oh, come on. What is it again? Okay, I hear you. Go on.
So when someone is wearing a caricature picture of a politician,
okay,
a man, a politician, you now extend that to bigotry. Does Peter Obi speak for the entire Igbo race?
No, it does not.
So why are you using? I mean, so is it that you don't understand the meaning of bigotry, or you're just being silly?
All right. So the thing is this. You see, you sometimes you just because when you see a trend, a fad, you just jump on it without even looking at the history of the history behind it. There's a history behind.
The history behind the picture.
Yeah. So because the person who posted it is a bigot. He has made inflammatory statement before. Hold on. You want to hear history?
How will I know the person that posted it?
That's the person. That's why I said
you know the person that posted it.
You don't even know the antecedent.
There's no antecedent. It's a picture.
There is.
You don't read too much. Why would you read too much meaning into a picture?
The original.
Sorry, it's not even not a picture. It's a cartoon. Cartoonish caricature.
Cartoon, but then the originator of it, that's what we're saying. The originator of it.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's like you saying you're looking at Mozart or whatever and saying, oh, the guy is a racist, so you should not appreciate that. Okay, so if you look at Mozart, what's the name of that painting now? I forget that woman. One man, please. Someone that's
Mona Lisa.
It's like looking at Mona Lisa and say, oh, the guy that painted Mona Lisa is a bigot. So if I appreciate Mona Lisa, then I'm a bigot.
Come on.
You see, it doesn't make any sense.
You people with this, what about you?
It's not what about now. We're trying to form logic. We're trying to
rationalize here. You're not rationalizing anything.
There's no rationalization. I'm wearing the caricature of a politician. So why would you call that bigotry? So have you okay? You actually you are the bigot by reducing the Southeast into a man. So you are trying to tell me the people from the Southeast have zero agency, that they're default represented by Peter Obi. So anything against Peter Obi is talking against Igbo.
Now let me answer your question.
So you are reductive. You are being reductive.
Would you let me?
You're being reductive to the Southeast.
Okay. Can I answer your question now without you interrupting me? Thank you.
There's no. Now, what do you have to answer?
The origin of it. Okay, come on, dude. Let's not do this. The origin of it, the originator of this picture, this image that you all of you are all jumping on that bandwagon, now, and you're all putting on your avatar, and then you just, the origin of it, the originator of it is a bigot.
So if the originator of it is a bigot, is the picture itself a bigot?
Hold on. Let's establish who the originator is first, because you seem to be wanting to take us there, Rational.
Yeah, I mean, the first place we saw the posting was on Bayo Onanuga's.
I knew that was where you were going.
Yeah, so the original was a bigot, and in fact, there are other
angles. So Bayo Onanuga is capable of creating this kind of picture.
Come on. I don't know. Come on.
No, is he capable?
I don't know.
The man in his 60s is playing around with computers to generate JPEG.
Stop this questioning that you are.
You see, on multiple points, you are wrong. First of all, you are incorrect that Bayo Onanuga created this. Number one. Number two, you are reducing Igbo people to one man. That's insulting to that tribe.
I did not do that.
No, because you said Dewala and I are bigots because we carry a picture of a politician.
No,
isn't that reductive? If I was Igbo, I'll come and slap your face.
It doesn't make but you're trying to just straddle me.
Microphone me,
Danny. Yeah, it's good. Can I make a point now? My point is this: is that the originator is a bigot. And everybody run with it. People like, hold on. People like you run with it without looking at the origin of it. That's my point.
No, there's nothing to do. We've already established that doesn't mean anything. With the Mona Lisa example.
How is he that I equate to Igbo? Now we had
Let me ask you one quick question. Let me ask one quick question. Wait now. Do you like BMW cars? Do you like BMW cars?
I don't like saying this to you, Kulata.
Do you like BMW cars?
No, I don't like anything. I don't like it. Let me answer this question.
Do you appreciate Mercedes-Benz or BMW?
Can I answer that question? Let me answer the question. So, why do I say Peter Obi is tantamount to Igbos? I'm using you. I'm using the APC. Hold on. I'm using the APC bigots like yourself and Bayo.
You don't know the meaning of bigots, so I'm going to pardon you.
Dude. Anytime this guy speaks, the last time we heard a serving minister, that's why he's not being an Igbo, because he has joined the ABC bigot party. Because when you become them, you become like them. He made a statement, because this guy made a statement about the landmark issue and the coastal road, and a serving minister had to equate that to mean that Peter Obio is an Igbo person. I mean, he's an Igbo. He serves the Igbos. He speaks for all the Igbos. And he said,
when did he say that? When did he say that?
Hold on. Unquote. And it's misleading our people. That's what he said.
You see, inaccurate statements.
One man spoke.
Your own bigotry is even very apparent now. By reducing a great tribe, to just one piece of crap politician.
I'm not going to answer your question.
How can you do that?
You're getting me. You're really getting me incensed because
no, you should be incensed because you are really fumbling. You're really fumbling because you're trying your best. You're trying your best to paint a picture and a narrative that simply doesn't exist.
I'm not making it up. I said the original.
There's nothing factual about it. First of all, you said Bayo Onanuga authored this picture. What's your proof that he authored the picture?
Except you are ignoring the fact I just gave to you. I said the originator of it.
It's not the originator of it.
It's not.
Yes, the originator, the person that started it.
You went to Harvard, right? I mean, you understand?
I didn't go to Harvard. You pay my school fees.
So okay, wish I. So. Do you know
so how can you say Bayo Onanuga is the originator? Can you prove that? Can you even prove that I created it?
Oh God.
No, it's a question now. It's a valid question.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer the first question. I mean, the first. I'm done with this. Kulata. Me and Kulata will go back.
Leave. What are you? Leave. My chicken now. Let's discuss this thing. Let's discuss. Let's discuss this thing because I want to follow what you are saying to the logical conclusion. How can you say Bayo Onanuga is the originator of it?
You see,
what proof do you have?
All of you that this.
Stop using all of you. That's cheap. That's just cheap statement.
There's a worm that's eating some that.
There's no worm. You're just throwing logical fallacies upon logical fallacies. I'm asking you a direct question. What's your proof first that Bayo Onanuga created this?
I don't know. Go and look at.
You don't know. So why are you saying it if you don't know?
Dude, go and look at this X.
There's no dude. There are many online JPEGs that you cannot say this person created it. Do you want to do a digital trace and say, okay, the handprint all over it is Bayo Onanuga? Do you want to do that?
Or his Twitter feed, you will see that they are
because he posted it on his Twitter feed means he created it. My God,
I'm oblivious of that. I don't want to know.
My God, what kind of logic is that? Now, since Mercedes-Benz, hold on. Since Mercedes-Benz and BMW were associated with Nazi, we should never ride Mercedes-Benz or BMW. We should never wish to buy one. We should never be associated with one because you cannot separate the art from the progenitor. You see that logic? Messed up logic. Anyway, let's continue. Everybody can see through you now.
There's no logic in what you just
said. The microphone, a rational mind.
No, I have to step out. I'll step away from my device. I have to go and get coffee. I want to.
Overlook Bagbarawa. I did for you.
Coffee. So anyway,
what do you have in your coffee, rational mind?
It's just coffee and honey I have here.
Honey. Have you ever tried it with lemon? So try it with lemon, Brie. Have you tried it with lemon?
Sometimes I mix it with lemon, but I don't like it.
You do like
one man speaking about coffee or tea. Almost about how long? About 7 or 8 years. I've never used sugar. I always use honey.
I think a lot of people are moving away from sugar. Yes.
I can't remember. Well, once in a while I take sugar, especially when I want to eat Gary. So anyway, yeah. So let's leave this Kulata Agbado people.
I had this lined up for you when you were saying.
Sorry,
but one man, rational mind.
Mm.
I don't think you should call them bigots for obese. For them showing Obi as their avatar now. To me, it looked like they are even promoting him. I don't know why you should get offended for this.
I'm not really offended, Ajaleko. It's just sometimes when I see bigots like the APC Agbado people, I know them. They are very bigoted people.
They are promoting him now.
What is the promotion? I mean, you don't promote. They're just making a caricature of him. I mean, is that okay? Is that how Obi really looks?
It looks like it was made out of plasticine or something. It looks like. Is it also Gromit or is it Gromit and something? You remember that Gromit something?
One man. Let me tell you this: whether it look caricature or it look like this, as long as it's the picture and the image is looking Obi. I mean, what else do we? It's okay.
Now let me tell you what. Let me tell you the history.
What's the big deal about it?
Let me just go back on that history. I don't want to say. You see, the thing is, if you go online after Adenuga, whatever his name, Adenuga, when it's after he posted it, come and see other Agbado people jump on this thing. They started giving him tribal mark. All this tribal mark of all this like all this Ibadan tribal mark. Started giving him.
Hold on, rational man.
This is the people that are championing Yoruba nation.
But that's political banter now.
No, it's not a political banter. That is a way of showing. Making how do I say the Yoruba people, the Yoruba race, the Yoruba ethnicity, making it look like I mean it's like
hold on. When they are singing that song, Agbado Baba the Sheikh, is it bigotry? Do you consider that as bigotry as well? When they are saying Agbado Baba Agbado or leg de shaky and the shaky, is it bigotry?
Well, it's we're going from the ridiculous to the absurd now.
Directly.
You see, this is what I'm so. You see, I used to be one of those people I respect, and I still
respect.
No.
I mean, we are having conversation now. This is not about.
We know it's conversation we're having.
And then number two, and then that is. It looked like you cannot answer that question. Then number two. What do you call it? Kulata has used Tinubu avatar that they destroy him. His head is looking like Agbakobai. If you have seen him use it, you didn't call him. Hold on. You didn't call Kulata a bigot for using Tinubu image that is so disfigured. It look ugly and horrible. You didn't call him that. You did not call him a bigot.
Can I answer your question? You don't need to go on this.
Using the Obi song even look better than that of Tinubu.
Hold on. He can't be called a bigot for Tinubu. He belongs to the same ethnicity as Tinubu. So how can he be called a bigot for Tinubu? I don't know whether or not Kulata is a bigot is his own problem. I don't know him enough to say. But I wanted to call him because the argument that Kulata was making about Musa drew Mona Lisa and Musa was a bigot. Therefore, that argument has no bearing whatsoever on what Rational Man was talking about. If Musa drew a picture of a black face, would that be a bigoted picture?
It's been a while since we last saw you, Titan. What happened? Yeah. Is our fight over?
This thing
was just partial fight.
This avatar is even look better than that of Tinubu that Kulata have used several times here. And nobody ever accused him, oh, you are disfiguring Tinubu, you make it look bad, you did this. So using it on Obi, even look at this Obi, look even good. Very, very good. I don't know why you people are just too, I don't know why you are just too sentiment on this issue. And I don't get it.
Did you see the one I used last week?
Well, the one I use on Monday. People they approve Adewale it was corrupt you. The one he used last week is so. I don't know where he got it from.
It was COVID.
YouTube wrote me a long letter over your avatar.
Are you serious?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm only joking.
If you are to be that obi that Adewale used like that, for what? This is nothing, man.
Can I say something?
I don't get it. Yeah.
I don't know. We shouldn't be making a big deal about it. All this kind of thing doesn't make any sense. I look at it as like satire or whatever you call it.
Yes, and
so it doesn't really make any difference. I mean, I don't know. I just want to chime in on that.
But man of prestige.
I agree with you, prestige.
Man of prestige. Rational mind is due to his own opinion. He's giving his narrative based on how he sees it. Yeah, so
rational mind does not have an opinion. It's just
you understand what I'm saying? He's doing his own opinion. And you have to let him land the plane.
Rational mind is a controversial panelist person. That's his nature.
No, he's not. He's not. Just disagree. That's all it is.
That's what makes it.
He doesn't agree with you, and therefore you want to be
rational mind is a contrarian. That's what he is.
That's what makes this place interesting.
One man he's a man of his own mind.
I agree with you. I mean, the flavor, if one man show was a big pot of soup, right? It's probably the most delicious soup in the world, given the different flavor on the panelists.
What condiment would rational mind be if we were pot of soup?
Rational mind would be the bottom sediment of that soup.
Would it be the Maggi?
You guys are talking about him like he's not here.
The Maggi?
Rational mind. Rational mind, you have the floor.
I use to leave them alone. That's what they do. They just
rational mind will be like
the guy is not there.
Rational mind will be like bile. You know when you cook anything with bile.
Does that avatar look bigotry to you?
You mean to me?
Yes. No. Ayizon.
Look, it doesn't look. They make caricatures.
It's actually a better looking version of the man. Is it not?
No. Wait.
Rational mind. He said now.
Ajani Gogo, you asked me a question. Let me answer the question.
Answer it.
Yeah. So they make caricatures of politicians. No, be today now. They've been making caricatures of politicians for a very long time. So I look at it and I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. You understand? But that's me. You understand what I'm saying? That's me. Rational mind looks at it and is looking at the person that made it popular, who is a spokesperson for the president. I don't know who authored it or who drew the picture, but obviously what made it blow up was the fact that Bio, or whatever his last name is, posted it. And so it went viral, right? So the point he's making is that this guy posting it, he's trying to send a message by posting it that way. Now, I may not agree with rational mind on whether Kulata
what would that message be?
Because I don't know them. So
what would that message be?
What message be? I'm interpreting rational minds rationale. No pun intended.
That's a contradiction.
Rational mind rationale in what? Because I was listening to him. I was listening to him very carefully on what he was trying to say. And his point was that, look, the person that made this popular is a bigot. And on that fact, I agree with him that Bio guy has bigotry tendencies. And he has made comments that are bigoted. I don't know. I can't come to a conclusion that Kulata or Adewale are bigots. That I will not agree with 100% because I don't know them that well. There are other people on this platform. I will tell you 100% they are bigots. I won't deny that. And we can get into that if you want to.
So if a Yoruba cartoonist happened to be the first person that sent this, a cartoonist, a regular cartoonist on newspaper and all these things, would you describe him as a bigot? And you know the way they draw people on their...
Yeah, but Ajeligo, you're missing the point. You're totally missing the mark here. You're totally missing the mark.
No,
a Yoruba cartoonist. Wait. Let me ask you this: has that? Okay, you're giving me a scenario, right?
These days.
No.
hold on.
No. You are missing the mark. Okay, let me ask you this. That Yoruba cartoonist. Let me go with your logic. Wait. Let me go with your logic. That Yoruba cartoonist that you mentioned, has he made comments in the past?
It doesn't matter whether
it does.
His profession.
Because here's the thing. Let me give you an example. If I made comments in the past about a certain ethnicity or a certain group of people, and then I post a caricature picture mocking someone that belongs to that same group of people, people can automatically interpret that I am coming to a conclusion because of my history. The history plays a factor. You can't say the history doesn't matter. If that Yoruba cartoonist that you mentioned doesn't have any history of anything like that, and he's just drawing it for straight satire, then we will laugh. But if he has come out before and has said things about people from a certain group, and then he makes a caricature mocking that group, then you can come to that conclusion. So rational mind is not making something that is out of the ordinary here.
That's a big stretch.
That's a big stretch. No, it's not a big stretch. It is not a big stretch.
It is. It's a leap. It's a massive.
It is not a big stretch. If you have a history of being bigoted and you make a picture, then anyone can come to the conclusion that you are making that picture because of your mindset, which is related to your history.
What I'm saying is that, you see, rational mind should calm it down. It's becoming too sensitive.
I'm saying you guys should let the guy speak. The guy has his own opinion. I don't know what the whole thing is about. They're jumping him and
Hold on. One voice.
Aizon, my advice to rational mind is that it should calm it down. It should not be too sensitive over things like this. This is nothing. And many things. You should not be sensitive. It's becoming too sensitive over and aggressive.
To be fair, rational mind only said it as a throwaway comment. It was only because Kulata wanted to yank his chain. You know, Kulata likes to yank his chains.
You can't call him a bigot over this avatar that is using this avatar, to demonstrate his bigotry against a particular tribe. That is what rational mind is saying, and it is wrong. It's too sensitive. I mean, why is rational mind talking like this? I mean, it doesn't. We can't be saying this to ourselves. This is too aggressive over what is not necessary.
Can you give me 5 seconds, please? Man of prestige, you are the only Southeast person here. If I say something against
Southeast here.
Okay, 2 Southeast people. So if I say something against Peter Obi's nose, am I abusing the entire Igbo people from Ebonyi to Anambra to Enugu to Imo State to Delta to wherever they are? Is Peter Obi the full embodiment of Igbos?
No, no single person can be an embodiment to any tribe, any section of the country. But let me make a comment.
Wait. Sorry, I get it. I get that. Before you fagun. So if Peter Obi is just a politician and does not represent Southeast, bigotry is a misused statement. We can make fun of any politician regardless of his ethnic background. Thank you.
Okay, let me say something before Rational Man come in. I see where Anzo was coming from, what Rational Man was saying, but the only place I disagree with him, if Colin Adewale, and this is just strictly my own opinion. This is how I think. Okay, it has nothing to do with against Rational Man. Colin Ajale, not Ajale, Kulata and Adewale, bigot. No, if you have said the person that posted, let's assume Bayo Nanuga, posted this. I know whether somebody make this lapoon or whatever you call it, sci-fi before, cartoon. Then if it's coming from Onanuga, being that he's well known, he has it has antecedent for being a bigotry, in my own opinion, because of what transpired recently. Yes, if somebody from him posted this, I'm gonna say, man, this satire or monkery, is ridiculous, but this is coming from a bigotry, a bigotry. That's the way we put it. But not somebody who I know. Let's assume somebody just made this as a cartoon or as a satire, then there's no kind of history of bigotry in it. I'm not going to call that person a bigotry, by no means. So that's the way I look at it. And you know,
Amanda Prestige, thanks a lot. You see, when I called both of them bigot, I don't mean it in the sense of calling them actual bigots. I'm just saying that the action of what they did by putting, I've come to know Kulata very well. I mean, he said he's married to an Igbo woman. I mean, partly, I don't know if your wife you said one time, I heard it very well. So I won't imagine him to be a bigot. But I'm saying some of us unknowingly, we have to promote these bigoted politicians. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm driving at. I mean, Adewale too, I don't know him to be that as a bigot, even though he has expressed certain views here. But my point is just that I'm not pinning them to being a bigot. I'm just saying the actions, what they post, the origin of it is from a bigoted person. And so by having it, it's like you're trying to promote that bigotry. And anybody who sees that will not like myself, who thinks like myself, we come to that conclusion that, well, maybe you guys are just bigoted like these idiots. I mean, the same idiot that posted it from the beginning. That does not mean I'm saying that you actually guys are bigots. Let's just leave it at that. It's just a sign.
Well, they tell you that Obi is a fine boy, according to Kima Jack.
Well, so it's a side banter. Let's just leave it at that.
Obi is a fine boy. Yeah, that very much. But
no disrespect to any of the panelists here. Not Adelekoko, not to Kulata, not to Adewale. It's just a side banter I'm trying to say here. I'm not trying to pin anybody to anything because I don't know anybody too well for me to come to that come to that conclusion that you're all bigots. I'm just referring to the picture. So let's just leave it at that one man. Let's just go straight.
I think they took it in the good. For clarity, though, can you say Kulata and Adewale are not bigots? You misspoke. Just for clarity.
Kulata.
Come on, rational mind.
Rational mind. You should have said Kulata has bigoted tendencies.
Well, maybe that's what I should have said. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's what I should have said. Sometimes I just have to be very delicate. I mean, my words, I have to choose my words just because I don't want people feeding me to some things and saying that this is what I've said. I'm trying to choose my words carefully. So, Kulata, I've said it. I'm not going to say exactly what you're asking.
Okay, we forgive you. Move on.
Okay, hug. You guys can hug now. You can hug and move on.
No. This is not about.
All right, what's the? Sorry.
The headline on the screen: Rational Mind. Senate passes bill seeking to impose death penalty on drug traffickers. So we had that under Buhari incarnation military, but it's so susceptible to abuse. I always recoiled from anything capital punishment. But are you in accordance with the Senate on this?
Well, I think countries where they have those kind of strict law, application of the law like that, punishments, or punitive measure, I think they seem to do well when it comes to these drug-related issues. Like I think Malaysia, I think Philippines also has that, and I think Saudi and what other parts. I think they have that. But then again, we need to look at the origin of it. It's just like the other guy who was running with Obi, who was once accused of trying to introduce a bill in the National Assembly to punish gay people by hanging or something. I don't know, something like that. It tells you the origin of such kind of idea or punitive measures or what some people consider as a crime. But something that I just wonder is these idiots. When I say idiots, I call these people idiots because they're just not doing what is right. I mean, they are hypocrites. If somebody's an hypocrite to me, I believe he's an idiot. Why don't you make laws to chop off the hands of people who are caught in stealing the public money, taxpayers' money that should be used for the betterment of the life of the people that you're supposed to serve? How about we introduce that? But no, they will never do that. I'm not saying that drug trafficking and things like that is not a serious crime. It is a serious crime. But I'm saying that why don't they introduce such law? Because I know it's all because look at those countries where they have those kind of strict laws, application of laws like that, where they chop people hand off or they kind of behead people. Are usually most of those Islamic countries, at least two of them. And I think I know Malaysia and Indonesia and Malaysia and what's it called? Saudi, they have that kind of law. So I would imagine that coming from somebody from the north it must have been, maybe the idea must have come from how they do it in Saudi Arabia and maybe in Malaysia. So for me, I believe it's just hypocrites. These are just a bunch of hypocrites. I'm not saying that law should not pass, or should it pass, but I want them to also propose laws that would be very, very punitive. I mean, that would be, the punitive measures would most like capital punishment. You know, like if you steal public money, you go, like in China, they'll kill you. I mean, you just go for it. So why don't you do that? Why well, for me, it's just, well, I think this drug issue is, I mean, like I was watching a documentary on DWTV, and then they said in Sierra Leone, oh my goodness, I remember years ago when I was in that country during the wartime. I mean, you can imagine that I was looking at
you were in Sierra Leone.
I was in Sierra Leone, yeah.
During the war.
During the war, I went buying gold. I mean, buying diamond, yeah. So,
you were buying that? Oh God!
Yeah, we'll buy that.
We'll talk offline. You've had yes.
So let me just go to the topic.
I'll talk to you offline. Yeah, carry on.
My point is this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not into that anymore. That's years ago. That was like in the 90s, during the Civil War.
No. It's actually, you know, that personality profiling, something that we talked about. So yeah.
All right. So my point is this, woman. You see, during those years, what was I even bringing here? I mean, so yeah, there was this new kind of drugs. Oh, come and see the life of these kids. Oh God, the level of despondency in Sierra Leone, and these kids are just taken to drugs. This kind of drug, the way they name it, call that drugs. It's a new form of drugs now. I think they're experimenting on people, on Africans, especially people from Sierra Leone. I think it's predominantly in that Sierra Leone, I think up to Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, and those areas, those axes. The kids are all messed up. These kids are messed up from those drugs. So it tells you, you understand why these kids are just taken to drugs, because the unemployment rate in Sierra Leone is insane. The labor poverty is insane. I mean, recently, even when Bubu was there, we know how the Northerners were, during the lockdown, we heard about the drug, what is the tramadol, how it's escalated over there, and also in the east, this what they call it, Imiri, what's that? What's they call it? In Simiria, what's they call that? I mean, that's meth, the crystallized meth. Is what the Igbos refer to it, something Imiri, something like that. So Imiri or something like that. So yeah, so you understand how serious drug can be in a society like Nigeria. So if they bring up punitive measure, I won't say it's bad. But is that a solution? I don't know. It could be sort of. I because you need to see how drugs destroy the life of people. Drugs is it's. I have to go through some people I know here.
I can have my quick question. Which class of drugs are we talking about here? Are we discussing level 2, 3, or like marijuana? I think there's been a push to legalize that, right? So were they specific about the kind of drugs that they were trying to?
Yeah, I should have asked that question too. Right? Thanks a lot, but I didn't ask that. So you see, these people from the north, it's just sometimes the way these are leaders from the north, northern leaders. Some of them, I don't know, they have a good grasp of what how society is run and something like that. Around that. Even these kids that are, well, I don't know. I don't know what. To answer your question, I don't know what drug exactly, but I want to believe it's one of those hard drugs like cocaine, heroin, LSD, and those high.
So you mean like schedule 1, 2, 3 drugs? We call them schedules.
Yeah, I think something like that. Some of those
1, 2, maybe 3.
But that's the thing. We don't even know. That's about the reportage.
Sorry, Babati, quickly. So we know fentanyl used to be, I guess, Schedule 2 drug, but now I'm not sure anymore because it's pretty much everywhere. So what schedules fentanyl right now? But to the law, quickly, if I can go ahead and answer if you want to.
Go on. You want to answer it?
To the law, one man, this bill we're talking about here, I think do we call it tribal, or could it be a racist law? It's like passing a law and say people that eat amala should be jailed, and we know if they pass such a law, which part of the country or what region is being targeted. Now, to this law, we all can draw a conclusion that we know who they're going after. Am I right or wrong?
The funny thing is, again, is that if you look at recently, I was looking at NDLEA. There was a sting operation they did recently that involved them tracing some drug traffickers to about 4 or 5 countries: Nigeria, I think Malaysia, and I think one country in Europe, and then Brazil, I think. You imagine, so, and it has to do with, I think, heroin and cocaine. I think that was what the you can Google it, you see it. Recent bust sting operation that the NDLEA did. And I saw that about 3 days ago. So what I'm trying to say is that, and if you look at this, most of these operations that, most of the arrests that is being made, it's always in the southern part of Nigeria. Out of the hemp, it's understandable. The Indian hemp or the marijuana is understandable because it's mostly cultivated in the south, my state. Some of those heavy states, one of those states where one of those states where they, if not number one in Nigeria, where they produce that marijuana. So, but then that's understandable. But are we saying because the tramadol issue that we had recently that was just sweeping across the north? I mean, I didn't hear the NDLEA ever arresting any of those people selling or trafficking those drugs. I mean, selling those drugs in the north. So, like you're asking the question about Babati or Pim Daddy, I would say I think it's one-sided. That's what I would say. So
yeah, because they have to come up with a class for those things, so we know which one is, because it's all blurred.
It's very blurred. That's the thing. That's why I said these people don't even know what they're doing.
But can someone pull out the law? Because I don't think they'll want to do this for the likes of tramadol and codeine, even though they're kind of like opiates. It should be for maybe hard drugs like heroin, heroin, cocaine, and LSD. I mean, meth and all those ones.
It's illicit drugs now. I'm not quite sure.
Medically, you cannot look at it that way. You cannot just lump everything in the same category. You must define schedules. That's how you can implement laws properly.
What am I scheduling? All those not done. Senators.
You cannot just say, "Oh, they are all."
No, rational mind. They know. They don't dismiss them. A lot of them went to Harvard and all.
Even some of your Southern senators, they don't even know what they call schedule. I mean, classification.
They will know now. Everybody has access to internet.
Those people are just bunch of morons. I mean, forget that thing. I mean, guys.
Don't call a group of people morons. I mean, that's come on.
Well, but scheduling a drug or drugs is like it's relative. I mean, what could be class schedule 2 here could be maybe 2 or 3.
Right. That's my point. Like, depending on the country and the level of if you have issues with one major drug, like before they used to move. I think tramadol was like level 3 before, but they moved down to level 5. To level 5. So depending on what's going on in your society, that's how you clarify. There's no universal.
Right, but some countries,
but in Nigeria, do we have a list where we can say, okay, let's go here based on what in our country now? Let's adjust to address the issue. Do we have a list that we can look at and say, okay, what's going on here? Do we have that?
Maybe they're trying to go towards zero tolerance. Some places have zero tolerance for illegal drugs, right? So maybe they want to go that route. If a drug is illegal or not prescribed, then it's against the law.
No, let me clarify. Please. Okay, so schedule pretty much means the level of addiction, right? That's what it is. So, yes, sir.
Sorry to cut you guys. I think we are reaching for something too high, and you're asking for the impossible. This bunch of people, even Nigerian collectively, are yet to recognize that drug addiction is a health issue. Mental health is not, up to this moment in our society, if anybody's suffering mental health, it will be discriminated against. So when you have society that is yet to recognize this as a real medical issue, other than just saying, "Oh, you're being afflicted by this, by that," and you're expecting them to come up with schedule, it's not going to be possible because these people do not know the difference between marijuana and methamphetamine. So I think we are asking for the impossible. I think so.
So serious in that. That's we're not
It's
serious.
just, I mean, if they could come up with a capital punishment for drug addiction that tells you or drug peddling.
Is it for addiction or for trafficking?
For trafficking, yes, that's what I'm wondering what Dewale is talking about. They are not talking about
Well, it
trafficking.
just doesn't. But that punitive measure does not correlate with that crime. There's no way you can. Forget about what is being obtainable in the Saudi Arabia.
There's a heavy noise coming from.
Can you hear me?
I think it's coming from my zone. Carry on.
Okay, forget about what is obtainable in the likes of Malaysia, or those are authoritarian government or society. We're talking about where addiction or drug peddling is not even the addiction itself. It's more of a medical issue in such a way that people that are peddling this must have had the reason that pushes them to do this. I understand that human greed play a role in this, but
It's economic. It's not. You may find that a lot of these drug peddlers, they don't actually have a drug addiction themselves. They just look it as a a lot of them don't. A lot of them are not drug addicts, I suspect.
No, can I come in?
But the higher the risks, the higher the rewards too, right? That's just the way it goes. So when you try to make the condition more stringent, guess what? It's going to push people to want to do it, to want to carry it so that they can get rewarded hugely, like Trump always said. Anyway, go ahead, Rational Man.
Let me tell you, Rational Man, please. I think some of these senators, they're like, they have like opium minded. You know what I mean by that? They get drunk, then they come on the Senate to pass whatever suit them. I mean, I think it's very disingenuous. I mean, I'm against all this drug trafficking and drug abuse, which I consider drug abuse to be the worst part of it. If you look at the stats, even some state in the in the north, they perpetuate more drug abuse than any other place, than some state in the south. So having said that, I mean there should be there should be a law, certain kind of law, but this shouldn't be the immediate thing they should be more concerned about. I mean, how about the Boko Haram and all this kidnapping? Why can't he propose a law for them to Boko Haram killing people, for them to pass a law for death penalty in that, but instead of become catch and release. I mean, and I'm just going to say one more thing. Blessed to our past president, Yaradua. I mean, he's the only president. I don't know if you have seen a video that just surfaced, where he was, where he where he wanted, to remove the immunity from serving president and governors. That's what he proposed during his time. Of course, that I don't know, that didn't go that far before before his demise. I mean, he's probably, in my own opinion, he would have been one of the best presidents. I know he has some of his shortcomings. I mean, the only shortcoming I can see him for not telling us when he was sick and other things. They tried to hide it. But what he proposed could have been, we wouldn't be where we are today right now. If that actually has taken place, maybe passing the Senate, where there's no immunity for the serving, not just us, for the serving president, governors, any kind of, anybody in the government. That was he was proposing. It was in the video that just surfaced. And he proposed another thing about how to curtail corruption. Certain kind of penalty that should have been involved, in it. If that has been implemented because of his demise, then we would have been in a better place right now. So I'm against drug trafficking. There should be a penalty for it, but
my brother, what I'm saying is this. So if I'm trafficking Valium because people cannot sleep, or I'm trafficking Ambien, which is like a Schedule 4. What's the difference between, will I get death penalty the same way somebody that's trafficking?
You stole my question. I was going to ask Rational Mind that if they catch me shipping codeine, I'm not even talking about anything
or
codeine
LSD
compared to heroin, or even tramadol that people even use for sexual performance. What? I mean, does that mean they're going to kill that person?
I think there should be different level of this drug they are talking
about.
But
they need to clarify that now. You can't just pass
they need a clarification. What kind of drug are we talking about? I mean, there's one that is more detrimental to human beings.
So
definitely,
guys, you see, our people need a lot of education. It's apparent that even our journalists too, sometimes when they write, I don't know what newspaper is this that reported this. You see, there's a lot of education that has to be done in that country. We know we're still developing. We're not yet there, but
the cable is called.
The cable, okay. I think it's one of those big companies. I mean, big media houses. You see, gone are those days. You see, when I have this, I used to have this nostalgic feeling of the journalists from the 90s, 80s. These are well trained journalists. When they write, they delve into some different realms of the same topic they're talking about. But these days, you just see so bland the way they write. They just divulge. They just regurgitate what they hear. That's how they, I mean, I don't know. And it makes me wonder the kind of future that we're entering, the new era, or the new kind of time we're entering.
Rational mind. You see those years that you released with nostalgia, they also embellish their stories as well.
Oh, come on.
It just happens to you belong to that.
Yeah, even though there's a measure of embellishment there, but at least people like myself today, it's one of those things that educated me, that contributed to my education. You know, so but then you can argue that they embellished it, but at least it's part of what educated would have brought about my education today, that made me to be able to critique things very well. But let's just leave that. My point is this, guys, is that other people are talking, like people like Baba T and Prince Daddy, and everybody's bringing different perspectives. We need to classify these drugs. Not just enough just say, oh, we're going to put them to the gallows, guillotine, and go and just send them to guillotine and then have them just chopped off or whatever. No, that's not it. Like, right. So what was it?
Actually, man, to add quickly, what they do here is, if they see any increase, like if there's a sudden increase in taking a particular drug, they will investigate to see why is the demand for this thing high. If they have to address pharmaceutical companies or to address how doctors or whoever prescribes, they will adjust that. So they are always looking at the numbers, the metrics, to see what's going on in society. You always have to investigate. You have to research what's going on. Why are people taking this? What's going on? Level of depression, who is prescribed? You have to find out where it's coming from. So, but for us to just pass laws without doing our due diligence is what I don't understand as a society. You must find out why are people doing it, where it's coming from, what's the demand for, is the pain, what's going on? Is it pain? Is it depression? What is it? Find out first. Then if you have to work with your doctors, your pharmaceutical companies to say, okay, let's find something else to use instead, cheaper, maybe therapy sessions, or, work with the medical professionals. That is how you do it in the same environment. Not just passing any. Okay, for this bill now, during the hearing, did you see any doctors in doing that hearing?
That's the thing. That's what I'm saying.
Anybody from the healthcare department to address this to the public?
No.
You have to come and talk to you in public and discuss this thing before you pass bills.
Exactly. But then if anybody goes against them, now they say it's against Tinubu. That's what it was saying. It's against Tinubu. Like, I'm just saying that on the side. Let's not be caught.
No, man. I had a cultural shock when I came to America. For the first time in my adult life, I saw a medication being promoted on a television. And I was shocked. In Nigeria, you only see those ones you can find, or maybe over-the-counter medication. Hardly you will see a prescription medication being promoted in Nigeria, on Nigerian media. But guess what? Those ones that you tell your doctor, you'll be shopping around. This is one I want. Prescribe this for me. And doctor will say, okay, this is one. And sometimes you know what you guys do, pushing those medication on your patient, and that's what they do. I was shocked that you could be shopping around for a medication. Thank God, no such things happen in Nigeria, because if that is what is happening in Nigeria,
they get cuts from the pharmaceutical company when they
They do. And if that is what they do in Nigeria, guess what? In fact, doctor will be smiling to the bank, because they won't mind as long as
let's stay on topic here. Let's not do the doctor bashing on this platform.
Don't sweep that under the carpet. That's what you guys do.
No, let's do that. Yeah, it's right. It's right. Because
let's stay on topic. Let's
But rational mind. On the flip side, we do have societies like Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, that they have zero tolerance for drug trafficking. They kill anybody. I mean, it's a capital punishment, straight up. And the societies are good. So are we not really thinking this through in terms of applying it to Nigeria? Because we're taking kind of like a Western stand here, when you compare to Eastern stand, they don't take nonsense and they're functioning. So do we really, should we really kind of like...
They do more than just that. They do more than just with those laws. I'm sure their healthcare system will address needs if they see any sort of spike in the use of A, B, C, or D. They will, what's going on here.
Yeah, but we're talking about traffic. We're not talking about. It's for traffickers.
Okay, all right.
You know what, Kulata? How are we so sure that those societies you just mentioned got rid of drug in a society? Till tomorrow, you will still find people traveling to Malaysia being caught at the National Military Mohammed Airport with hard drugs.
It's not an epidemic in their society like it is ours.
But you'll be shocked at what is well. You know what? Let me say too much. But the example is this: in Dubai, you can't. Beer is not permitted to be drink. I mean, you can't even drink it outside. You have to be shipped to your hotel, right? But I was surprised that you could find beer easily in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi. Even Sharjah, that is the most overly religious Emirates, part of the Emirates, you can easily find alcohol at the snap of finger. Prostitute, brekete. So the more the society tries to be stringent with conditions, the more resistance you will find. However, you have to have in one hand, relax the rule or why you are at it, so that you'll be able to understand or have in-depth reason why people are doing it, or able to catch them in the act. Because you're trying to be so overly stringent, guess what? People will find alternative and they will do it successfully without you catching them. So if Nigeria want to resort into that, it won't work, because Nigeria has never had any law that has been stringent or that has been over the years. So if that's the route they want to go, guess what? The more the penalty, the attractive it will become. Guess what? People will be rushing to it because the reward is going to be high.
Sorry, quick question. The drugs being trafficked in Nigeria, are they locally sourced, or are they? Is it because I heard we're like a gateway?
It is both, Babati. Some Mexicans, I heard about some Mexicans set up met factories in Anambra, and also some Jamaicans set up met factories in Lagos. So it's not, it's both. We're both a hub. We're also producing now.
They caught that Jamaican about 2 years ago, didn't they? That Jamaican.
Yes.
They did not catch him about 2 years ago.
They caught the, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
bless up.
2 years ago.
Bless up to me, Jamaican brothers. Yeah, bless up.
Yes, Winston. Wagwan. Yes, Winston.
Man.
Yeah.
So I think everybody has said so many things on that. For me, I just think you need to do a public hearing. And you see, the way something like that is regulated here is that it's even on state level. The late Akere Dolu, I don't know how many times that he went to, well, I mean, not say I know, but at least from what I heard, how many times he went to Aso Rock to convince Bubu to grant him some kind of special exemption. Going to turn Ondo State into some sort of hub for marijuana. Yeah, and then you had to go to Malaysia, or Indonesia, to go and study how to make medical marijuana, something like that, and how to bring that technology to Ondo State so that we can be selling to countries like, because Ondo State has, see that axis, Ondo, Edo, Delta, those 3 places, they have the best form of, maybe 82, they have the best form of Igbo, the very conking one, which is if they,
that in your expert opinion.
Well, I've never. Well, let me say I've never used it, but I would say I've used it. I've not used it like smoke it. Maybe I've tried it in just once, just take a sip and that's it.
Have you tried the edible before? The gummy?
I've chewed it, and I've put it in to grow my hair. But way back in the we used to grow out. You used to grow afro.
It's the best relaxing medication you can ever get out there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I only use it for cosmetic to grow my hair. Just like then, I used to be a freak for afro back then. So,
ladies and gentlemen, rational mighty Muborio.
Try it. No, somebody just said try it. I can't.
I did not inhale, according to Clinton. You did not inhale.
Yeah, I mean, that was years and years ago. I have not.
Rational mind. They also use it for hemp oil.
Hemp oil.
It's good for inflammation. Like if you have inflammation on your elbow or knee.
It's good for
It's very good for people that have cancer because of the inflammation.
And by the way, I personally use hemp protein as my post-workout because I don't like whey, so I use hemp protein instead, and it's so digestible and it's packed with magnesium and zinc, so it helps your body recover from those sort of things. So there's a lot of benefits. We're just jonesing in Nigeria.
No, we are not even jonesing. I think we are locked in that conservative northern culture. I think that's what holds us back in experimenting more. But this headline, Rational Mind, brief commentary on this, and then we go to Ajanle Koko Kulata, owner of.
Sorry, one man. Sorry, Joe. Please, Joe. The biggest thing we've not spoke about, I know people are going to raise eyebrows at me, is the economic loss if they stifle that in Nigeria. There's a lot of businesses.
Hold on, Betty. You mean the Indian hemp economy?
Indian and any kind of drugs. There's a lot of people wash the money through many legal businesses. So it's going to drop our economy significantly. Anyway, I didn't want to. Don't look at it to judge me.
No, we are not. Okay, we agree with you. Remember in 2019 when Showore brought it up and people were making fun of him. He was right. He was on this one. I have to agree. Showore was right when he said we're supposed to look at these things.
Babati, I'm even talking about the hard ones, not just But you do agree it drives a lot of our economy indirectly.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to acknowledge it. And if you stifle it, it's going to anyway.
You need serious investment in that area and a very focused and serious government.
Even American economy benefits from it.
I don't think a bit Kulata is talking about the economic benefits of Indian hemp. He's talking about illicit trafficking of drugs that is 10% of Lagos economy or something like that. I think
by the way, the drug peddlers don't get paid in local currency. They get paid in foreign, like US dollars or euro. That's what they get paid.
The economy
because it's easier to transfer. That's the reason why. And when you don't have that anymore, I'm sorry for Nigeria.
So one man, before you even go, this is the person I believe this should be Manuchulo, right? This is the person we should really feel sorry for. He's the one that this guy did everything right and lost everything, not the mango head landmark. Go ahead, one man.
Yeah, you see, it's easy for us to say, but then what's the worth of his investment? Is it at par with that of landmark? That's the thing. Should be asking. That's another question. I'm not saying he did not invest, he didn't lose. Don't get me wrong, and that's not what I'm trying to say here. But what's the scale? I mean, what's the I can't even think. I mean, comparing his investment of the guy called Landmark and this guy you're talking about, we have in front of us. You see, let's not overflog this thing. It's either we realize that Tinubu and his people did not do everything right about this project. We're not saying it's not a good project. We're not saying it's not something we should do. Or Nigeria needs a coastal road. But there's so many things that has to be factored into it. Why the haste? That's the question. Why the rush? Are they sure this project is going to be finished within 8 years? Where's the money coming from? So many questions that need answered that we're not getting any answers. Except what Umar comes out and tell us. And so when there's this opaqueness, this gloom around a project that Nigeria has never done any project of that kind, of that magnitude, or that scale in the history of that country. 15 trillion. And I know that thing is going to be inflated with time, because if inflation also crawl into it again, it might go into like in the range of 20 trillion naira, I'm sure. If the way Nigeria, because the dollar has fell again today. And it's like it's going to fall more and more. I'm not praying that. It's not what I wish. It's just the realities that we're seeing. Nigeria is not producing. No production is going on in Nigeria. So except the remittances. Because what Cardoso is doing now is the reason why they seem to be having more and more dollars in the central bank is because of the remittances that is coming up from abroad, not because of any sales of anything or production or exporting of anything that of any kind, except the borrowing that they are borrowing, selling bond and all of that. That is also adding to the forex store that they, the amount of forex that they have within the system. So, but then if these people pull out their money, or the people from the diaspora to cut down on the funds that they send into Nigeria, how is that going to help? So we should not bank on that. We should bank on what we are able to produce and the value we're able to give to the international community, to the world in general. What are we producing? Besides our oil, that is even comatose, that is not even regular. It's just a hazard. Today we sell 100,000 barrels, and tomorrow we sell 50,000 barrels. The next day we cannot even produce because of one thing or the other. So it's just and you only bank the bulk of the money that's coming to the system is from the bond and whatever borrowing they are borrowing from IMF and maybe the diaspora remittances. That's not enough for a population of 200 and something million. That is why our economy is not growing. We're still in the range of over $1 trillion, over half $1 trillion economy, which we should be in the range of, like, if not $3 trillion. The size of our population, we should be around in the range of over 3 trillion. What of economy? What GDP? So all this question is what we need to ask.
So sorry, how are you arriving at that?
Because of our population.
I broadly agree. No, the population is not enough now.
The population, because it's population that will drive the production. If we can put our people to work, we can create produce for some of the commodities used here in America and in other countries, like some of the textile things we do for them, like sporting wears, shoes, and things like that. Just get one contract with some of these big chain companies here, Kroger's, Safeway, Walmart. Just get some. We can make money from that.
But we can't. Rational mind. You see, I always recoil when people say, "Oh, we're not producing anything. Nigeria should be we cannot be a producing nation," because look, production has already been surrendered and subbed out to the Asian spaces. There is nothing you're ever going to produce in Nigeria that you will produce it cost effectively as the Chinese. You know, so you're never going to. Everybody has considered that space. They don't produce anything in America anymore, except very specialist things. Anywhere in Europe, they don't produce anything. Everything is produced in China now. So I'm not sure what exactly.
Have you asked a question, woman? Have you asked a question? No, why is it not being produced in China and in Europe and in America and Canada? Why is it not being produced?
Because of the cost of production.
There you go.
Yeah,
the cost of production.
Right.
No, that used to be the old argument. Now it's no longer the cost; it's also the competence of the labor force.
Well, that we can factor that in too. But I'm just saying that here, okay, for example, now you're paying somebody $15 an hour. Just for an hour.
You're talking about cheap labor, Abi. You think that's an advantage?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm looking at. Cheap labor.
The cheap labor. So sorry, rational mind. Cheap labor is at the bottom rung of all of the indices now. You're talking about the machineries which you don't have and you cannot produce. They can. Okay. You're talking about the expertise which you don't have. They have. You're talking about longevity. Into historical experience, all of these things, which they continue to harness in order to produce the best at the cheapest rate. You know,
woman.
You can't.
Even Europe cannot compete with China with regards to infrastructure, public infrastructure, rails, roads. They can't.
Let's not even go to that for now. Let's just go to the basics first. So one man is saying is that you all those things you mentioned too, there are also factors that can contribute to that. But one thing we should understand is that Africa, Asia used to be like Africa today. the way Africa is today. They were not as industrialized as Africa is today. But they grew up. They grew it up. So why can't we start from somewhere? Well, not necessarily we have to get heavy machineries. There are certain things we can get, we can produce in a little way, and then we can grow it from there. You see, that's the problem. I said it here yesterday. Our governments are not ready to do the heavy lifting. They don't want to do the brain work of, okay, we want to plan. This is our 50 years plan to transform this country. Let us focus on
do you know why Nigeria? Oh, okay, good.
Let us focus first of all. If in my administration, all I can do is to light up the whole of the country. Let another person comes in and come and do the road for us. Or maybe just take, okay, I want to do two infrastructure, road and lights, and electricity, power the whole country. If that's only two things that each of them can focus on, without being bothered by some of those minutiae, those minute things that are not really necessary, even though they're important, I think we go a long way. Rather than you want to do everything at once so that you can make a name for yourself. If this $15 trillion coastal road that is going to make, why don't you inject that money into power, or bring in investors that will come and power the country?
Rational mind. I'm actually reading a World Bank report, the latest World Bank report, about some of these things you're talking about, right? There are many things. Well, maybe when it gets to my turn, I'll talk more about that report. But it's not as easy as you're saying. But also, in the last 1 week, we've added 1,400 megawatts of power into our grid. Zungeru Dam is now plugged in, and Kanji Dam that was refurbished by the Chinese people just got plugged in. Was it yesterday or today? So it's not like they're not doing other things, right? We can walk and chew gum, but continue.
You see, woman.
So it's okay. Where is the transmission to move those?
That's the bottleneck, because it was even acknowledged that we need to remove the energy subsidy. As we've started removing it, it's starting to attract investors. You can't bring investors in a place where they can't make money. So when they get rid of that energy subsidy, you'll get the investors you need, because then they can charge, they can make money.
So are you happy with the way they divided?
Investors will not come when they don't see infrastructure on the ground.
It's one by one, Babati. It's not like I'm happy or anything, but it's just a fact that needs to happen, and we need to acknowledge it.
Of course, yeah.
I think the power sector, the problem is we don't have the infrastructure to distribute all this energy that is being produced. Why can't we? I think that was the whole essence of what Obasanjo was doing there when he gave out. How much was that billion of dollars electrification project that he gave to some companies then that they never delivered? I don't know how it went. If we can install more high tension wire feeder pillars or whatever everywhere, just wire up all across the country, so that they can transmit this line, this energy around. Because the current infrastructure is the one that we inherited from the military, and was for the population of that time, which was almost under 50 million people. Now that we have grown, we have more houses, even in some areas whereby there are people at new development areas. There is no electricity power, generation power, that generates power down there. And even if they have there, they don't even have the capacity to generate it. I don't know how you people use it. So my point is this: if the government, that 15 trillion, if you can pump it into wiring up everywhere, then stop taking that money from any company that you give, you don't make any concessions for. Start taking out the money from whatever money they make from it, so that you can pay up that money that you use in wiring everything. That would also bring more investors to come and open factories, because they know they can always get cheap light, or they can get light to power their machineries. You see, the point is this: I don't know what the problem is with the leaders. They just don't want to do the heavy thinking, the heavy lifting. They just don't want to do it. They just want to just do whatever, we just mediocrity, and just do things that just make them look like, oh, at least they did something now. How do we move forward? I don't know. We keep saying this thing.
No, but rational mind, the heavy lifting is being lifted somewhat.
Well, where's the heavy lifting? Where's the heavy lifting?
All right. They are already in the process of linking up the whole country via the rail service. We saw the Port Harcourt about that's live and operational. Kaduna, Abuja, live and operational. Lagos, Ibadan, live and operational. Maiduguri to somewhere in the east, that one up and coming. So the country is being networked in terms of rail. The road infrastructure is being revamped. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway already completed. Benin Ore Road already be remodeled and in the process of being rebuilt. A vast swathe of the entirety of the north are completely paved out. So we're seeing the intra-city rail services, Lagos-Abuja already upstream. The remodeling of Muritala Mohammed International Airport, the beginnings of the building of a new international airport. This now coastal road, the country is being remapped. There is no.
Come on, send me this. Woman, send me this APC propaganda you are just trying to spew here. I don't know what you're talking about.
What have I said that is not factual?
You see, a few days ago we heard about the railroad from Port Harcourt, and there was this fanfare, and this loud fanfare and noise making about like as if you see, and we saw videos of the rail that come on. Did you see that train? Did you see that train? The train that was driving, that was coming from Port Harcourt to Aba or Ziabia, or whatever they call it. Did you see that train? One of those old locomotive. They only show you the first one that was dragging them. I don't know what they call that. The one that dragged the other rest. Go and check the rest behind it. It'd be like those. I don't know if you come to some of our countryside here. Some of those rail that they put cattle, that they weld together. Come on. It's an eyesore. But they only show you.
It's not about the train now. It's like saying that a rickety car is driving on a brand new road. The infrastructure is there.
Even the track, it's not one gauge or what they call it. One narrow gauge. Come on. You see, woman. You see this one.
It's not built around traffic now.
We celebrate mediocrity too much. I'm not saying these things are not functioning now. They are functioning. But when we come here, we just promote things and make it look like, okay, don't worry. Time will tell. We'll see how it goes. Let me know. Well, my point is,
let me comment about that about Port Harcourt something. I mean, that train is it's not even 21st century up to date. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
Feel like an ancient something. I mean, I've seen it. I mean, what is so modern about that?
No. I think you're missing the point. I think that's just a stock train, just to highlight that the track is working.
Stop train. What are you talking about?
It's stock train. STOCK. It's one garage. You know.
So when is the real one coming then?
I think they use it to convey people from one place to the other, from Aba to somewhere now, for free of charge.
From Aba to Port Harcourt.
You said it's a stock trade, Abi.
I mean, I'm surprised. One man with all
it's not a trend. Hey, one man. How come you're not talking about River State fracas? Are we going to talk about that?
No, we spoke about it, but we can still go back to it.
Okay. Let me just conclude so that you guys can move on. For me, you see, one man, there's so much to say, but little time to talk about them. And I know some people say I never land because I'm always on top of a woman. I never ever land, you know. So, so anyway, my point is this, one man. You see, this coastal road, I don't think, like I said, we need it, but not the timing is not right. There are other things that we need to do. Again, when we're talking about, for you to understand, China is going through a lot now when it comes to the economy is really really suffering. And one of the reasons is because a lot of the companies are moving their production line to other Asian countries that is cheaper, because even China too is now becoming very expensive now to produce. Because as the more a country develops, like China is developing, like in some part of Beijing and some other industrial cities, accommodation is becoming more and more expensive because people are making the prosperity is going up and up, and then the developers are jacking up their prices. So the cost of production,
they're moving to Vietnam.
That's what I'm saying. They're moving out of China to cheaper place. Even those Vietnam too. Very soon now they become so competitive too that they cannot produce more. The cost of living there, because people are making more money. The prosperity is high. It's going up and up. And then they will jack up the price too. So you see, we can tap into all of these things right now. But all these countries, one thing I just want to make, this is the point I want to make, one man. The reason why all these countries are able to to attract these investors to bring in their machineries and produce that they don't have the electrification problem that we have in Nigeria. Some of these countries, they generate over 21 million megawatts. 21,000 megawatts. Not even Vietnam, not even Cambodia. All these countries, they don't have issues with light. But Nigeria, for over 50-something, 60-something years, we have issue with light. We not got it right. So how do you expect somebody to come and you just electrify Nigeria, right? Just electrify that country, and see if companies will not pour in to come and start production. We can start from somewhere, but with that electrification problem, this power issue, we cannot move forward. Any sensible government that wants to see the country flourish, that will be his focus first. After all, this is what this guy was saying now. What is his name? Tinubu, when he was there, when he was fighting there, when he was fighting Baba Yabo there. I want to bring Emron. Is it Emron to Lagos? But what are we seeing now? Well, we can argue that oh, they've what's it called? They've taken it from the exclusively to the. You see, come on, woman. I don't know where we're going in that country. It's just so hard for me to even explain certain things because sometimes the way that country is structured, it just gets you so confused. But for me, this coastal road, and even if they make that coastal road, another question we should ask you now is this: where are the resorts going to be? Where are the resorts going to be? Because there are countries that are making billions of dollars. Morocco is making billions of dollars. What's the name? Egypt is making billions of dollars from tourism. And when you talk about tourism, besides people going to see the pyramid of Egypt, people they go and enjoy the coastline of Casablanca, Sharm el Sheikh, those Red Sea area. They are tourist centers. Imagine they pass a coastal road there. Do you think people were able to open their resource centers there? So this is a
rational mind. You live in the Pacific coast. You have a Pacific coast highway where you live.
Resource centers here a lot.
Yeah, so there's going to be allowance for resource centers.
So
that's what
are you sure going to be allowance when we don't even
because
see,
I've looked at the way the road traverses. There's accommodation for resorts.
One man, please record this guy's voice today. This is Abado guy today. Record his voice today. In about 8 years' time or 16 years' time, when we come back here, we want to revisit it and we'll see if that road is not going to chop up all the coastal part of Nigeria. So that woman, let me just leave it at that. I just leave it at that.
We don't even have to wait 16 years. I think before the end of this year, because they are going from 0 to 3, so that would have gone through the Lagos phase of it. So we would see what's left of the beach. Yeah.
All right, then we'll see them.
All right, Brian. Thanks for kicking things off. So that's rational mind, of course. The inimitable wordsmith. That is rational mind. So rational mind to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
One man. What's up?
I'm good. So do you want to free flow at it? I feel it's somewhat restrictive sometimes when we limit it to the talking point. So if there's anything and this to everyone as well, if there's anything anybody especially wants to speak about, just abandon the talking points and just go to it.
By the way, when it gets to me, I want to talk about the Israel. They said today that they will go it alone if America keeps pressurizing them to back down. So they're willing to go. So they're willing to risk their relationship with the American government and American people.
Hello.
So that's what I want to discuss. Maybe
yes, I want to discuss that too because I have the theory that they are intent on annexing that Gaza and they're going to just do anything now and then because as the years go by, once they've seized hold of it, they'll just. I think they are going to take that.
And I think Gaza has maybe gas or oil and gas is
about 1 trillion metric ton or something.
And by the way, one man, I put a link in the private chat. It shows what Kay was saying. You can play it in the background. It shows the coastal road, and you can see the space for tourist attraction, the results. So you can play it in the background. So if you play the video, you will see like a drone shot that shows you the path of the coastal road, and you can see the space left for development for resorts and all that stuff. So Kay was right on that one.
All right, brilliant.
One man, let me say, I think they are what Israel is doing right now, they are banking on Trump to come back because Trump won't have any safeguard, ready for them. Trump will ask them to go kill the whole Palestinian. Trump don't care, so they are banking. Hopefully, Trump will take over. So
but they're playing a very dangerous game. It's a very dangerous game to play.
Well, so that's the way I see it, because they know Trump going to say, give them, full backing, do whatever you want. So how many more months before, if Trump,
well, what difference is it going to make as Biden not giving them everything to
not like Trump. Trump going to give them a free hand.
Trump is not
because if you look at what's going on right now, Republicans think that Biden is hindering Israel from
Trump
accomplishing their goal.
Yet what
I mean, he's doing it. I'm not saying he's not doing, but not like Trump is going to do. Let's be factual on that.
That Biden has given them so much to commit this genocide. We have seen it. So
no, I'm against that too. Believe me, I mean,
nothing different as it's just the same thing going to continue. So there's no difference.
We're going to see, because I think Trump has a very good chance of winning right now, the way things look. So
well, sorry, Manor Prestige, that propaganda just spread right now.
It's not a propaganda. You know it.
Oh, you know very well. During Trump's presidency,
Zionist is here. Zionist is here to defend these people.
No.
Yeah,
no, during Trump's term, no single war was started. Now, for you to make such a loud claim, such an atrocious claim that Trump would give the leeway or the free hand for Israel to continue to massacre the Palestinians is a fallacy. It's a lie.
Not just massacre. Trump is going to eliminate them.
Why is it a fallacy?
Once Trump wins,
why is it a fallacy?
The war in Ukraine is going to stop. One.
Why is it a fallacy?
Is going to negotiate and back away from Palestine, and there will be peace over there.
Why is that?
That's what we're going to get under Trump's
Why are we going to get that?
This weasel that we have there is serving no good. You know that. And that's right
Prince
now.
Daddy, why are we going to get that? Why
are we even talking about Trump?
I want to understand because in case we're forgetting, in case we're forgetting, Trump was the one that gave Jerusalem to them as a capital.
Exactly.
So why
do you believe that
Jerusalem is the original capital of Israel? It's the land of the Jewish people.
No, it's not. It never has been.
Jerusalem has been a bone of contention
That's a lie.
For centuries.
That's a lie. This is colonialism 101 here.
Prince Dad is an evangelical now. You guys.
I'm telling you. I am telling you.
Abraham, blessings are mine. Sorry.
That's the religious propaganda.
It's all right, Prince Daddy.
Jesus.
They cause it in history that
it's not religious, guys. It's just a fact. The land, the Jerusalem is the capital.
No, it's not.
The natural capital.
It never has been.
Israel.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Who told you that? If it's not, what is it then?
The capital was never Jerusalem. Jerusalem was always in contention because the Palestinians, ever since the days of Yasser Arafat, did not want to give Jerusalem up because that was their land. These people came. Wait. You asked me a question. Let me answer you. These people came and settled, and they have been pushing because of what was written in some book. They have been pushing to make Jerusalem their capital and take it. Every American president had declined to do that because they were trying to push for peace and they knew the implications of trying to give Jerusalem to Israel. And then Trump came in with his bonehead and then just randomly took it and gave.
It's not Tinubu. It's not a bonehead. Let's not insult our president.
Why are you bringing up Tinubu? I'm not talking about Tinubu. Trump came in and just gave Jerusalem to the Israelis. And then all of a sudden they were celebrating Netanyahu became his best friend. And I think Man of President is right. I think Netanyahu is stalling, hoping that Trump wins in November, and he comes in and just gives them carte blanche to commit genocide en masse. But my guy, please, let's stop with the dogma, the dogma ideology here.
Hold on, Look, what Trump did was just symbolic. As of today, Tel Aviv is still their capital, so it was just symbolic, just to. For political reason, just to satisfy its base that are Christian evangelical, or what did they call them? So
but they moved U.S. embassy to Jerusalem now.
It's just the embassy that is there. But as of today,
okay, but they have taken over Jerusalem, Ajali Koka. I mean, that has been a bone of contention. Even before you was born.
Hold on, it's just the
There's nothing like
it's just the embassy.
You don't seem to
of
understand the
administrative
symbolism of
functioning
moving that
of
embassy
a
to
capital
Jerusalem.
city of a country. It's still Tel Aviv. It's still Tel Aviv. It's just for political reason.
That
Let me
embassy
satisfy
being situated in
our,
Jerusalem symbolizes
people like Prince Daddy and some others, so that they can keep on championing.
Wait now. That movement of embassy to Jerusalem symbolizes that America has pitched their tent on the side of the Israeli. They are not
Correct.
open to
Thank
that
you.
peace accord because that is the only thing that cannot link them together. If Palestine doesn't have embassy. They use that same embassy that was moved to Jerusalem. So it serves both of them because they wanted to use it as a symbol of peace. Now moving into Jerusalem kind of break every arrangement or everything that has been, laid on the table in the first place. Thank God there was nothing.
I agree with you, but what I'm just saying, I agree with you what you said. But what I'm just saying that the functioning of the administrative functioning of Tel Aviv as still as the capital of Israel is still in operational today. It's still in operational today.
It's Tel Aviv now. All this Jerusalem.
Okay, Ajale Koka. What is Republican complaining of right now? Just because, I'm not saying Biden is not helping the genocide going on right now, which I'm against with, but Republicans are even proposing something more dangerous because they are against what Israel is mad right now because Biden stopped one of the shipment of arms to them.
I agree because what Biden have said now that if they should launch attack against Rafah, he will not supply them arms anymore.
But let me tell you something. American policy is still the same. The reason why Biden is doing it because of the election, because of people against it.
Truth be told,
that's the only reason why he's kind of pivoting on that ground. He's willing to give them everything they want. Let me be honest.
Let's call it spade a spade.
One voice. We're having too many voices cascading.
Okay, let's call it spade a spade. Biden is pandering to the left, to the deeper left. You can see this pocket of protest going on in the American colleges, protesting the American and the Israel assault and attack to the people of Gaza. That is the reason why he made that statement that America is going to stop the supply of the weapon that is killing innocent people. If not because Biden is facing election, he dare not make such statement in the open. But it was pandering to the deeper left, so that I'm a middle pressure. I'm a middle.
You are 100% correct. There's no doubt about it.
Let's just call that spade a spade.
But I'm just saying, if Trump come in, he doesn't care what people say, what protest or whatever. He doesn't care. He's going to do what he's going to do because he's Netanyahu's best friend or supporter. He's going to say eliminate the whole Palestinian. He don't care. This is how inhumane he can be.
Prestige or prestige. You're anti-Trump. We know that, but Trump is a peacemaker. You know that too. During his administration, no war was started. He actually made peace around the world. So for you to be making such claims, there's no grounds for it, really.
So Prince, how do you think Trump handles Israel?
But wait, he made peace around the world. That's why he assassinated an Iranian general.
Don't be petty. You want terrorists to roam around freely. Rather than starting a new war,
he sent a missile and blew the guy up.
and that's a big deal, right?
It's called.
He assassinated the general of a standing nation, as a sovereign nation.
Wait. Because the general is the one orchestrating terrorism around the world, including the Middle East.
That's not true. That's not true. There's no evidence of that.
It is true.
But how do you assassinate the general of a sovereign nation?
To disprove that?
Is that making peace? If you assassinate the general of a standing nation, this isn't a rogue nation. This is a member of United Nations. You assassinated a general in cold blood. Is that making peace?
Peace to strength. That's the American way.
Okay, is that Iran? So you rather want him to start a new war against Iran? Is that what you're saying? Is that your next move, or
you don't just send a missile and just take out the general of a standing nation.
Well, I rather have him do that all day rather than kill innocent women and children anytime.
There you have it.
I'll
There you
take
have
that
it.
position.
So, exactly. So you rather him do that. So he was not a peacemaker, because guess what? If that was,
so you
and he
rather
did
have
it,
women and children killed, rather? Is that your
he,
point? That
he
kill one damn general that commits
he
terrorism
did
around the
it
world?
because he understood that Iran did not want to start any kind of conflict. If that was Russia, I can bet you everything I own, he will not try that. A standing nation, a general of a standing nation, is a sovereign nation. You're not at war with that nation officially. You cannot send a missile and just assassinate a standing general.
Okay. Let's come down to reality. You know, there are some states.
No, you can't do that. There's no way.
There are some
That goes
states.
against
Hold on.
single
Some states
United
outside
Nations
the
law.
states. Hold on.
You can't just assassinate the standing
Yes,
general
you can.
of
Yes,
a
you can.
sovereign
You know,
nation.
if just like if they assassinate a Nigerian general, nothing's going to happen. You know,
Why should anyone?
nations.
Well, you don't have to like our general, but you have no right whatsoever to assassinate him. He's the general of a standing nation. If someone assassinates the Nigerian general
The
today,
general was committing
and
crime.
any of us listen,
crimes.
if someone was to, which crime? There was no evidence. He wasn't indicted by United Nations.
Of course,
ICC had not requested requested his arrest.
You're a supporter of Osama bin Laden too, right? That was illegal to have killed him.
I'm a supporter of Osama bin Laden because I don't agree with you that Trump.
No. You sound like someone supporter of bin Laden because you kind of illegal according to your definition.
No. My definition is you don't have a right to kill anyone, especially from a standing nation.
Let's take me to the talking point, Yari. This
all right. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll take you to the talking point, but I'll play this in the background just to what our rational mind was saying earlier on. If you look at this clip here, this coastal highway, it doesn't destroy the coast, the beachfront, the coastline. It actually enhances it. So you can see it as a backdrop as the coastline just sits as it naturally sits. So this is the drone footage of you can see. So that's the coastline right there. You can see all the buildings. You can see as it cascades into the sea, and you can see the coastline just provides then a scenic overview of the coastline. So it's not a destruction, it's actually an enhancement.
So you have more resorts coming up in that area. The more that's what's going to happen.
Exactly, you know. So in fact, it's a real boon for that community. Ajale Koko, kick us off them with this senator complaining about the ministers that they are not up to par. It says many ministers in Tinubu's government fall below grade A, APC senator. So this is some senator from Ondo State.
Before you go ahead, one month, maybe next week or next time, can K come back with this grading spreadsheet again if he still has it, so that we can update the records? I know he has this ministerial grading thing that he was doing the other time. I think a few months ago. So if you still have,
I think the 29th will be a good day for that. Just when we do the anniversary.
Feels.
má gbé kúkú látà ó máa fèlì gbogbo wọn ni o.
No, kò lè fẹ́ lù máa hì o. Kò lè fẹ́ lù máa hì náà. Kò lè fẹ́ lù máa hì. Umahi must get a gold star.
But everybody.
It's about maybe 3 or 4 performing, right? Right? You say 3 or 4. 3 or 4 performing. I mean, 3 or 4.
That's what it look like. But Gulata will go to the extreme, you know. So don't give the job to him.
Okay. I'm a fair teacher. I'm a fair grader.
You know what I found strange? I was watching Channels News last night. The chairman of the presidential
after that anecdote, we have to get back
to I'm sorry. I'm not used to take much time. I was watching the news where they referred to the chairman of the presidential task force or whatever they call them, task rejigging, whatever. You don't know what I'm talking about. That's Mr. Ayodele or something that was pulled from that consultant's company. And the statement that he released kind of showed that he was surprised that government is implementing that cyber fee levy, that it wasn't factored into their findings or their recommendation or sort of. The way that speech was crafted, I was surprised that at that level, that man would be, not knowing or not aware that the government is going to roll out such important, levy collection like that. Kulata.
Sorry, me, Bonko to so. Duali, sorry.
I said yesterday, last night I was watching Channels News, right? Where they make...
let Ajale Koko just take the floor. We have
Okay, maybe Ajale Koko can also answer the question. I said I was surprised that despite the federal government, support for this cyber fee or whatever they call it, that the chairman of the presidential task on tax reform actually released a statement, more or less like, a little bit surprising that federal government is rolling such important collection out that perhaps they didn't factor into some of their findings.
Oh, yeah. I get your point. Yeah, that's true. Because Taiwo Oyedele is actually rationalizing taxes. And there you now have yet another levy being added that kind of like conflicts with his own exercise. So if they even go ahead with his recommendation, what will they now do with this new thing that they're throwing away? Because it's trying to reduce the number of taxes, increase in some areas, and I mean, trying to do many things, largely reform our taxation. Now, this new thing is just kind of like throw a spanner in the wheel. Like you're going to put it in temporarily, and then you're going to overhaul the tax system, and you're going to get rid of it again. So what they're doing right now does not make any sense compared to the long-term vision. But like Ajale will continue.
Okay.
All right, Ajale, go back to you.
Yeah. Let me say greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, this APC senator, I think people should not take him serious. It's just acting foolishly to me. All these people that is referring to, all this minister that is saying that they don't fit for no purpose, did they not pass through their screening? Was he not part of them that approved their their screening? The screening process, they did not approve it. So what is he talking about? It's not even his responsibility.
But Ajale, let me chime in. Why would you say such a thing? I mean, he was going by their previous antecedent. Can he foresee the future, what they could have been performing by now? So he has a right to say that. I mean, think about that.
Right. It doesn't have, it's not part of his responsibility to evaluate them. It is.
Ajale Koko, there's a bit of background noise, a bit like television.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So, as I was saying, it's not part of his responsibility to evaluate them at all. He should stick to his own responsibility, which
Ajale Koko, he does. He's the chairman.
Let him flow for a moment. I want to do 8 minutes monologue so I can get around quickly. I beg your pardon.
I think Adewale says the chairman of what?
I believe it's the chairman of General Committee on is it economy or finance? I'm not so, I think it's finance, but I'm not so sure. But it's share one particular committee that is linked to maybe economy or something like that. So in that capacity, he can question the performance of any minister, even though he doesn't have power to fire, but he has the status to question. Yes.
No, I disagree with you. Those that he can question are those that fall under his jurisdiction that he oversight, like the Minister of Finance, and those that fall within the purview of what do you call it? Economic activities, or economic whatsoever, Minister of Economic Coordinator or something like that. So I don't think any senator have any responsibility
to condemn any minister after being passed through their screening. If the president that have the prerogative to say this one fit for no purpose and, take action accordingly by firing them or by reshuffling them, among, different ministries that and parastatals that govern the state. So these ministers, these people, senators, sometimes they grandstand, they carry out this grandstanding just for them to look good as if they are working. No, they should focus on their legislative, responsibility and oversight functioning, and do it well. That will, in such a way that the impact will be felt by the people of the country. So I totally disagree with him. He should focus more on anything. He should not talk, bad of any ministers, whatsoever. Whether they are doing their job well or not doing their job well, it is not his own, it doesn't have the right, as at now, haven't passed them through the screening to start criticizing them. To leave it for the president. So that's my take on that, woman. What next?
All right. Let me take you to this space. U.S. lawmakers write Justice Department to reopen corruption probe into Shell ENI after People's Gazette story on Tinubu's family's OPL 247 deal. So this is a Maxine Waters, who I thought was long dead and buried, and Paddy Man. So what are you making of this storyline? Is there any traction to this? Is there anything to it?
Well, U.S. Justice Department have a way of doing their job. If what do you call it? This Shell, into Shell any after people get their story on Tinubu family. Well, if it's that oil contract run contrary to the economic interests of America, or carry some financial crime against American interests, yes, I believe that the Justice Department, yes, could open investigation on that. But if it has nothing to do contrary to American interests, no, it is not everything that is written, every petition or anything written to them that we take up. So this is a country governed by law, and if you commit financial crime against American state or individual or American interests, yes, they can take action. But if not, they're not going to do anything. But let's keep watching that space. I don't know what fact he have, or to back his claim and petition or whatsoever. But let's keep watching. I believe, as of today, as we are, the relationship between United States is strong. Between Nigeria and United States, it's very, very cordial. And America have a lot of interest in Nigeria. And a country where their interest is well protected and safe, well secured, America will not. They can overlook a lot of things or work things out behind the door diplomatically. But if they are not having a good relationship with any country, particularly with the leadership of that country, then yes, something like that could happen to open up, criminal case against that state.
So, so what you're saying now is, if U.S. interest is not involved. It's not in jeopardy here.
Yeah,
they will just look the other way.
America will do that.
Even though if they find that there's a shadiness there that Tinubu has.
You can't tell me that America doesn't do any shady deals around the world too.
Let's not do this now.
All right, Ajalo is right. If it doesn't favor, if it doesn't, matter for their own interest, they're not going to say anything about it. But having said that, please, one man, take your word back. Don't come here to castigate my congresswoman, please, Marcin Water. He represents me, please. Take that word back.
She needs to resign. She's been there for too long. She needs to go home.
I like her, but I never even knew she was still alive. Because I remember her from 20 years ago, something, and she was old then. She was old all those decades ago that I remember her from.
Let me correct something real quick. It was Kulata that said she represents me. No, she's from California. She doesn't represent me. Okay, Kulata. She's not my. You are missing them all. That's another one that carry.
All those Democrats are the same now. Liberal people, they're all the same. Maxine Waters, Sheila Jackson Lee, all of them.
She's not.
She's 85 years old. One man. She needs to.
Maxine is an ancestor, and she's not my rep. Okay, Lee is
Sheila,
not even my rep.
How old is Sheila? How old is Sheila?
Sheila is it's not up to 70 now. Her husband still teaches at University of Houston.
Did she win the mayor thing? Did she win?
Over Gini.
She lost. Okay.
Yeah. They I mean, she knew she's not going to win the election. She knew for a fact. So, but she went back to the house.
She's not just spring chicken. She's 74.
I know her daughter. Her daughter is in the house too, right? Max, her daughter, the one from Houston. Her daughter is in the house too. If I'm not wrong. So OTD can you deliver you just pass it down to your daughter and that's it. So yeah.
Well, it baffles me or surprising to me that a lot of people always see America as the epitome of truth and honesty and integrity, but the likes of Max, who has been you're talking about Max. What about this man called what's his name?
From
the man that made Trump what's his name?
Clyburn.
You know how long that man has been in the house? These are the Oshia. They become the deity, okay? That everybody, because there's no reason why people like that man should still be in the house. Representing who? Where Jackson Lee represented.
There's no time limit, right? There's no time limit in America when it comes to Senator in the House.
There's no time limit. There's no time limit.
Yeah, of course, you become Orisha now.
Dewale, a man of prestige. What about Donald Trump that told Stormy Daniels that she reminded him of his daughter? Did you guys hear that?
Hold on.
Colata, that's the fake news you spread in Colata.
He said it in court. He said it in court.
You're the only person that has that headline. Nobody else does.
So sorry, Kulata, I've always found the relationship between Donald Trump and his daughter a bit unhealthy.
It's incestuous.
Yes,
just call it what it is.
He's always commenting about her body and whatnot. I will comment about his own daughter's body.
Yes.
She reminds her of her wife when she was in her prime. That was just the problem.
One man, what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting here? One man.
Oti bosi fun.
Wow. Hey, one way.
Don't you see the way he admires her? His daughter, his own blood. That man.
It's very unhealthy anyway.
It's very weird.
No, one man, you're dabbling into American politics. One man, you dabble into American politics.
Do you share the same belief that with K? Do you believe what he just said right now?
Maybe not that far, but the opportunity that present, I wonder if it will say
difference. No opportunity because
if he still has the ability,
and he doesn't drink.
Hold on. I tell you, Coco, repeat that because I saw that too, and that was
only
only.
Tap with the money. And
that's what led me to say.
But one man, are you surprised? Donald Trump is creepy. This is somebody who slept and has his last boy in the same bed. In a minute after that, you have a sex again with with Tommy Daniel. How creepy is that? Look at the way he look at his daughter.
How do you know? What are you? How do you know that?
Prestige.
Did you start the revelation today?
It's not like you watch too much soap opera. Prestige, you watch too much soap opera.
No. It was at the time
you mix it with reality and politics. Okay, Prestige. So
no. Maybe you have not paid attention to the revelation. It was the same time his wife gave birth to a new baby that he went to have that issue with Stormy Daniel. So
I do want the righteous man.
No, it's not about being righteous.
People, huh?
No. See, that man is as guilty as anything. Guilty is written all over him. Wait till the coin comes to the stand. You will see so many revelations.
Let me tell you what I suspect. Let me tell you what I suspect.
The man is not being inebriated in his life. He doesn't drink, smoke, do drugs.
He doesn't drink.
The chances of him, misbehaving is slim to nothing. Now,
let me say
your
something.
Your uncle Joe.
Nobody cares about Joe.
That one is the real deal, though. That one is the real deal.
Let me say something about Donald Trump. If that guy, wait now.
Thanks, Babati. No, you hold on. Babati, let's talk about a real crib. Let's talk about a real crib. Let's talk about that. The one that we have on record.
Let me. It's 5 seconds, Prince Daddy now. Prince Daddy is 5 seconds. If Donald Trump is still capable of having a boner, if he runs into his daughter naked by accident, he's going to have a hard-on.
Please let us move away from this. One man. Let's move away from this.
Let's move on.
In America, nobody's going to catch us.
No.
No. But that one, it's okay. That one we cannot confirm. But that Joe Biden one, come on, with kids and all that sniffing.
Joe Biden, they should get rid of him. He's too old.
Okay, let me go back to this to the main issue. One man, are you there? Is one man going to rake the?
Go ahead.
So, like I was saying, America maintain a good relationship with Nigeria. Nothing is going to be investigated. That man is just, I don't know what he's trying to achieve, but from this headline saying that he is writing his petition on the basis of article by, what do you call it, People's Gazette. I don't know whether People's Gazette has presented him with some facts, but I don't know what he wants to achieve from this. I don't see anything in this. I think it's just trying to say something and do as if he's doing his job. He should concentrate on his legislative responsibility in America, make life better for American people and not be prognosing on Nigerians' affair that particularly on the way we want to manage our resources. It should just get away. I don't know.
How do we move forward when we have people like you talking like this?
No, there's nothing concern him. It is Nigerian affair.
No, it concerns them because hold on. Because you need to understand how it works. No.
It is an
Any Shell, any and Shell, they have presence here in America.
Hold on. Whether they have presence,
so they have to be investigated for any.
This contract right is a contract awarded by Nigerian government to a Nigerian company. Period. It's a Nigerian affair. It is not American affair. It should get away. We should be able to stand up against rascality of some of these senators or some of these government officials in another country that want to prognose into our own affair. It is.
Why do you think she's getting involved?
hold on. Before I get there, what I'm saying is that whether it is, that contract is shrouded in corruption, Nigerian state have everything it takes to investigate it, to find out whether there's, corruption surrounding this. We have judiciary, we have everything it takes, to go after this contract in Nigeria. It is not their affair. It run no conflict against their interest. It should just get away. It should not get it. You can't buy this.
You see, you don't have a grasp of what is going on here.
You can't buy this into our own affair.
Hold on. Shell has interest here in America. Eni has interest here in America. They have presence in America.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've I was watching on DW TV. I was watching this Deutsche Bank. They were involved in some massive what's it called? This was between the German Deutsche Bank and the Russian, but the US got involved. So why would the US get involved? Knowing that Deutsche Bank has presence here in America. Virtually most of the transaction is facilitated through the United States. So they have to investigate it, because some of the transaction will have to, whatever, I don't know what transpired, because if Shell and Eni suddenly lost that OPL 245, which is, according to they said is the biggest oil field, then what are the things to be involved in that transfer from Shell and Eni?
Is it possible that she's getting involved because an American multinational didn't get that deal?
Maybe that could be too. That could be did too. So why Tinubu family? Why would you? The level of nepotism is just it stinks to the high heaven. I don't know what you people are not seeing. You Nigerians.
But rational mind. The thing is this: we all the whole thing stinks, and Tinubu's son getting the deal stinks. We all agree on that. But I see the point Ajan Lekoko is making is, why is a separate nation that has nothing to do with this? Why is a senator from that nation evoking this as an issue and wanting to make a big deal out of it? That is the question. She has no business in this. It doesn't benefit or take away from her in any way. Except the only thing I can think about is some American multinational wanted that deal and they lost out in that deal. And they may be using the American, senator to come up and make a stinker about it. That's what I'm thinking, but I have no evidence of that.
You're right. Maybe those are his donor, that give money to run his campaign, so they couldn't win this thing. And as a matter of fact, I think Shell sold that thing to Orlando. If my memory can serve me, I think they sold it. That what do you call this OPL 245? I think they sold it to Orlando. So
no, they did not sell it. They're gonna partner. They did was they're settling the case because we were in litigation. So now I think they're settling the case now out of court or something like that.
Oh, okay.
But Wando is buying the Eni property in Nigeria, the landed property, and Wando they'll be partnering with Shell and Eni on this OPL 245 thing.
Okay, so what is the problem with that senator? You should just get away. It's our internal affair. It's our own interest. If it's shrouded in corruption, any Nigerian that have fact to that effect can take them to court. We have a court system. We have, a way of, challenging corruption and illegality in our country. We should be able to do it. This rascal from another country should not interfere in our own internal affair. It's a purely Nigerian internal affair, and we can undo it ourselves. So it should get away, as far as I'm concerned. She should get away, or he. I don't know. That's my take on that. One man. Is one man still there? It looked like it's not there for the while.
I am here. So let me take you to one more topic. Very brief commentary on this, and then we go on from there to Kulata. The the Togolese situation, or it's not even a situation. Let's call it a case. One term, 6 year term, as just the lot of a president, and then the president being appointed, being elected by the parliament, as opposed to the entirety of the country. So this is the new constitution that they want to be operating under.
One man is a fraudulent constitution. It's a manipulated constitution, so that guy can perpetuate himself in power. So the history of this is what I said earlier. In 1960, is it 65 or 63? His father, as a military officer, took over the government. He overthrew the then elected president of the country, Sylvanus Olympio. Maybe he killed him. I can't remember the story vividly again. Maybe he killed him or did something. So he took over, and as a military officer, he transitioned into civilian president, and he governed the country for 40 years. The Olympio family, the son, maybe in the 90s, tried to contest for election against him. All these things he was doing was by the backing of France. France was backing him, So he molested, he imprisoned, he killed some opposition. So he was able to suppress opposition voices in that country. So, and towards his death, he was able to develop his own boy, his son, and prepare him to take over from him. And after his death, his son took over from him, and that one has been there since then till, for the past 20 years, after he spent 40 years. So the family have been governing that country, or ruling that country, we should say, for 60 years. So at the end of his term in office, he cannot continue to rule. So what he did now is to manipulate the parliament to rewrite another constitution, usher in another constitution with the prescription that every president will spend one term in office, 6 years, one term in office. And he's the one to be the first person to practice it. So he still have his people in the parliament. Majority of the parliament are on the side. So in the next 6 years,
it will change it again. I mean,
it will change it again.
The party won the majority in the parliament. The party is also going to create some kind of prime minister role, and then they would also the parliament will be the one, which is his own party, will be the one to select the president. No more voting direct for the president. So I'm going to be for a single 6 years term. But the point is, the question now is, what is the guarantee that this guy's going to even live there after 6 years, after spending 20 years? So
that's this is just a country being run by one family with in such a criminal gangrism, and it's just shameful that with their 60 years of reign, or over 60 years of reign in that country, they've not been able to transform the country. You can go to Togo and see how you look like. You see, many Togolese come to Nigeria to get job, to look for job, bricklaying and some other, other job and stuff. Nigeria feed them. So I don't know. It's just it's just senseless. So it's a way of, perpetuating himself in power. And next year, he will come out with another agenda, and by God's grace, we'll be here. We will talk about it. So, one man, thank you. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. It's just quite a real marvel how easily they just change their constitution like it means nothing. But
Woman, by the way, didn't you have this conversation on Kaizo's channel about is it time for Africa to just change? It's time for us to just move away from democracy. Let's just accept the reality that we are not built for it, or it does not fit into.
Yeah, it's an ongoing conversation. I think we've touched on it here as well. The westernized democracy clearly not suited for our sort of backdrop. But then what we were coming from is not really representative of the broader will. So should the people have should the people have a say in how they are governed, or should we revert back to that feudal monarchical system, or is it a hybrid of the westernized? Everybody gets a say. But we're not there yet, are we? Really?
I was even suggesting your own or the House of Chiefs thing. We can bring that back. That would be at least but I don't think what we have right now is working, or if it will ever work. On the African soil, I don't think that will.
It's alien to us now. It's a foreign. We're used to having a powerful overlord, either a warlord or an emir or an oba or a that's the system that we know. But this one now, democracy.
Can be in suits, pretty much.
Yes, that's you got it right there. So we go from there and then we formulate something right around it. Can be in suits, but not like the Oni of Ife. He's of a different dimension.
You see this. You see, woman. You see these French francophone countries. They have this way of their national monuments are they're well designed, well structured. You see when you go to some of those francophone countries, it's reminiscent of some European countries. That's how they look like. But when you go into the interior, you see mass poverty. And so when you see all these things you're seeing, all this prosperity, all these things, picture you see, you think, wow, this country is. But when you go inside there, if you enter the city, if you enter Lomé, or if you enter like Cotonou there, those presidential area and those areas that are close to their government installations, you think, wow, this is so beautiful and all of that. But so it just goes to tell you that the poverty in those francophone countries is just insane. I mean, nothing close to that of Nigeria. Nigeria is just so worse than that. But I'm just saying that, yeah, it's these people, they just impoverish their people. They become some kind of overlord or some kind of emperor, little emperor of themselves. Look at the one that is there in Cote d'Ivoire.
Warren Chiefs, rational by the Warren Chiefs, man.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. Look at this Alassane Ouattara. Now Ouattara, when Gbagbo was there, when Laurent Gbagbo was there, look at how he fought Gbagbo. You see, this is one thing about all this. I mean, just like Tinubu too, when he was sponsoring protests here and there in Lagos, people thought that he meant well.
Why must you put Tinubu? Why?
Stay on topic. Stay on topic.
They are all the same thing. I'm just trying to draw parallel.
The same thing.
But guys, Tinubu is a puppet now. Why are we acting like we don't know? What's wrong with you guys? We know what he is. Come on now.
So, you see, I'm just
it's compromised. But it's okay.
They act like they meant more for the people. Okay,
all right, Kulata, the floor is yours. You're free for
I was going to tell Rashomai, just stick to Lomé. Talk about Lomé and let it be. Leave Tinubu alone. For once.
Have you ever been there, Kulata? Have you ever been to?
Yes, I actually was there. I helped to install the storage area network and the unique servers in Togo Cellular. That was in 2000. That was in the year 2000. We drove from Lagos through what's it called, and the place is pretty nice, peaceful. The food is great. I had fun there. I went twice. That was when I used to work for a multinational in Nigeria, and that was when GSM was getting installed all over. So it was a pretty nice country. But only since then I've not been there. So that's like
they had
24
GSM
years.
before us now.
I don't know. We had GSM too
No,
under
they had GSM
Abacha.
before us.
Wait,
No.
let me explain. We had GSM under Abacha, but it was not widespread. It was some
Are you
Lebanese
talking about
guy.
Turaya? Is that Turaya you're talking
Not
about?
no, not Raya. Motophone. There was
That thing,
Motophone.
we never had it under Abacha. I don't know what you're talking
It
about.
was only rich people that could afford it. And rational mind. We had it before.
Say what
We had it in the 90s.
No,
We had GSM. We also had CDMA.
Let the engineer explain now.
Oh my God.
Say what engineer
Rational mind. We did have, but it was not widespread. There's no point arguing.
What are the names? What are the names?
Any country, to rational, any country is better than Nigeria. Now. So, seeing as much as Tinubu that is ruling Nigeria, it's better than Nigeria.
Anyway, I went there. I helped them install the data warehouse or whatever you call that thing back when I had a different career. Okay, so what do I want to talk about? When we've been talking since, I've been glancing through the IMF latest dump. And if you read it, I think it's a required read. You will understand what they say, who pays the piper dictates the tune. All the moves the government is saying, you look at the IMF recommendation, then you look at, okay, this is what Tinubu has done so far, this is what they've done so far, and then the analysts will be grading them. Anyway, the long and short of it, first of all, I've been vindicated. I've been telling you guys we've been paying subsidy. I know there's many talk about, no, there's no subsidy. There is subsidy, and they're calling it implicit subsidy because the government capped pump prices below the cost that is below cost.
Sorry, Kulata. Is there anybody that is doubting that?
Well, some people doubt it.
No, because it's a simple arithmetic now. How could we be selling petrol for 600 naira in Nigeria when it's above
the price
all over
change.
the world?
And the price doesn't change.
It doesn't
stays
change.
There
it doesn't fluctuate.
Stubbornly. It doesn't fluctuate. It's just there. So there's subsidy, implicit subsidy. And the bad news is going to be is predicted in 2024 to jump to 3% of our GDP. 3% of our GDP. Back in, let me see that graph again. Back in last year, it was maybe 1% of our GDP. So we're even paying more now.
But Kolata, I want to ask you this. Is there any way, because it's like we are addicted to that in Nigeria. We are used to be paying low pump price for petrol products. Now, what do you think is the solution? Because it's not sustainable unless we are just joking. Then if other countries, even around us, can afford pump price higher than Nigeria, Togo, Cameroon, Niger, Ghana, and all those countries. Yeah, if you look at the price of petrol in Ghana is almost 2,000 naira per liter.
If you tell Nigerians, they will shake me for you now. I was even talking to my family members that I think
so that Nigeria
understand.
can even, whatever the price, Nigeria can afford it.
You must be productive as a people.
No, that is another topic. That's what we're that is why I'm asking the question. Wait now.
One voice.
Papa Jericho, that is why I raised the question that what can we do? You know, the last time I talked on this part, I said that how can we improve the purchasing power of Nigerians? I raised it. It was as if I was just making a mockery. I said, all this subsidy there. Why can't we remove it and put the money in the hands of people?
Well, what the IMF is mandating now is, okay, they know that Tinubu tried to remove subsidy. It came back. Mm-hmm. So now they're saying, well, start giving poor people money. And as soon as you kick that off.
You said mandate.
Mandate, Bao. I mean, I even forgot what I just said. I said, after Tinubu removed subsidy, they realized that, I think, of course, he backtracked. They capped the price. So it became an implicit subsidy with the cost lower than the cost of recovery, which I've been shouting here since. So now they're realizing that it's going to be hard to win that off. So they're saying, well, do all these cash payments to poor people, install that to kind of like help with the food inflation. I don't know how they tie that to food inflation, but well, the economists, they know more than me. With the food inflation, and then you can go back to the subsidy, and then not just go back to that subsidy, also remove electricity subsidy to be able to attract investors. So all those are part of the recommendation, and you better know that Tinubu is following the template. And basically, everything we've been saying on this platform, they gave the monetary side kudos, which is Cardoso doing a good job so far, all the grading. A lot of spanking in the IMF way to the EDU, the tax, the revenue, the oil generation, fixing our tax to GDP, increasing our VAT. They proposed 2 hikes, 10%, then later 15%, maybe by 2027. And there's a lot more. And also, of course, the cash dispensation to the poor people has not been done well. So that goes to that Zita's friend, Anita. Let me stop calling her. Let me just cram her name. Anita. I think her name is Anita or something like that. And yeah, so basically grading him. The medium term, in the medium term, they think will be good, but in the short term, they think we're going to struggle. And then they looked at the risk of our banks. They approved the expansion. I mean, the capital requirement, the new capital requirements that the bank is that they're requiring for the banks. They praised some of the policies of CBN, but they think they still have some stability to. I mean, more stability to go. And basically, overall, they approve of the general policy direction, but I think the things they frown at, I mean, the things that the thing that has not been done well or quite good enough, a lot of it are from the fiscal side of the house, the Wale Edun side of the house, and those take time, and those they're problematic. And then, are we still exposed to shocks? Yes, we're still exposed to shock, but we're in a better fiscal position as to where we were at the end of Buhari, because a lot of our naira debt got cheaper because we devalued, so that kind of like helped. And I think we're more fiscally sustainable if we with what Tinubu did than if we continue. So for anybody interested, I can forward. It's a 98-page document, but
Kulata,
you
let me
just
ask
have
you
to
something.
you have to speed read it though. You can't
Kulata,
read
let me ask
it.
something. All this requirement they're giving to Nigeria, is it a conditional in order for us to borrow us money? Does it have any conditional
Yes,
to that?
now. Now, yeah, because they borrow us. I mean, we get all these development funds from them, cheap money that they'll give you for 40 years, maybe 1 or 2% interest rate. So it comes with its own caveat. They are going to try and guide what you do, whether it's to the genuine interest or to the interest of the West. I mean, that requires a PhD. I can't answer that. But a lot of their advice are not bad. And you can definitely see as Tinubu's policy direction, a lot of things that he's doing that everybody's complaining is to the dictates of their recommendation. When I was just reading their recommendation, I was looking, I was like, this makes sense because this is what we're trying to do. This is what we're trying to do. So Tinubu is following a script, and it's the IMF script.
But do you believe it's holding back? It's not going all the way through with what they recommend.
To the large extent, I think it's not holding back. Is tearing over. Is doing it. Is not holding back. Is adopting a lot of what they're talking about, the hook, line, and sinker. I mean, they're looking. I mean, they're tracking how far it's gone. It's not gone that far, but it's gone fast. And so they like the direction of his policies.
But Kulata, is that a good thing to be dictated by by external force? About how we govern ourselves, some of the policy implementation.
True Nigeria says if you get nuclear weapons, then you can Let me not be flippant. Is it a good thing? No, it's not a good thing, but do we have a choice? I don't think we have a choice. I don't know. Like, I mean,
Yeah,
where
Kulata, we have a choice. We have a choice. And I noted when you said whether it's to our benefit or to their benefit that you may need a PhD to interpret that. You don't need a PhD to interpret that. It's an IMF is a pan-European bank essentially created, after Bretton Woods. They have not, in any situation, worked with a country to the benefit of that country and to their disadvantage.
But what about Vietnam?
Vietnam, it was the Vietnamese. Vietnamese used them, but they developed their economy through the increased production and the way they were.
Chile. What about Chile?
Chile was a disaster. Every South American country has in fact almost gone the opposite. The new leaders that have come in have kind of turned around. I'll give you an example here. Rafael Correa, right? 2007 to 2017. American trained economist, became president of Ecuador, right? One of the first things he said he noticed that he didn't know before was that the Ecuadorian government, their central bank governor and everyone, the first thing they ever did before they came up with any economic policy is they took it to the IMF. The IMF reviewed it and said whether or not they should implement the policy, and then they went back to their country to do it. He thought that was crazy. So the first thing he did was to marshal all the resources in the country as much as he could and pay off that debt. Once he paid off the debt, they were able to implement policies that were to favor their people, develop their economy, and he grew significantly the economy of Ecuador. Lula did the same thing in Brazil. Lula came in and
you're right with Lula. Lula went against them and Brazil was successful for it. You're right.
He actually said when he went to pay them, they told him, no, you don't have to give us everything. You can stagger the payments on for the next 5 to 10 years. He said, no. He said, you guys are governing.
This guy is doing okay then. Mille.
You guys can't.
Whatever his name is. The one in there.
So you want to tell us, I bet even if you look at what happened between 2023 and 2024, Ecuadorian economy is not doing well. It's even
but they have a new leader.
Excuse me, it's performing below average in South America itself. So I don't know what you are talking about.
Okay, did you wait? But see, just 1 second. Did you listen to the years I gave for Rafael Correa? The years that he governed.
So he ruled for that year, for that long year, and then whatever legacy has left cannot be sustained. Is that what you are telling us?
Because the new president that came in had a different ideology. Let me ask you this: Where was Julian Assange? Where was Julian Assange being held? Was it not the Ecuadorian embassy in London, in the UK? Right? Who was protecting him? Rafael Correa. Guess what happened after he left? Who gave him up? The new president. So before you start making those points, take a look at what I'm saying.
Economy. What is the economy during the Rafael Correa you're talking about? What is the economy like apart from paying the debt?
What was the economy? He had a stellar performance when he was in office.
What did they produce? Did they manufacture something? Agriculture? I'm just trying to have a sense of the economy. I've never known Ecuador's economy to be great at any length in Southern America.
They sell drugs.
They're not really known for selling drugs.
I'm not sure if I zone, but I do agree with you that usually IMF's policies toward these boring nations like Nigeria are disastrous at the end of the day. It's well documented in Noam Chomsky's book. It is in the interest of the West of such banks to enslave these nations. And they know the Achilles heels of these nations is poor governance, right? So they know they have poor institutions, and when they load them money, the next government's not going to pay it off, and they're going to be in debt. And it's a cycle of disaster, and it's a playbook that works out very well all the time. This may be a turning point in Nigeria's case, right? If Tinubu does the right thing. but they know how to get its nations into debt. It's not rocket science. They just pandering to your greed, your laziness, and your wicked leaders.
Correct. And but what it does is economic servitude, right? So by creating that same framework and getting your nation into it, you're stuck in this cycle and you never govern for your people. Imagine a European or a group of Europeans sitting down somewhere telling you how you should govern your streets in whether it's in Lagos or in Katangura or in Calabar, and they have no idea of the realities on the ground. But they give you this policy. Sometimes they even come up with experimental economic policies and they throw it at us and tell us to go implement it. And whether or not it works, they'll find out after we've done it. So it's
to that point, and that's what you're right. We are a guinea pig to these people. They try all sort of economic models on us, and they don't care if it works or not. You know, they treat us like this lady Henrietta Lacks. They experiment with us, just like they did black people back in the Tuskegee days. But at the end of the day, from my position or my opinion, I don't blame them. Why should I blame them? They didn't put a gun in my head to go borrow the money. Many of these nations, by the way, they have enough resources. They have a lot to offer if they actually do the right things. But because their leaders are greedy, and that's how they find themselves in the situation they find themselves. So I don't blame the IMF. I don't blame the white man. I don't blame these people. I don't.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Kolada. Instead of raising the money that these guys are trying to raise for cybersecurity, why don't they raise that money to try to offset our debt?
To try and offset our debt, like
and put a cap on it, right?
But why
is it really
debt?
A wise economic decision to actually offset?
I don't think we should offset our debt because I don't think
it's
like
not a wise
what
economic
Simba
decision.
said. We need to get the engines of our production going. That's the problem.
We need to improve our capacity. That's just it. That's the only way we can.
Like the debt
exactly.
is everybody has debt now. You pay as long as you
America
can.
Everyone has debt, but debt relative to your GDP, to your production.
Yes, that's what you are saying.
That's the point, right?
No, look, America. What is America debt to GDP ratio? Even the great America. USA,
but America.
Let's not compare ourselves to America. I don't think it's a fair comparison.
Let me tell you, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It does because it's you can see there are companies that owe a lot of money, but when you look at their projection and their capacity,
there are so many countries, even in this world, that are doing better than us, and their debt to GDP ratio is far higher.
But they are highly productive. Those countries are highly productive. They have strong infrastructure. They have the capacity of their populace is highly educated. I mean, look, let me tell you something. Have you ever, I'm sure you've probably tried to export out of Nigeria before. You know how difficult it is?
It's very difficult.
It's very difficult. So you can imagine we want to increase productivity, but the average guy that has to get a product out of the country has to jump through so many hoops, go through hell just to do that. So
who's to blame for that?
Who's to blame for that?
No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the problem and how to fix it and where we should channel our energies to fix.
Who created the problem?
Who created the problem doesn't matter at this point. It's fixing it that matters. How are we going to fix the issue? Trying to point out who created the problem doesn't fix the problem.
Let me tell you,
you understand what I'm saying?
Like it's people like you and I who are put in the position of authority that are making things difficult for ourselves.
I'm not in authority, my brother. I wish I was.
Let me tell you, an average custom officer, immigration officer that are working for the government, they are the one creating the bottleneck.
So how do we fix it?
Let me tell you, everybody has to change in that country to make that country to move forward.
No, but we need to enforce the laws. We need to hold people accountable, right? How do we fix corrupt custom officers that make it hard?
That was one of the points. Like with the rule of law stuff, like is affecting us real bad. That was one of their points. It's a 98-page document. But the thing is,
I'll go look for it.
I've sent it to one man for those that want to read.
Guys, hold on. So what is the deterrent for if a public officer, like the story we covered a few months ago, where I think he was the one that brought it up, where a government official would deliberately sign a bad contract, knowing fully well that the government cannot guarantee the contract. They get food and they get a share.
That's Abuja business.
That should be punishment by capital punishment. If you do that, you see my point. If you work for government, the punishment for that has to be like maybe life imprisonment, something very strict that you will shy away
or
from.
Death sentence, death sentence.
So you say if you really want to change the system, you have to put in laws and follow through and implement those laws. Those punishment. If you sign because you want to steal some government funds, then you have to go to prison for the rest of your life.
You know what, Babati? I think Nigerian mindset in general needs some cleansing.
Okay, you are getting it now.
National patriotism. We need to think about the nation.
Koboko and Pankere, that's the solution. When you put Koboko and imprisonment and death ahead, that's the only way you can do with Nigeria. You can't be
but see, these same Nigerians, right, that are disorderly at home, as soon as they get to an organized environment, they fall in.
There are laws now.
Yes,
It's quite amazing, I saw who was the former Minister of Interior forming an orderly queue at a buffet in London.
Aregbesola. Don't abuse my uncle.
Woman, didn't
but in Nigeria, they will clear the road, flog everybody,
His Excellency. No, that's just it. You can't have that.
I think because other people help to do that. In Nigeria, it's free for all, and everybody has a price. Even the rule of law that you are talking about, the police, the judicial system, everybody has their own price. And that's the way, immediately you landed in Lagos or in Abuja, your mentality change. The way you live change. So it's still the same.
But guys, I don't think we've ever run a real economy in Nigeria. We've run an economy that kind of like shielded a lot of the reality on ground. People did not know the real price of petrol. They did not know the real price of power. They don't know the real price of this, the real price of that.
Even water, free.
So we've never been exposed. But other African countries, I mean, how can you just have a price of one commodity the same, whether it rains or it doesn't rain? The price of petrol is 6. I mean, is that how we live in abroad here? Our revenue mobilization is nothing. The biggest issue we have is
to that point. If you know, how much taxes did that Dangote paid last year or last 2 years? Do you know?
That's a joke. Did he even pay anything? But who knows how much he paid? Like he probably didn't pay anything, just like any rich guy anywhere in the world.
I think the offset is taxes
those
against.
guys are paying. They are paying. There was one.
I think the offset is tax against infrastructure.
Yes.
Infrastructure.
I think it meant the wealth, not the rich. It's a difference.
The wealthy don't pay taxes now worldwide. We know that.
Yeah.
It's middle class people like us that pay the taxes. So our problem is revenue mobilization. We're not making any revenue.
Middle class, right? You're a middle class. Is that what you are?
I'm middle class now. I mean, am I poor? I'm not poor and I'm not rich.
I feel it now. Why you want to expose his wallet? Let him.
It's middle class people that pay taxes. If you are very rich, you will not pay tax. But if you are not, if you are very poor,
that's
you
not
pay
my
tax.
That way, it's going to say
not middle class. Unless the ones that don't want to,
do
something for their own betterment. Most Nigerians here, I can say at least 80% of Nigerians here in America are middle class. All right.
Exactly, and we are the ones suffering. So in Nigeria, we've not really run a real economy like that. So this is going to be between Tinubu and Buhari. It's going to be the first attempt to kind of like let us see what reality looks like. But right now, looks like subsidy stays. In last year, it was 1% of our GDP. The year before, I think it was 2% of our GDP. Now it's going to be 3% of our GDP. So our subsidy has gone way high.
The only thing that can bring it down is maybe there's a fall in, even if there's a fall.
If there's a fall in petrol price, yes. I mean,
exactly.
What's called crude price, sorry.
Crude
if there's
price,
a fall
yes.
in crude price, yes, it will bring it down.
And
then if there's a fall, then our revenue now goes down. if we fix our refinery. But Simba, even if we fix our refinery, we can't keep having a single price now.
Let's sell the damn thing. Come on, we've talked about this.
Okay, whether
no,
we
I'm
sell
not
it or
talking
we
about
fix
the
it.
government owned. Anyone, whether private or public. That's what I'm saying.
Can we get out of the business of just having a fixed price? That's not real.
You know, in Kulata, and that is why it's been very difficult even for government to. You look at it, as you said, education. You look at education, look at electricity, look at even water, look at petrol. Nigerians are not used to paying the real price for all these things.
Yes.
So it will be very difficult for anybody. Yes. And that's why it will be very difficult for one government to come and say, okay, no, we want to make people to pay the real price.
Thomas, why the long face now? I've never seen your eyes look so cold. Who stole your biscuit?
Thomas.
Okay, that's better. All right. Yeah, back to you, Kulata.
So yeah, I mean, I've sent the document to one man. If people that want it can get it from you. It's an interesting read.
I've sent it to the comment section. So anybody that wants to read it.
Yeah, just speed read it so you know what's going on. Outside of that, I mean, is there any other topic I'm interested in? Not really. So you got
yes, it's the usual Bulabalu and Bulaba. Are you interested in the Oba of Benin being dragged to court?
No, I've caused too much wahala. You know that simple joke I said that if Oba of Benin is semi-god, now New York FIFA is God. Someone was threatening me in the comment section. Me, I don't want wahala of Edo people. So I create too much wahala for myself.
All right. What about this one? This one is a nice and gentle one, but it's more of a curiosity than anything else. Prince Harry, Meghan to arrive in Abuja. So I think they're already there actually. So what are you making then of Prince Harry?
I've always thought that Meghan, she must be an Igbo girl, right? She has that look, you know. Apart from the mixed,
you know, she has a bit of Nigerian DNA now.
Yeah, I know she has Nigerian, and I'm sure if they trace that DNA, is probably going to come from the southeast. I don't know why. She just looks it kind of like so. I mean, but what they're doing to
Kulata, you wonder why you have problems with people. You just said she was evil, and then you said they traced the DNA to come from southeast. And you're wondering why can't it come from Middle Belt? Why can't it come from
Middle Belt? Okay, I have an explanation. Most of the slaves that they took from Nigeria that went to America, a lot of them, especially the one that landed in Virginia, are from the southeast, and also the ones that landed in Alabama and the New Orleans area. A lot of them from southeast. The Yoruba slaves, all of them were either Cuba, Brazil, Trinidad, all those places. A few of them made it to North America.
Some of the Yorubas are in South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina too. Yeah, you are right, South Carolina. But the later ones, they went to Alabama, like that Kojo Lewis guy, that one of the latest slaves. So I'm not saying it out of maybe because I just say these things because I've read about these things. But I think if you trace her DNA, a lot of it mostly will be Igbo. Of course, it will be heavily mixed, but maybe the chunk of it will be Igbo. That's just my suspicion.
You know, I think she had a bit of Nigerian in her. She's actually 43% Nigerian.
43.
It's not a bit, it's a lot.
Yeah.
She's
from Mbaise.
Yeah,
Mbaise. Abi Yoruba boy. I know this.
No, Kulata is probably right. That's how they look. Okay, Kulata, you're on the right trajectory. Okay, if I have to guess,
I've invested in that place now.
In more ways than one.
So yeah,
Kulata, even look at her mom. It looks Nigerian. Look at the mom.
She looks Nigerian now. Look at the mom.
Nigerian. If you look at the mom. Let's continue, one man.
Prince Harry. Sorry, Abib. Sorry, let me make a quick one on Prince Harry before I go.
Yes.
Prince Harry is unfortunate what they are doing to that guy. And it's very obvious. They should not be treating him that way, even though we know the story. but they should kind of like hide it now. It's too blatant.
And the guy will not precise now.
At least maternally
They ostracize the guy now.
You know,
he has no real family links then to the royal family.
They are withdrawing security
one man,
from him.
please. Can we talk a little bit about River State, the update, the latest update today? That would be very interesting.
Let someone else take that topic. Man, I don't know anything about River State.
Why are you fixated with River?
Because I'm fixated because of your commentary.
Give her his own. Give her his own.
Or because the Equity people said they are not Igbo. Is that why you have to say
Good one, Simba. Okay.
Equity people no grill. Say no. No.
Made them no grill.
No, that River State thing.
All right, just exactly as Kulata suggested. So thank you, Kulata. We'll go on to you, Aizon, and you can kick it off from where. You know where people want to.
Yeah. So let me start with that River thing. Woman, did you get a chance to watch any of the interviews today? There were two really good ones. One was with Opunabo, who has served in River State government for years. He's also a very well-trained lawyer and expert on constitutional law. And another one was with my auntie, Ankyo Briggs, who, long time.
So they're here to visit their colony, right?
No, she broke it down. You know, she's very well respected. Decades of being an activist.
Commonwealth nations, right? The Commonwealth, right?
What Commonwealth? What are you talking about, man? What Commonwealth? No, man. So those are two really good interviews, and the thing is hopefully it doesn't get into a situation where it degenerates into something else. But before I even continue, let me correct something. I was listening to Baba yesterday, and he was saying that River State is that the Jaws don't make up a significant segment of the population, that the Calabaris and the Andoni. And I was just laughing.
Sorry, 1 second. It's on. As we go on with that narrative, let me quietly ease myself off. Ayo, August Cyrus, and then August Cyrus still, and Tima Jack. So those are the super tatas today. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Back to you, Izon.
Yeah. So he was saying that. So I just want to help him understand that. The Calabari and the Andoni are also under his own nation. I am 50% Calabari, so I should know. So, anyways, but back to this whole thing. So, if you listen to those people who are experts in the situation, the one thing they've talked about is that Governor Fubara has under his umbrella right now the ability to remove the entire state assembly if he chooses to, because according to the ruling from the courts and the law and the constitution, once they step down, they give up their rights once they decide to switch parties. So he can do that as he deems fit. The only reason he hasn't done it is because he agreed not to. So, and he's trying to actually work.
But I
don't come. You are not going to let person finish.
Right. I did not be elected.
What is it?
Let me ask you a question. So does the president have the right to remove any legislator?
I'm coming to the president. Give me a second here. First of all,
no. Answer that question first.
The president have the right to remove any legislator. What are you talking about? Which legislator at the federal level?
You are saying, okay, hold on. You are saying the governor have the right to remove legislators.
That's not what I said, Ajay.
What did you say?
I said that because they switch parties, that according to the constitution and the law in place, right? Listening to the trained lawyers, I gave an example of Opunabo, and I'm using him as my source here, that because they did that, they essentially gave up their seats, right? So the governor, if he chooses to, can remove them because they gave up their seats by switching party. When they decided to voluntarily step down, at that point when they did, the only reason he hasn't.
Aizon. So if the law says that if they switch party,
one voice, please.
You have come now. There is still one voice now. I'm asking you a question.
Sure.
If the law says that if you switch party,
hold on, Simba. Oh, Simba, please hold on. Ajali Kuku is still interrogating Aizon. If they haven't learned before you come in. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said in one voice.
Interrogating.
Yeah, Ajali Kuku and Aizon have that
Okay,
conversation.
what up?
Then Simba will come in.
Inspector Ajali Kuku.
Jagunde. Look, Aizon.
Yeah.
You are basing your point on what somebody said on the TV.
And so Buluma, I don't even know the name of the person.
Opunabo. But it's not just him. It's not just him.
Done.
Okay, go ahead. But go ahead.
The mandate given to the legislators by the voters, nobody can take it away except the law court.
And the court decided.
Hold on.
And the court decided, Ajali Kuku.
Can you let him land, please?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let him land.
It has to go through the court process, and the way it's going to go through the court process is by people from that constituency writing a petition.
You have to recall them.
To get him out, and he will go through the court process. You see, all these people in the rivers,
social media analysts.
These people in the rivers that are jumping up and down, saying all sort of things over the TV, they are just playing their politics. That is not what the law says. We know how to recall legislators. It is not the governor. See, this rascality they are playing in Nigeria is just a bunch of rascality. That guy should be in jail for life. A man that destroyed the legislative arm of government and is still existing as the governor. And some people are championing him, and some people are still standing with him, including yourself. He should be in jail. It's an enemy of them.
Ajali Kuku, so 5 seconds. I think they said if there is a crisis in the party, you are allowed to leave the party, isn't it?
That's right.
Yes, but there wasn't an identified crisis. He had just taken over power. They decided
there was no crisis.
There was no crisis in the party. It wasn't an identified crisis. I'm telling you, here right now, what Angelico is saying that the people have to take him. Do you know that even with Fubara hasn't authorized it, but the elders of River State have already decided and they have taken this to court. They want those people out because those people are standing in the way of governance. And they need them to be out immediately.
The elders does not represent the constituency.
You're not in River State.
They don't represent the constituency.
You're not in River State. The people of River State. I am telling you what I'm telling you. Now wait. Let me talk. I'm telling you what is on ground. The people in River State, right? This is my mother's state. The people in River State are fully behind Fubara, behind Sim Fubara. Fully. They are tired of Wike and his antics. Wike is a thug. Make no mistake about that. Wike is a thug. They are tired of being under his boot for the 8 years. His time is up. He appointed this guy and he was still trying to control the entire state. And the people revolted. Fubara would not have done what he did if the people did not back him.
You have
to understand something.
How does this sound to you yourself? What you are just saying now, how does this sound to you?
It sounds very reasonable to me because one man cannot be controlling the whole entire state.
It's reasonable to you because of your own sentiments.
No sentiment there.
One man
cannot control one man cannot determine what will happen in a whole state.
Hold on.
That is craziness.
This same Wike is the people of River State that promoted him to the stage he is today.
Wike promoted himself.
Wait a minute.
Wike promoted himself.
What are you saying? I mean,
Wike promoted himself. With people of River State.
When Wike started, let me even start even during Jonathan regime, and he was being promoted against Rotimi Amechi. Everybody was shouting his name. We know how he got the support of the people. Even when he was the River State governor, the way the River State people are praising him when he was even against the ruling government.
Let me tell
Now,
you. Let me tell you, Simba. Let me explain the situation to you, Simba. Okay. Wike got into that office because of Jonathan's wife, who is Okrika, right? Which is a major constituency in River State. She had enough power and zeal, and at the time, Jonathan was not getting along with Amechi. Wike was able to weasel his way in. And because of her, he rallied the people of all these communities there, and they agreed, and they got him in. Once he got in, Wike started doing what Wike has always been doing, right? Everywhere he goes, there's problem. He has done what he has always been doing, and people just sat. He did his 8 years. They sat quietly. Wike. If I even talk about the things Wike did in that state, I can't go into some details. Wike really tormented people. They don't like him. Make no mistake about it. The people that follow him, he has bought them.
What you are saying is it will be on record. This same Fubara that you people are now promoting against Wike. I hope you will not see the same thing against this guy when it starts his own shenanigan.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Simba. I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me just say one thing. Fubara, because of the situation he's facing now, he knows he cannot mess up in any way possible. Do you know, as we're talking, in this short time, Fubara has significantly increased the IGR of River State? And someone can go and verify that, please. In this short time of him being in office, people are saying he's not doing anything. He has significantly increased the IGR.
What did he do? What did he do? How did he achieve
it? You know, he's a trained accountant.
Give us the figure.
I don't have the exact amount in front of me. I don't have the exact amount, but please.
I think you are more learned.
Simba, let me say this real quick. If you interact with people of Rivers and ask opinion of Wike, what you notice is anyone has a query or something or maybe a Guni, they will tell you that they love him and things like that. But if you ask someone as a job, they will not. They will say they don't like him. So this thing is
because Fubara is a job. Because
exactly.
Fubara is the
so
man.
yeah. So you even when
that's what I'm saying.
That's not accurate.
Even when the guy, at the height of when the guy was doing things, everybody was talking about. When everybody,
please hold on, Mike, please hold on. If 3 persons is speaking at the time, it's better we just close the chat, close and go home. Mike is speaking. Simba, hold on. No, please, don't say that, please. Let's talk one by one. That's why we can enjoy each other. So let's make land. Simba, please, I'm not joking. No, I'm not joking. Please. I'm not joking, please. We can't be talking on each other, please. No. Ajani Kuku, you know what I'm saying? No. If you listen back, it doesn't sound good. One man always I have a boss. He always complain of people talking on each other. Please, Mike, land it. Simba, respond, and we'll go back to Aizon. Thank you. Please.
Yeah. So what I always want to, if you guys look back, when the time was in the office at the height when the guy was doing like some infrastructure was building project where even the people of the state started calling him Mr. Project or something like that, where they were just hailing him everywhere. If you go and watch Asari Dokubo's video about the guy was attacking Wike now, even why he was at that height, so I'm like, why is this guy attacking Wike? This same Wike that they are celebrating, even outside River State, people were all celebrating, even all of us here. We're all celebrating Wike as this guy's performing in River State. Everybody was saying, but during that time, even the job people I was interacting, were just talking bad about him. And even today, anyone you see that come and talk about him, if you ask, the person is likely an job person. So it's, to me, I think there's an ethnic this thing in the whole matter. So that's just my point, sir.
And that is why it was referencing the people that it was referencing on this matter now. Where did they belong? What political party are they? What tribe are they? So you can't just listen to some people make it just voicing out their own opinion on television. Then you come here and be telling us as if there is like a sacred statement from them. No, nobody will take that from you, Aizo.
But Simba, let me ask you this, and Aizon, the gimmicks Aizon is, or the trouble Wike is fomenting now. Shebi Fubara was there, they were doing it together. isn't it? Did Mubarak came out that time rebuking Wike for doing his antics in Rivers?
Or resign from his cabinet, say the guy
Or
is not
resign from
behaving
his
well.
post. Maybe
No.
they are eating on the same table, doing the same thing.
Yeah, Thomas, you
No,
have
now.
you have to realize something. Yeah, even if he was in the government, the point is not that Fubara is a perfect human being at all. The point is that people of River State, as they have always been, right? And I can tell you can look through history. That whole Godfather thing there doesn't work, right? They've always been, whether you go all the way back to Melford or Kilo, Ada George, before Bielsa was separated away from, they have never, ever been the people that will put one man that will rule over the entire state. Never. And with the point being made that, the Jaws, which include the Calabaris, the Okrikas, the Andoni people, all of them, even in Equere people, there are a lot of Equere people that do not support Wike and his antics. Wike is a thug. Are you forgetting who Wike was? Wike was a motor. Wait, let me finish, please. Wike was a motor park thug working before he got picked up by Amici to come and work for Amici. Wait. No. Don't interrupt me, please. I let you talk. Don't interrupt me.
I thought
Thomas,
Wike is a
please.
lawyer. So where did you
Step
talk
in
to
and
a
control this,
motor
please.
park?
Yes, let me finish. Wike, that is who he is. He got himself into power by becoming friends with people that were high up in the presidency, who, by the way, Mike, happened to be Ijo that got Wike into office. Okay? And they put him in. And he got into office. And he started doing all the antics, including the people that put him in. He didn't give them respect. And then today he has left office. The issue in Rivers State is not that people are trying to champion. No. Okay, you've given us a governor now. Step away. Face your ministerial job in Abuja. Stop trying to control the state and the coffers of the state and what happens in the state. They are tired of him. They don't want him there anymore. And this is a democracy, the last time I checked. So if it's okay, that is what people are championing. And then the State House Assembly people, they decided to switch parties. And so right now they've put themselves in a situation. So if we'll see what will happen, but if this thing does happen, the law is not on their side. They can be removed because of what they have done.
What's the law?
Can I chime in
According
now?
to the experts I've listened to, once you switch parties like that, you have relinquished your seats. That's the door, and they switch parties, so they've relinquished their seats. So the thing here is not this is actually democracy at work. And if you look at most people in River State, they are on the side of Sim Fubara. They're not on the side of Wike.
Can I interject a little bit, Aizon, please?
Thomas, can I chime in, please?
Hold on. Let's do it in order, please. Yeah. Man of Prestige coming first before Remy. Yeah.
Okay.
Man of Prestige.
Thank you very much. So on this fracas going on in River State, and I'm going to just say my opinion. I mean, there's many people that is guilty. A lot of parties are guilty in what's transpiring there. For one, Wike is the guiltiest of all. He has no right try to control the state government. He already ruled for 8 years, so he should leave the governor to control that state. Whatever kind of agreement they have, so none of them is clean. Fubarak, Wike, and everything. Is it not this same Fubarak? Wasn't he the Attorney General that helped Wike channel over $400 billion during the Wike time? Are they not in cabo with each other? Well, let me land.
No, you mean you said Attorney General. I'm trying to just say Akatan General, not Attorney General.
Okay, I'm sorry, Akatan General. I'm sorry. I mean, that's what he's in charge of the money. So is he not the one that helped channel, almost about 400 billion during Wike time? So whatever kind of agreement they are having, Wike should step out of that. But let me ask Anizo this, because the law is not really clear. An independent should come and clarify if somebody who is duly elected by the government, because they switch party under any condition, they left their party and switch it to any, whether they are not an void anymore, they are not legal. I need a clarification, not somebody coming here to tell us based on sentiment, maybe they are supporting Wike or they are supporting Fubarak. Because here, if you have a right, you don't have any reason to switch a party. You can switch anywhere you want.
Man of Prestige. Governors in Nigeria switch parties but nobody sacked them off office.
Right, that's where I
Can I come in here?
He can't say people are, he can't say people are who are duly elected, regardless of supporting him in whatever he's doing, because I'm against Wike what he's doing.
Okay,
but
can
he
I
can't say
come in
people who
here?
are duly elected,
But man of prestige, that's why the names I was mentioning at the beginning. I was mentioning those names because those are legal experts that are weighing in on the issue. And by the way, before people start saying that those people belong to one ethnicity or the Somna Sambo, who is an analyst and a very good one on Arise, was saying the same thing. He's not even from River State. So, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's hear from Remy. Yeah.
Give me the opportunity. I'll base my own suggestion, my own statement on 3 premises. First, let's look at the basis of whether there's a crisis in the party or not. There is clearly a big crisis in that state in terms of PDP. Because when Fubara was unable to because before he got to this position, I don't think he got to the position just quickly just unpick him and immediately became a governor like that. There must be a kind of agreement between the stakeholders in PDP, even including their elders. When you mention that their elders hold their hands, let Fubara rule, at least the Odilis are still very powerful. There are so many power brokers in River State. There are so many of them, and they still continue to exercise their weight. Now, there's a big crisis in that party when Fubara came in as a governor. And the reason why that crisis festered is because those people...
But 5 seconds. I also said there was not crisis in the party.
I'm going to tell you where there's a big crisis. There's a big crisis in that when Fubara came in, those people that have lost power during 8 years of tenure of Wike, they quickly lined behind Fubara and they started to instigate him against Wike. That was the beginning of the problem. And because of this, they are telling him you should not honor the agreement that you guys have signed or you have sealed in whether in private or in public. So he does not want to honor that agreement. And Wike fought back. And the only way he can fight back is to try to instigate impeachment process against him. And he also fought back by burning the their state assembly, by burning it or something like that. So that's a big crisis already. And everybody is picking side. And when your party is in big crisis, you can opt for another party. So if you are laying your credit on that, that cannot work anymore. So that one is the big crisis, and it's still today. The party is still in a big mess in that River State because everybody is picking sides, whether against party line or against heavyweight lines or something like that. So it's a big crisis. Now, second, Fubara as a governor, you are the governor of a state. And for the last 1 year, I've never seen him doing any concrete. All the things we are hearing from River State is today, impeachment, today I'm in control, tomorrow I signed this agreement, I did not sign this agreement, I signed the agreement because it was Mr. President that made me sign it. So all sort of rubbish. It did not settle down to govern the state. And like he is going this way, unfortunately for him, he has signed some document that even they can just use it. Just yesterday, the clerk of River State Assembly told them categorically that the 27-member lawmaker, the speaker, is the lawful speaker of that state. And then the second premise I want to say is that, can Fubara just say, okay, these 27 lawmakers, I can remove you. I am the God. It does not have that power. The Constitution states clearly that only the electorate can withdraw their lawmakers. If the mistake he did, the mistake he did was that if he has not allowed them to be sworn in as lawmaker from day one, just like what Obaseki did in the second term, then he will have all the power. But he allowed them to be sworn in. They have all the power, and this guy also, they have a lot of things against him already. Spending money without the lawmakers' authorization. So what I just want to say is this: those people lining behind him, they are irrelevant. They have used their own time. You are now the governor. What are you going to do for the people? Now, back to the politics of the state, the third one. who suffer. You are here that's saying that the people of River State don't want him. If you look at the politics of that state, the policy of that state is people lying under several big weights and from different regions. Equally have the largest number, followed by the Jos and the other minority tribe.
That's incorrect, by the way. But go ahead.
Okay, because I have a guy.
Equaries do not have the largest number in River State. All right, but go ahead.
Okay. But I have a friend who is an Equerry man. He's here in Finland, and he told me that they have the largest number, and some of their people have been ruling, and it's very difficult for the minority job people to rule in River State.
Is your friend on the side of Wike or Fubara?
It's not on the side of Wike, and it's not on the side of Fubara also. Both of them. It's not on the side of both of them. But for him, he was saying that Wike is a better politician and he covered his angle very well. That is what he was trying to say. Because if 27 lawmakers are under you, trying to obey you as Wike, which you are not my governor, and some other people, maybe in the judiciary, or he is a better politician. I think he can see ahead of all these other people.
Remy, hold on, please. Yeah, Ajali Koko, is there anything that can be done by the federal government to? It's just they can't just fold their hands. States are just doing nonsense.
This is democracy, and what is panning out is from the state. Until if it becomes to violence, then the federal government can come and declare state of emergency, and they have a military administrator. And I see it panning that.
What I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying this is that is the people of the state that will suffer it, because there will not be any development in the state when the politicians are fighting.
The last 1 year, there's no visible development. The guy was just fighting Mr. Wiki lawmaker. Sometimes I think, to me, he's not smart enough. You are the governor. You can play subtle politics for now. And when you get all the power in the next 4 years, then you are into even 5 weeks at your second term. You are just there, not even up to 100 days, you started showing your hand. Come on, man. And you don't have the backbone, you don't have the structure, you don't have nothing. All those people you said they are supporting, can they put their money on the ground and for you? So politics is a game of number, and politics is also a game of loyalty. How many people are really loyal to you? Out of about 33 or 32 lawmakers, only 4, for God's sake, as a governor. I mean, you don't know how to play the politics. Initially, they said a lot of people don't like him. It is wicked that talk to them, let's accept this guy or something like that. It didn't utter a word during the campaign, something. And you are there just under 100 days, you want to show your hand. Is it so easy like that in politics? Let's be factual here. Somebody brought you up like that, and under 20 or 30 days, you want to show your hand. They will clip you immediately. And that's what they have done. And if guys
let's go back to Aizon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Because we have many people that are just,
I'm going to wrap it up. I have to run anyways. I'm going to wrap it up. So, to the point he's making, look, I don't know who you're talking to, but let me tell you this right now. The whole, like I said to you before, go and look through the history of that state, even before they separated Rivers and Bayelsa, right? Till today. The Godfather thing doesn't work there. It will not work. You understand? Wike is trying to do something that is not in the DNA of that state. It has never worked. Right? He's a minister of the FTC, FCT. That's who he is. That's who he should be. And the fact that you see, people are saying, oh, the elders don't mean anything. Okay, well, we'll see. Because the fact that those elders have all rallied behind Fubara. The statement Fubara made recently when he said that those house of reps, they exist at his mercy. People forget, they're always talking about the statement he made, but you have to look at the audience he was also addressing. It was all the traditional chiefs from Bayelsa. So let me tell you this right now, right? There is nothing that's going to happen to Sim Fubara in that state. We can do the whole back and forth talking thing. Just mark my words on this. I told one man this a couple of weeks ago.
Why is he that is the only enemy of Wike and the obedience that is fighting Wike and backing Fubara? Don't you see that?
Thomas, let me explain something. There are people in River State that supported Tinubu. But this case here, they are against it. Asari Dokubo supported Tinubu, Abi. But this case here, he's against it. Why?
Because Asari Dokubo is an German.
So no, because people are tired. I'm telling you guys, you don't want to listen to me. I'm telling you, I know the state.
So you want to? What you are telling us that you cannot see it.
People are tired.
Fubara is forgiven for destroying that legislative.
People in the state are behind Fubara because they do not want anything to do with Wiki in that state at all anymore. And in the words, and let me quote. Wait. Let me quote Asai Rogoboy again another time. Tinubu, don't let River State be your albatross. So he knew what he was talking about, and that's what it will be. He better just let this man govern. Let him govern in peace.
Answer this question with your
yes.
What you are saying. So, with what that Ubara did, the bulldozing of that legislative arm of government and destruction of all the property inside it, everything crushed. So you guys are forgiving him. You let him get away with it.
The problem I have with some
why are you talking like this now? Why are you talking like this?
Like
I am asking you a question.
No, let me answer his question. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Why are you talking like this now? Like you don't know politics in Nigeria. Wait, let me ask you. No. Wait. Listen, you can't fight.
Wait, hold on.
I'm trying to answer his question, Thomas.
Hold on. If you don't want to answer the question, say you don't want to answer. He asked you a question. You are saying,
I'm trying to answer the question now. Let me answer the question.
Answer the question, please.
Let me answer the question now. Huh? I mean, you tell me how to answer the question. Let me answer the question. Let me answer. I'm trying to answer it. He's asking, do I do the destruction of bulldozers? You cannot fight criminality with being a saint. They were using criminality and thuggery to attack the man. And first of all, you don't even have any evidence that he did it. But even if he did, he was using the right way to respond to criminality and thuggery.
Did he commit crime by the bulldozing of that building, destroying? Did he commit crime?
Did wicked thugs commit crime by attacking multiples of people in River State?
Did he commit crime at all for this?
You don't have evidence that he did it now. So how can you say someone committed a crime when you don't know for certain that he was the one that did it? Somebody destroyed. Wait. Let me ask you this. Somebody destroyed their state. Did you see Fubara with the kerosene and matches burning down that place? No, now you're the one coming to a conclusion now.
Are you saying that he's not the one that ordered the destruction of that building?
How can you say that he did?
He did it openly. He said it on
the TV. Were you in the room when he was placing the order?
He said it openly.
No, he didn't say it. He never said that. He never said that.
Who did it?
We don't know. Who? That is the problem. But we don't know. You're coming to a conclusion. But honestly, okay, Ajalogo, let's talk seriously now. Seriously. Okay. Let's talk seriously. Let's talk seriously. Somebody went and burned down that building. We cannot say 100% that Sim Fubara ordered someone to go and burn the building. How can you say that?
Okay, hold on. So it is the legislative, the chamber that was affected. Just a little space that was affected by the burning you are referring to. But when we are talking about the crushing of the entire building,
bulldozing of the old
bulldozing and crushing of who did it?
Oh no, the building was burned down, so they had to destroy it now, so they can rebuild it.
What
you guys don't know anything. The building.
Let me say this. Aizon, just give me 1 minute. Ajale Koko. So now, from the way Aizon is talking this morning, you can see that I just want to actually extrapolate this on the way an average Nigerian think. It depends on your interest. It depends on where you understand.
I don't have any interest, my brother. I have zero interest.
Everybody knows your interest. Everybody knows your interest. And that, we are listening to you with bias. You understand what
your mother is from
so we know where you belong,
but I'm from
Delta.
Why
you are speaking the way you are speaking.
But look, I don't have an interest. I stand. Simba, let me explain something to you. My principle is the whole theory of godfatherism. It is evil. I cannot stand it in any capacity. That one man has served, he has left, but he's still controlling the coffers of the state. No. I can never support it ever. It doesn't matter who does it.
That is the mistake you are making. River State is not about Godfather. It's an infighting between.
No, it's Godfatherism. It's not infighting.
It's heavyweight. It's ego fight.
No, you are wrong, my brother. One man has left, but he still wants to control the state. Did you hear? Wike said it himself. That is, what did he call it? That is my political. What was the word he used? He said that is his political something. That is what he's fighting. He said it now.
Let me ask
he said it on the camera.
Hold on. Let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Ideally, that man, he was in firm support of Wike for 8 years, fighting against Amishi. This is the game they play. Okay? Now that he's no more there, he still wants to be relevant, that orderly. He wants to continue to be relevant, dictating the tune. He sees himself as the godfather of River State. That's what you don't know, and I'm telling you today.
No, but you see, if
it's so easy.
No, but listen. If it was just Odili that was supporting him, you can make that comment. But it's not just Odili. You have to understand. It's people from all over. Wait. That's what I'm telling you. It is elders from all over. Ogoni elders or Okrika elders. They are from all over. You have to understand. It's not just Odili that's supporting him. So this is not about Odili. This is about Wike. You guys don't understand who Wike. You think they like him in that place?
Remy, why are you arguing with somebody from that area? I told you this like last time I was here. You are still acting as if you know better.
He said this. I'm not arguing.
Izon knows the dynamics in that area. I thought I told you that the Jaws and the other groups will not find it funny the way they are trying to treat these guys. Not only about him, it's about the people around him too.
Fubara is an Ijaw, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what Magnus Abe said. Magnus Abe said, Fubara cannot be the political leader in River State. He said that. So what I'm trying to tell you is very simple. It's a fight of big weights. And all this big weight, you can never know where they stand. Truthfully, they will give you an impression they are with your governor. Do you know what they do behind him? You that are here talking about blah 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 is for Fubara, it's all lie. They play.
You are just twisting it to suit your own narrative. You know full well that this is about. I grew up there. I grew up in that area, and I'm telling you. See, I grew up in that area. I know enough about that area to let you know that what is going on. Now you can see it in your own face, and you're acting as if you don't know. You know, Wike is controlling this cabinet. Even the people that he appointed were appointed by Wike, and you are here saying that is not how. And you say you want a democracy.
Wike is a problem. Look everywhere he has been. PDP, River State. Wike is just a headache. And soon, I'm telling you, listen. The only thing that's protecting Wike in that country right now is President Tinubu. I'm telling you, once they get tired of him,
they are very alike now. Both of them are alike, so they will protect each other. I guess.
Yeah, Wike.
Guys, hold on. Soon Isaac, please hold on.
Sure.
What is bad in Wike controlling him?
Because it's a democratic system and it's a governor that may want to choose to govern in his own way.
You know it doesn't work. You know it doesn't work like that.
Why
I put you there. It's not normal. I'm not saying it's normal.
Exactly.
Hold on, please.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't say it's normal for Wike to be controlling him. But that is the gimmicks they always play with each other. I put you there,
and that is what we don't want.
Let me land, please. You have an agreement, and then you don't want to fulfill the agreement. Wike fulfill his agreement by backing you to be the governor of the state. Now you get there now, you don't want to fulfill the agreement of Wike, which I don't see what Wike is doing is good. But that is the agreement, has to be fulfilled. And this is not a news to us. Is it a surprise to you that Godfather wants to control his boy? Is that a news to you?
Thomas, is it even possible for somebody to want to become a governor in any state without people behind him?
It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise, but at the end of the day, when the people are saying, no, we are not going to accept.
What people are trying to do, you are already in the process of building another monster like Wike.
No, there's no other monster. Look, the fact that you're arguing for godfatherism is a problem in itself.
We are not arguing.
How can you argue? Okay, listen. How can you argue for one man that will be telling another man, listen, 40% of the IGR in that state belongs to me. Give me the money. Telling him, I will pick your commissioners. Wait.
Where did you see that? I don't.
I'm just giving no, but he's telling him, I'll pick all your commissioners. I will tell you to do this. You cannot go. So essentially, Wike is still governing the state.
He cannot pick out the commissioner. I think
listen. You people, you guys have to decide what you want for your country. Do you want development or do you want regression?
Please, one voice. Let's all
because Wike is close to Tinubu. That's why.
Yeah, you cannot be championing someone that wants to control a state after he has served. I don't know. Madness this. How can you be on this forum and you're saying that you're supporting a guy, he has left office, he has done 8 years old. Wike has become a multi-billionaire from Rivers State, right? He has made all his money. He has left office, but he still wants to control the coffers of the state. And you are here arguing for him to get what he wants. The reason why we have this problem right now is because it got to a point and people started saying, no, Wike, you're not going to have your way on this. That's why we're having this problem.
Let's have a say. First and foremost, politics is local. The politics you play in Rivers is different from what they play in Oyo, Lagos, or wherever. Okay, it might have some bit of similarity. All what you guys are saying here is just out of the new governor, the old governorships. But look at how it gets there. That is very, very important. For example, look at Obaseki. Oshemole forced it on them. When Oshemole wants to play that semi-god, the Edo people fought against him, thinking that Obaseki will be on his own. What did they gain after 8 years of Obaseki? Nothing.
It doesn't matter, but at least they weren't subservient to a godfather.
No. Listen carefully. Every state or every country, there will be a person who people can go and talk to. Even the so-called America, they still have some power out there. You cannot just say, okay, I'm there, I can do whatever I want.
But it's not overbearing where you appoint people that are in the cabinet. Come on.
That bad belly that we have in Nigeria is one of the problems. All these things that people are saying is bad belly.
Before he became a governor, don't they discuss among themselves?
You guys are here supporting cronyism and godfatherism in a democracy.
And it's crazy because if it was some other person that was doing this, they would be very irate, and somehow they are accepting this one.
I think Thomas, we should just take us to another topic so that
we're not going to agree on this one. Thomas, I think I can pass the mic on to the next person, my brother.
Let me give you one more topic. Just short comment on this.
Okay.
The owners of the demolished building in Lagos on the coastal road, they were in support.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about
Mende. They were in support of Tinubu's initiative for the coastal road. Give us a short comment on that.
So I heard the video that one man played about that guy that owns a business that said we should support the government, we should support Tinubu and all these things, that his business was demolished, but he's in a good place. Yeah, look, I don't know what business he was running, right? I don't know the dynamics of his business. None of us know how much he invested, whether he was even looking to sell himself. We don't know. So he is content in his world. about the demolishment of his business and him getting whatever he's getting and he wants to support the government, fine, that's him. But this other guy that had that beach, he was probably in a different situation. So he's not content. He is not happy. He's not willing to just accept that, oh, you're just going to destroy my business for some road that will take, I don't know how many years it take to finish, and I should be happy. So I think...
Before you move ahead, a quick question for you. I want you to...
No, Remy, no, there's no question, Remy. No, Remy, please.
I like this guy.
No question.
Let me ask him, I accept it.
Can you let him finish, please? And I will go to someone else. No question. Yeah, it's not took so much time, Remy. I'm very sorry. I will come to you next or later, please. Yeah.
The general has spoken. Yeah, so
please,
no, yeah, so I think everyone, each business there is going to, they're going to react differently depending on what was going on with them. There's not too much you can make of it. The guy that's from Landmark that is very upset, he probably knows why he's very upset. He knows that he has a lot to lose. He knows he may not get that kind of opportunity again. This other guy may be in a different situation. That's how I see it, Thomas. I just see that, depending on what's happening with them in their own business world and their own lives, this one might be championing Tinubu, and I've heard people come up with, accusations that the guy is a supporter of APC, and maybe that's why. I'm not going to say that because I don't have that fact. So I'll just say maybe he is in a different position, and so he has a different opinion. That's all. He's just one guy. It doesn't mean anything now, Tim.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Well, he's one guy, but yeah, that's fine. That's okay. There's nothing we can do about that. Yeah. Thank you, Aizon. Remy, I'm sorry for that, but we have to
General.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. Yeah. As Ajale was spoken, Ajale Koko, let me see the old people on the screen before going to the new people.
Spoken.
Ajale, have you spoken?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Kolata, I hope Kolata have spoken. Maybe it's already even dreaming now.
I think some of them have spoken except me.
Yeah, Ekene, let's give Ekene.
No, I'm here before Ekene.
It doesn't have to be orderly. Now, the last time I was here, I didn't even speak once at all.
I was here before. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to do it just to give Ekene because of joining from Nigeria. Yeah, Ekene, are you there?
Come on, give them speak. Let them speak. Let me speak.
You are not talking. Can you people hear me?
I said let me speak.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear. Ekene, you are mute. You are not talking. Hello. Yeah.
No,
I said give Remy. Let Remy speak.
You are not ready for us.
I'm not,
you can't hear him.
I want to let me listen. Let me listen a little bit before I talk.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think Remy came. Yeah, it came before Simba. Who is the first before Simba already? Yeah, let's go with Remy. Do you want to free flow or I should give you the topic?
Okay, I will just free flow for some few minutes. Before I start, I want to quickly say something about Chioma and his gang in the comment section. I don't know.
No. Remy. Yeah. Joe, to your long, Joe.
Okay. I'll just go. Okay, I'll start from the.
Hold on. I've deleted the message and I put a timeout. So I've already done that. Don't let us leave comment section. They are just.
Okay. I will just go from the landmark issue. First and foremost, landmark is on the position of illegality because the shoreline was not, it didn't pay for the shoreline, but it rented those shoreline to other businesses that are doing the kind of water activities in the ocean. That is illegal. That is number one. I want everybody to know that one. What he has done, that is illegal. If it's in the same country, they're supposed to take him to court of law and probably fine heavily. That means he is also gaining the system. Now, some people lost more. Landmark did not lose any of his physical structure, nothing. But there were some people that lost everything more than Landmark. And this government put a face value to it. Those people that put structures in which Landmark is collecting money from them, they were well compensated. If some of them came out and said they were satisfied with this project and they are well compensated and they like what the president is doing, it's okay, it's fine. But what I'm just trying to say is that landman cannot cry because the place he's crying for does not belong to him in the first instance. A lot of Nigerians should get what is going on, not about sentiment. So that is illegality. So whatever, and moreover, national development supersedes any other thing. Because you can be crying today that, okay, it's not a priority. But when they now construct the road will not say, Mr. Peter Obi, don't ply me, or me, don't ply me. Everybody will go on the road to wherever you are going. And it will open up
let me ask you this. I somewhat get angry when people are saying the road is not coming to our domot, it's not going to come to our domot. I'm not happy because of that. But Remy, Lagos now, the blue rain, the red rain they are doing, they don't write it at the door. Igbo don't enter because the train is working in Lagos. Hausa don't enter. Everybody in looks and training of that country, we enjoy the road, they enjoy the train, they will enjoy. I don't get it. What are those people thinking about in their head? That because it doesn't come to the southeast, it doesn't pass through Yoruba land, it doesn't do this, we don't want it.
What I say about Nigeria is that sometimes it's like, okay, this thing is not in my region, then I should criticize it to heaven, or it's not. The other time, they were doing second Niger bridge and people were following it. And when they open up, a lot of Nigerians were happy. Is it the people only from the southeastern that that will fly the bridge? If a northerner is coming, he has to pass through that bridge to the eastern part. If another person from southwest also have to pass through the eastern part. And the beauty of it is this: even when Buhari is trying to do that rail from Katsina to Niger Republic, a lot of people said no. But whether you like it or not, the trade volume that will come from Niger to the northern part of Nigeria is a lot because they still count themselves as brothers and sisters. It's just like if we have a rail line from Lagos to Benin Republic, and then we have a huge chunk of people that are Yoruba in Benin Republic, they will be happy. So sometimes I see that national development should supersede their personal interest. What about if they want to demolish all the old houses, including that beautiful hotel in that place? What will happen for national development? You want development, but at the same time, you also be crying that our people are hungry. Tell me which country that their citizen is 100% perfect. If you want development in your country, then you should sacrifice. And if you want development for your country, you will see election as a game. You either win or lose. And everybody that wins, everybody should support. Like we just talked about River State. Who will bear the brunt of it at the end of the day? It's the people of River State. They will not see visible development for the next 4 years. And the guy will need to fight Mr. A, Mr. B, Mr. C all a while. So that is that. And we talk about the economy and the World Bank report that Kulata brought the other day he was talking about. Unfortunately for Africa, because a house that does not plan for more than 4 or 5 decades, what do you expect? A house that believes in tribal or sentiment, not seeing good in any other region except my region, what do you expect? A tribe that worship money too much, what do you expect? No principle, no ideology. It's all about how can I get rich quickly? What do you expect? So when you don't plan for your country and then you expect your country to turn around. In fact, we are so lucky in that country. We forgot things easily. Before the election, we all know what turns out during the Buhari last 3 or 4 months. A lot of people cannot withdraw cash. People were dying at the bank. At the bank branches all over the country. There was a lot of crisis on the ground. But today, it's relatively stable now. We are not saying insecurity is over. So we dodge that bullet. But now, where do you find the money? Even if you've said you want to go to production, are you going to go to production one day and the next day germinate like that? Today, just yesterday, I read the report that the northern people are getting ready for the beginning of the farming season. They are going back to the land farming. But what are we doing in the south? Continue the same thing we always do. Argue among ourselves. We do not go to farm. We are above farming. We like education. Get it to PhD level. What do you have in store? We just grumble, fight too much. without no visible things. All these things that always happen in Nigeria are always just opposite with the people from the north. They are getting their hearts together. And you in the south, you don't get your heart together because your tribal man does not win, or it's my tribe man that is winning now. So instead of us supporting each other, trying to find a way to make the country to be a better country, all what we can say is fight unnecessarily.
Are we really Southern? Why do I say that? If war, if we can't even come together, at this example of the last, Remy, I was so devastated at the last election. What Southerners did to themselves because your party doesn't win, your candidate doesn't win. Many people lost friends from Yoruba land. Many people lost friends from Igbo land because why did you bring Tinubu? I'm not your friend. So many fracas going on. Friends don't talk to friends anymore because of election.
Thomas,
and we have called ourselves Southerners.
Thomas, if you are talking about Southerner, you are talking about a large space. We are talking earlier about a state of rivers. Look at what is happening. And everything that is happening there is not about godfatherism. Everything is about ethnicities and politics. You understand what I mean? It's only if you want to put lie about it that you say, okay, because of godfatherism, because of wiki. We know that the root source of all this problem is ethnicity.
Okay, let me quickly.
I'm bigger than you. You are bigger than me.
Let me quickly round up so that people can have opportunity to talk. For me, what I see is very simple. The government should just continue to do what is right for their people. If you want to build road, continue with it. If you want to fix some of the old road, fix it. Do your own part and leave the rest, because government is a continuum. It does not mean you have to find solution for all the problems of the country under 8 years. So if every Nigeria have that kind of thing in their mind, and if their state government are doing the right thing, because the major problem of Nigeria is in the states, it's not the federal. So when you are pointing your finger to your president every time, before you point your finger to your president, point your finger to your state governor. What is he doing? At least out of nothing, some state governors are performing very well. Why some are not? Why are they not performing? At least they're also getting money from the federal allocation. And then we must change our orientation totally, because some people, they never move on because of the election, and they are still very bitter about it. But I wonder, why are you so bitter? It's already going to be more than a year now, soon. And before you open and close your eyes, it will be 4 years. You have another opportunity to push your candidate forward again. If he wins, good for him, and let's see what he's going to do. But if he loses, move on and support the government. And if you do not support the government, criticize objectively, not negatively. So that is what I see in everything. But to be frank, we need to check ourselves, check our attitude, check everything, so that at least we want Nigeria to be a better country. Is that what everybody is here for? So, but if you are just thinking to criticize Jamie, Remy, or criticize Simba, or Thomas, or criticize Tinubu, what do you offer? What are you doing for your own country? Forget about me. I'm just talking. You have a right to also say whatever you want. What exactly are you doing for your immediate people in your own country? Or what are you doing to uplift your people in your village or community? At least people have to do something.
That's a very important thing. Yeah. Let me give you one topic before you go. The senators try to pass a bill seeking for imposing a death sentence on drug trafficking. So what do you, in the short sentence?
I was listening to Babati, Kolata, and they are trying to equate it to what happens in the Western world. Are trying to, what is the magnitude of trafficking, or what exactly? For now, it's just a bill, and I've not read it. I don't know the details of, but I know it's going to be about trafficking. Whether you like it or not, if you want your country to be a better country, there are some hard decisions you have to take. You must know that Nigeria literacy level is not up to 97 or 90%. I think probably above 50. So and sometimes some people are doing this just basically for economic reason. And some people are doing it, I don't know, for various reasons. But for me, I will not say anything until I read the bill. Until I read the bill, and then I can now form my opinion whether it's good. But looking at it from the way our people are doing and the way they are spoiling the name of that Nigeria all over the world because of drugs, I think it's something that should be looking into very critical.
Remy, so it's the person that is doing drugs that is spoiling the name of Nigeria. The ones that is taking Nigeria money to go and buy properties abroad, that one is not spoiling the name of Nigeria.
Okay, I will respond to you very quickly. If you listen to me, I never said it is only drug dealer that is making the name of the country not good. And I have also condemned our leaders for siphoning our money to the foreign land. I also condemn the foreign land that play a kind of Mr. Saint. You know that this money was stolen from the Commonwealth of this country. Why are you taking it to your system? Why are you using it for 30 or 40 years before you return it back with a lot of condition? So if you are blaming our leaders and they said, oh, African leaders are corrupt, but you are taking this money from them. Why don't you stop it that we don't want this money?
Remy, you remember this adage, Yoruba say, let me interpret that. The person that steal the palm oil is not really to be blamed. It's the person that indulged the person to keep the palm oil. So the Europeans do their thieves as well, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. Not Europeans. We just call the Western world, wherever they take the money to. Whether
but even the argument that progressive is trying to, they are not. They are two different things now. How can you be liking money laundering to
you cannot,
drug trafficking?
You cannot say people committing crime are spoiling the name of the country. There are different nationalities all over the world that commit crimes of different kinds across the globe. So the idea that because some set of people are committing some certain crimes automatically means that they are the one giving Nigeria bad names. That logic doesn't stand anyway.
The progressive, I think you should look at it from this realm. For example, if you have been to some airport, I don't know how many countries you have been to. You have been to some airport, and they see you are carrying.
Remy, let me. Sorry for stopping you. If you look at it, let us put it this way: in what way I'm talking about? Okay, let's say I'm from Australia, and then you are in Nigeria. If you bring money to my country, it doesn't have any effect. It has a positive effect on my country. But you bring drug to my country, it has a negative effect on my country. And that is what you are calling international.
Of course, you as a country, you will deal with
let me tell you this: if somebody steals money from their country and bring to my country, it doesn't give that country a bad image. But if you are bringing negativity to another country, it brings a bad image for the country that is bringing it. So it cannot it can't liken the same thing the same way.
It brings a bad image for you that smuggle the drugs.
It's not because if people, let me tell you this: if a majority of people that are coming to your country are not from a particular place and they are coming with a bad thing, then it gives a bad image to where they are coming from. So I don't understand your argument.
I want to chip this thing very quickly. I've been to a country why they stop us because we are using Nigerian passport. They just park us beside, and the immigration officer said, the first thing said he apologized for doing this, but he said just 2 weeks ago they apprehend about 6 Nigerians. What are they doing? Drug trafficking. So since that day, any Nigeria, if you are not on diplomatic passport, they will fix you a lot. That is.
Can you blame them? You can't blame them.
Of course you can blame them. What are you talking about?
So not only in that country, I went to
hold on, Remy. Hold on. What are you trying to insinuate? Progressive.
So how can you if somebody commit an offense because that person is carrying a Nigerian passport, automatically every Nigerian that is coming and a drug dealer? What kind of logic is that?
No, so hold on, Remy, please hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let me and you have the conversation. So if in a week, if 7-6 Nigeria was apprehended with drugs. So if you are the controller general of that airport, so other people coming from Nigeria, you will not scrutinize what they are bringing in. You will just let them go.
No, the standard remains the same for everybody, whether you are in Nigeria or you are an American.
No.
The standard should be the same for everybody. Look,
but I just told you earlier. Hold on, please. Hold on. Let's have the conversation, please. I just said in a week, 6 or 8, 10 Nigeria was apprehended for the same crime. So if you are the controller general of that airport, so people coming from Nigeria to your own country, you will not scrutinize them.
No. Look, listen to me, Thomas. What I'm trying to explain to you is this. The reason why those 6-7 people was caught in the first place was because the system was working. And that system was put there not to scrutinize only Nigerians. The system was put there to scrutinize everybody. And what happened was the system worked, right? The system worked. Yeah. So why would you then put extra emphasis on a certain nationality? You just let the system continue to do its job because it's already working.
Let me quickly respond to the progressive. You don't know the enormity of what these people have done to your country. If you know, you will not be. First and foremost, let me tell you something. Countries are not treated the same way all over the world. Everybody. That is why they do passport ranking. If you're an American and you have an American passport, there's a tendency they will treat you 3 times better than a Nigerian. That is there. Except they will treat you 3 times better. I went to Singapore. I'm the only black person on that flight. And when I get to the airport, the immigration officer come to me and ask me for of course, I won't reveal everything, asking how much do I want to bring in. I show him the money. You have this, I show him my credit card. They go and check everything on their system. They check it on their system very well. And then, because I get an e-visa, they don't normally give e-visa to Nigeria, but they give it to me. And after checking everything, and instead for him to give me like maybe 2 weeks stay or something like that, he gave me 3 months because he found that all those things he checked are truthful. And then when he called the hotel, I'm going to stay. And then he told me, he said, please, this is our work. I should not be offended.
And they will apologize even for that.
And at the end of the day, do you know what he said? He said, I hope you are not here to do drugs. I said, what do you mean drugs? I just want to spend 4 days and I'm off.
Can you imagine, Remy? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that question?
That statement is very deep. And I fought back. I fought back. I said, what do you mean? I fought back immediately. And he said the tone of and he apologized again. And I spent 4 days and I'm off immediately. So when you see, if you have traveled for far enough, all this discrimination, all this maltreatment, 50%
if I want to believe what you guys are saying now, right, is that every drug dealers that are in prison around the world are all Nigerians.
No, we are not saying that.
What are you saying? What are you trying to come on?
Try to understand. Unless you are not.
I don't even know why. I know prestige. I mean, progressive. But the way you are talking this morning, this is not you.
No, what are you talking about?
It can be him, but what he knows the truth.
Maybe is something has been hacked.
Guys, you guys need to understand something, right? This is the problem all of us have, or this is the problem all of us have as a people. Okay, So we've kind of accepted some certain narrative, and to say, oh, because it was because it was this person that was doing it, no, okay, yeah, they can treat me anyhow at the airport.
But
They can
it's
do this to me
true.
at
They
the
show
airport.
us with video.
Okay, let me progressive.
Let me tell you something, right? I've seen British people try to smuggle drug from South America.
So you want to say there's a conspiracy against Nigeria, or what are you saying now? Are you saying there's a conspiracy against us?
I'm not saying there's a conspiracy against Nigeria. I'm just saying you guys are overemphasizing something that is
It's not. Nobody's emphasizing it. Let me give you, for example. Just 2 days ago, I was a colleague of mine who's a Ghanaian. We're having a conversation, and I discovered that carrying even Ghana passport is far better than carrying Nigerian passport.
Says who?
You can travel.
Says who?
It says who?
Yeah. That is true.
Okay, you know why I got to know. Let me tell you this. He wanted to travel to India or Philippines, and I discovered that you can go to Philippines with just ordinary Ghanaian passport. You don't need a visa to go to Philippines. That was when I now begin to search how many countries can I go with my Nigerian passport without a visa. Ghana has far more countries and more even better countries than we have that we can travel to with our passports. And it was not like that before. Let me tell you this. Let me finish. Ajane Koko is there. UK in the early 80s. That was why our people can go there. UK, we don't need visa to enter UK. You can just buy your ticket. You can go to UK at any time. Why did they change to us? You understand? So I don't believe we can. Wait. See, we can improve our.
Is it because of crime that they change it? Ask me now. Answer the question.
It's because of our criminality.
Oh, come on, stop it now. Stop it.
But there is no argument to what you are saying now. What you are saying is just right. So what's the argument there?
No, it is not because of criminality. It is once your economic status begin to devalue.
Come on, economy. Come on, Rabi. No.
Once your economic status start to devalue as a country, what happens? Your people start to migrate to a better country.
Let me ask
so what does those countries do? What does those countries do? They remove. Okay, listen. Let me tell you something. Early 2000, South Africa to the UK was still visa free. Right, so why did the UK start imposing visas on South Africa?
Progressive.
Was it because of crime?
Progressive. Give me 1 second. You know, Remy, you were trying to comment about comment section earlier on. I didn't want you to comment. I want to highlight one comment now. So you guys read it. Yeah. Please. Do you see what's on the screen?
We've seen it, but
I've seen it now. I saw it. It's not Passat that has been posting all those rubbish.
Let me say this. Passat, let it be the last time in your life you write such comments on this platform. I'm giving you the last warning, the last chance. I will ban you permanent. We are not here to bastardize Yoruba, to talk against Igbo, to talk against Hausa. No. Let it be the last time when I'm hosting, you write such comments on my platform, on one man platform. Please. The next comment you do, I'll ban you permanent. Yes, I'm idiot. Thank you. See you. You are banned permanent now. Thank you. Let's continue our conversation.
So what I was saying, Thomas, right? So the idea that because it's crime that made them to impose visas on Nigeria, that is not true. Okay, I just use South Africa as an example. Early 2000, South Africa was still visa free to the United Kingdom. What made them start to impose visa on South Africa? Was that due to crime as well?
The progressive. Let me tell you something. If you look at where Nigerians go, maybe for visitation or for study, when you talk about Asia, some of them go to Malaysia for study. but some also go there for illegal business. Philippines used to give Nigeria is a visa free, then later they changed into visa on arrival. But the problem arises when they started doing their illegal activities there. It's not about economy at all. I've been to the Philippines before, and I got a visa there too. Let me be frank with you. The economy, if you see their capital city, it's not even as beautiful as a small city in Nigeria. I was taken aback. Everything was just lopsided there. Only some few places you can call okay, it's beautiful. So most of this is like some country like Cambodia, Vietnam, the rest. Sometimes they also accept Nigeria to come and work, but later our people started showing their hands and they blocked them, they banned them. It's not about economic activity at all. The problem Nigerians have, and I will say it because I'm mostly in Nigeria. An average Nigerian believe in that get rich quick syndrome. And the reason is just to go home and because people will be counting for you. You have been abroad for 3 or 4 years. What have you done at home? So some of them, they want to make money very quick. They don't believe in sweating it out.
So Remy, that is not linked to economy. It's not linked to the economy back home.
What did you say?
That is not linked to the economy back home, right?
But what I'm trying to say is this country that they travel to is just for visitation. You just go there on a visitation visa for 1 month, and then you now stay there because of your nefarious activities. You became illegal.
But even progressive, that argument that you are trying to put now, just because, okay, maybe you are talking about bad economy that is pushing people to do that. But we have some countries that are even worse than Nigeria, and their people don't behave like us. So what are you talking about?
It's not better than Nigeria. Cambodia and Vietnam, we can only talk about their
even Bangladesh, even the Philippines that we are talking about, is it better than Nigeria?
And that's what I'm saying. Or you want to say Bangladesh is better than Nigeria?
You know, the problem is that we don't take responsibility for our actions, and we always look for excuses. That is it. Why should I take into crime? And I will say because of bad economy, that's why I'm taking to crime.
You see, Simba, I think this is where you're getting it wrong. I'm not supposed to take responsibility for your own actions. You see, this is the problem. You're supposed to be responsible for your own actions. If I hold a Nigerian passport, hold on, Remy. If I hold a Nigerian passport and I'm traveling anywhere, I'm not supposed to be responsible for your own actions, Remy. You are personally
progressive. How do you want those countries to handle it?
One voice.
How do you want them to handle it? They should just be.
Me, I don't finish. I just want to quickly answer to progressive. Progressive. It's not that I don't care, but what I'm just trying to say is that they use one case or 2 or 3 cases of our guys that have done something bad. They use it to treat others, to treat us badly, separate us.
Yeah, but you should not say that is not their fault. You should not say, oh, you cannot blame them. You can blame them. It's their fault. They cannot.
Okay, you blame them.
There's nothing like guilty. There's nothing like guilty by association.
Have you ever traveled on Turkish airline where a lot of Nigerians complain that the way they treat them is not good? Come on, what are we talking about here? Let's be objective here. It's not
don't travel Turkish airline.
Yes. For God's sake, Turkish airline.
Maybe let's move on. We are not going to end it. Yeah, let's just move on. But progressive, I will tell you, yes, our criminality. Yes. Let me start an example for you guys. A year ago, in the space of 5 days, somebody went to the cemetery and cut 3 heads. Straightforward. I think about my Nigerian people. Even though they didn't catch anybody as Nigerian, but because I know this is crime that always happen in my country.
Thomas, Thomas, you see the problem with a lot of Nigeria is the way they associate.
No, you don't even let me lie.
These people you live with, they commit crime. They commit crime more than you. They commit crime, heinous crime more than you.
I don't say that. Nobody say they don't commit crime. Nobody say. But if you see crime that is relatively to the crime you always see in your country, you would think about. my Simba, straight, my mind goes to say, this may be Nigerian people. Because I know this is the crime that always happen in my country, isn't it? In 5 days, Simba, the person dig the something, cut 3 head. 3 head.
Oh, where my share Babalawo ni? Where my share Babalawo lost Australia?
I don't know.
Is it not because of getting rich quickly? Is it not the same thing? That's what we are saying. It's not the same thing. Why, for God's sake, in that foreign land, you go and do that? I'm not saying it's in Nigeria. I don't know who does it, but anybody that money, yeah.
3 heads in 5 days, different cemeteries, and is the fresh head in 3 cemeteries.
Let me give you another example. This one is not even, I can't say it's not a crime in the real sense of it, but it speaks about our character. Here in this country where I am, if you are working here, you work based on contract. And what they used to say is that whenever you want to stop your contract, you can apply and ask for exit. There is a way you exit, and anytime you want to come back, you can come back. But they now discover that among all the nationalities that have been working here, it's only Nigerians that doesn't exit properly. And the reason and the issue is this: Nigerians, when they want to leave, they will finish one contract, they will renew their contract, then they will give them visa, pay for their return ticket. You understand? Pay for their return ticket, and then Nigerians will go and will never come back. Then they'll be waiting for them 1 month, 2 months, maybe will come back. You understand? That kind of thing. Okay, what if that country now take a decision that they are not going to be employing Nigerians again? Then Prestige will now come and say this one is because of based on the individual, they should treat everybody individually.
No, look. This is where you guys are getting it wrong. This is where you get it wrong. You see, you don't address the situation based on that. You address the situation in general. So if you feel like okay, they are abusing the system, what you do is that you then implement laws, but that law should not just be for Nigerians only. Do you understand?
No, let me tell you, if you are doing something and you discover that is only a group of people that are violating it, is a law that you exit properly.
The law should not just be specific for Nigerians only. It should be a general law, because
the law is not for Nigeria, it's for everybody now. It's general law, isn't it?
It's general law that you must exit. But Nigerians don't exit. That's what I'm telling you.
I think what is progressive even talking about, the so-called America during Trump regime segregated some rich Muslim country to come in and go out as they like, and put all of African country in third world something. What are you talking about?
That is not
true. As presently, even let me tell you, presently the Britain and UK is not even employing Nigerian nurses. They are not employed. If you see any Nigerian nurse moving to UK, they use another route, another country. Maybe they will come and work maybe in the Middle East. They use the identity of the Middle East to go.
Why are not employing Nigerian nurses?
I don't know.
But do you have proof that they are not employing Nigerian nurses?
What kind of? Don't let me even say what I have not. Why can't be asking me this kind of question?
That is his own field now.
I can't be asking me this kind of question.
No, do you have
no, Thomas, I want to ask a question, and Babajale Koko can also answer this question. There was a reporter arrest a few months ago that they apprehended a lot of Nigerian nurses in America because of fake certificate or whatever like that. I don't know whether they deport them. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe Babajale Koko.
There was a school where they are buying certificate in Florida.
So what are we saying? They won't do. They always overdo everything. At the end of the day, to backfire.
So hold on. A nurse will buy certificate. Do you know how they recruit nurses into the healthcare system?
No, you're asking me. You should teach me. Teach me.
No. Listen, it's you. The system is so
But
rigid.
what we are talking about, even we discuss it, we
So
discuss it
no,
with
Simba,
progressive.
you know
The
for father
one
what
in
you just said now is not
America, the
true.
one in America, the one in America is not we even discuss it on this platform. We discuss
So,
about it on this platform.
I don't know about American system, but once I know in UK and Ireland, there's no way you cheat the system. No way. Because there's a body that regulates all of these things.
The one that I'm talking about, even the UK, is not really peculiar to Nigeria. In fact, even Ghana and some other Anglophone African countries are included.
There was a report that the NHS were complaining that they will be short of about almost more than 200,000 workers because of the new immigration law, because they don't have enough staff strength to cater for their whole people in terms of nursing.
Let me tell you this, Remy. It's like progressive doesn't want to agree. Let me tell you, once you step out of your country, you should be a good ambassador of your country. Obey the law of the country where you relocated to, so that you give other people opportunity to come to that country. If you don't behave well and you say you should be treating you, let me tell you, they will not mention your name. They will say in Nigeria. If you don't understand that, they will say in Nigeria. They will not say it's progressive. And by the time they say one Nigeria, two Nigeria, three Nigeria, it rub on every other person. That is the way it works.
Simba, let me start the example. Many Nigerians are guilty of this. Let's just say, God bless America for not acting so drastic on their measure of the immigration law. Remember that time they always issue 2 years. The 2 years, you are not supposed to stay more than 6 months. You have to return to Nigeria, then you will go back again, then return. Yes. But many Nigerians, immediately they got the 2 years, they sold all their property, and they are gone, and they are not back to Nigeria till now.
Well,
do you know that?
Yeah, we know
that. You know that, my brother.
Thomas, that one is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. America is an immigrant country, and there's no perfect law. Even their so-called leaders of today, their grandparents also came through that route. Okay, so I'm not saying that Nigerians should.
But what I'm saying is that is not right. That is the non-normal way.
You're right. It's not right.
Thomas, for you, because you be privileged to go to be where you are through maybe some legitimate means, doesn't mean that everybody have that same privilege. Okay, people are desperate and they want to make a better living for themselves. If they find an opportunity, they're going to take it. They're going to take advantage of it.
Does that mean they should not do it within the ambit of the law, or what are you talking? Progressive.
Yeah. Sorry?
Say okay. So, what are you saying now? That okay, some people who are not privileged should do it in an abnormal way, or what?
Of course, whichever way you can do it, you do it. Is it not people that go through? Is it not people that?
Progressive, Jimoh, can I roll you?
Progressive. Progressive. Have you ever listened to the story of people that travel through the Sahara to go to Europe? Do you know that if 10 friends set out on this journey, I listened to one story of a Nigerian. There are 12 people that set out on this journey. By the time they get to the Sahara, they have already lost 6 people. They don't even know they are already dead. They cannot find them. At the end of the day, only 2 make it out of that 12. The rest 10, they park on the road. Some park on the high sea.
So what's your point?
So what I'm trying, you said that some people maybe have privilege to go through a legal way. Some people also go through it through a very high risk way. But how many people made it at the end of the day? And it doesn't mean that even the 2 people that get themselves into Europe, it does not mean that they will also make it, or maybe all of them will make it. We know
that. What you are talking about is a story that you were told. I was not. I grew up in it.
Okay, listen. What I'm just trying to tell you is very simple. I'm just trying to put your analogy that okay, some people are privileged, some are not privileged, and they want to go to abroad to make their life better. I'm also pointing it to you how that there are several people that have lost their life taking this kind of route to Europe or to wherever they want to go.
It is called high risk, high reward. Okay,
me,
Remy,
I don't even have anything against that, Remy. But what me are after is that wherever you are going, once you get there, be a good ambassador of your country.
Yeah, that one. Look, Simba, what you are saying, what you said now, right? I agree with you. Okay, on that part of it. But this idea that we are stigmatized because of certain element of our community, of our country.
Okay, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You will even be mad with the way we, I just recently, 2 of our nurses travel and they renewed their contract and travel. And they even went to Nigeria with the key of their room, the hostel they gave them. You understand? To Nigeria. And they knew that they are not going to come back. And they locked their room. And so by the time, even if you are the hostel supervisor, progressive, and you see that constantly, these are the people, the same people that behave this way. What kind of impression will you have? What kind of mentality will you have to such? Even the people that are not, you will see them, okay. In fact, at a time before, they used to mix them with other nationality. But when their problem started, they have to separate them in a different hostel. You see?
What you're saying is that I don't know the country where you are.
What you're saying is Nigerians are not good people. So somehow you are a doctor. Hold on. I don't know if you're a doctor or you are in the medical field, wherever you are. Nigerians are doctors everywhere. Nigerians are engineers everywhere. Nigerians are top of the music chart across the world. Nigerians are top of the entertainment industry across the world. Nigerians are doing great things across. You not see those ones, Abi.
So what you are saying now is that if you see certain things that we know that is wrong that we are doing, we should not talk about it. Or what do you mean?
No, of course you can talk about it, but I'm not. You see, me for one. Though I don't travel with Nigerian passport. But for me,
progressive, you don't seem to understand Simba. Simba says those few Nigerians that are doing bad things, they are destroying the image of all of us and the country.
I should be able to, if I travel somewhere, I should be able to create opportunities for others, not destroying the opportunity.
Yeah, that is what he's saying. It's not saying
okay,
that
so
majority of Nigerians are not good,
why are we putting?
But the few ones that are bad.
Let him land. Let Ajali Koko land, please.
So the few ones that are very, very bad, that are engaging in criminality and other shady deeds, they destroy the image. And when those host country now
take a decision,
take a very harsh decision,
drastic
decision against Nigeria or Nigerians, all of us will suffer it. That is what it's saying. So it's not saying
before you respond, the progressive. A few months ago, I've already with my family, we already have in mind that we are going to Bali,
Indonesia,
for holiday. And lo and behold, what do I hear? They suspend all Nigerians. What did I say? All Nigerians to enter Bali. Why? Because of this same thing we are talking about.
No, Bali.
Bali is most their
Bali
economy
is a region in Indonesia now.
Indonesia, Bali.
Yes.
Okay, Bali.
Yes. So
what did they do to Nigeria? They ban Nigeria from coming into Bali?
Coming to Bali,
I think they drug up then.
Want to break
drugs. Drugs none.
Long.
So
even in Nigeria, doesn't affect they are affecting a lot of Nigerian youth with drugs.
Bali is nothing. Bali is nothing to Nigeria. Bali is like which state? maybe it's there. Even Lagos State surpassed
besides Indonesia, right? Is a densely populated country. Very highly densely populated.
They are banning Nigeria to enter Bali. A whole Nigeria to enter Bali because of this drug, you know.
So
Thomas, I think it's high time Nigerian government start having conversation about this drug thing. It's like they just mute. There's some things in Nigeria where it's like we are just mute. I don't even understand we have leadership in our country. It's like they are mute on some issues where they have to talk about it, and they just talking about it alone could have just solved half of the problem. But they just mute. I'm like, who are you leading? Are you people foolish? You're not giving us.
What do you want them to do?
You're not you educate your population now. The country you live in, the government educate your population. You have to educate your population. Even they don't even educate us about where we are going. As a Nigerian, you really don't know what Nigerian plan is, what our direction is. You just come in, you are governing, and we don't know what you're doing. You're just governing. Okay, talk to your people now. What is educate us about what's going on, what the facts are, what we are, what's our place in this world. They don't do that from beginning of time. They don't do that. Like this issue of this drug, it's a matter of talking about it and educating the population.
Let me finish, please. Please wait. Let me finish. I've already took holidays. I've took leave from work. My wife already took leave from work that we are going to Bali. What at the end of the day, what do? We just travel to one of the states in Australia. But because everybody has been traveling to Bali, they have a good sea, they have this, they have, you'll be envisaging that you want to go to Bali. But because of this same drug, they suspend Nigerians.
It's not the same thing they did to us in Seychelles. In Seychelles.
Progressive, I don't understand the angle you are coming from.
Okay, the angle I'm coming from is this, right? You cannot stigmatize our people because some element of that some people from that region.
You have been repeating yourself.
No,
I didn't know Nigeria.
You guys are trying to justify those.
They can do whatever they want. How about that?
Is it not their country?
They want to preach to them.
Okay, let's apply those logic now. Let's apply it across. If that was the case, a lot of you guys in America you would not have been in the United States today. If United States could do the same thing that these guys are doing, you would not be in America.
Are they not doing it? Are they not doing it?
No, they are not doing it.
So everybody has to be United States.
Because
United States is a country of immigrants now. So
let me tell you the requirement you need to get before you get to US as in Nigeria. Is it the same thing that somebody from let's say somebody from even Saudi Arabia?
It's tough.
So is that not discrimination?
Very stringent, yeah.
They have their process. They have their exactly. Bali, they don't have the means to be.
That is not discrimination. That is just part of the rules. And
why did they put stringent law on Nigeria? Stringent requirement for Nigerians to come.
It is not
and against some other country where you can even enter without visa.
It is not on. I told you this before. It is not only on Nigeria. You see, those countries that require visas to go to the United States, there will be those restrictions, those kind of screenings will be there. You will not compare it to somebody who is holding a German passport or a British passport who don't need to go and get a visa. It's two different things.
Progressively, the mistake you are making is you are addressing the country that's banning us rather than addressing what we are doing as making them ban us. It's irrelevant to see her out there and say preach to Bali on what will be the moral thing for them to do. What's relevant is you just addressing our Nigerians. We can stop destroying our image. That's the only thing you have power to do.
You cannot do. Look, the Nigerian government have power to do. The Nigerian government have a responsibility. The responsibility of the Nigerian government is to make sure the laws of the country of Nigeria works to stop people dealing in illegal activity, drugs, fraud, every kind of crime. That is the responsibility of the Nigerian government. Okay, for us to deal with people who are committing this offense.
So are they doing it?
that is another debate. But the
okay,
idea,
so that's where your problem is. Your problem is not with Bali. Bali is not your problem.
The idea that a nation should be stigmatized. You know, Nigeria is 220 million people. How many people commit drugs offense? That a whole
it's not their problem. All they know is
are going to be stigmatized for
progressive. This is how they go. They go by statistic of okay, how many people have come into our country, and how many of them have came in with drugs. If the number of the people that have come in with drug is so high, that's how they have to make their decision. They are not. They are not. Hold on. They are not making decision of. Hold on, my brother. They are not making decision on what's the population of Nigeria, and let's say 10 people enter their airports, and all 8 of them carry drug enter. They're not going to say, oh, the population of Nigeria is 200 million. It's only 8 out of 200 million that came here with drugs. No, what they will go by is 10 people came here, 8 came with drugs. That's 80%. That's what they are going by.
I'm gonna ask you a question. If these people that say they ban Nigeria from coming to their country, if a senator or a president of Nigeria that still hold the same Nigerian passport is going to their country, would they stop him from going to that country?
Well, that's an exception. They know. They already know. That's an official visit. That's an official visit. It's clear.
I'm trying to explain to you guys, man.
It's a diplomatic passport. I told you. That's
it's a diplomatic.
Yeah.
Okay. Those diplomats are not Nigerian.
And progressive, and that's why I have problem with David Ondei and all these obedient. They are going online calling destroying the image of Nigeria in the name of attacking the government. The government officials, when they travel diplomatic passports. No one is going to say you're a Nigerian. No, that diplomatic passport, you come in automatically. Now, who will suffer for this destroying of the image of Nigeria? Is them, the same people, me and them. We are the one that I don't use Nigeria passport anymore. So I use US passport now. So it's them and their people. So David Ondei, he's still using Nigerian passport to travel around. He went on George Galloway to go and tell the whole world that the president of his country is a drug lord. Hey, what does that tell all these countries? This country, the president is a drug lord. What do you think they would do to your passport? What does he think they would do to his passport? The same idiots, David Ondei, he's kind of Nigerian passport. He used Nigerian passport to travel to where George Galloway is. Now he just destroyed the image of that passport. Now we're now pulling aside in the airport.
That is you thinking that George Galloway is a very relevant person in the
George Galloway, everybody all over George Galloway. You don't know who George Galloway is? This guy he speaks in the British Parliament.
Yes, he speaks in the British Parliament, but how do you even know who George Galloway is? George Galloway is an outcast, former Labour Party member who has formed 2 different political parties. He just recently got back. Do you know I recently got back into Parliament?
No, that we are not here to discuss who George Galloway. I'm telling you that it's a popular platform that everybody.
George Galloway is not. If a George Galloway media is one,
I think you are missing the point.
Understand what Mike is saying. George Galloway has millions of followers around the world.
From where? From where did he get the millions of followers from?
Look, why are you doing this? Just take it cool, man. If they are not even millions, but they are in thousands, several thousands.
You guys are not listening. I'm trying to explain to you.
You don't need to explain.
You are the one not listening, man. You are the one missing the point we are giving you.
You don't need to tell me
your average British citizen don't follow George Galloway.
It's not only British people that follow George Galloway. Even me, a Nigerian, I follow George Galloway.
Who told you they don't know George Galloway?
I'm not saying they don't know.
Galloway, even what you are saying is popular around the Arab world, is popular around the communist or this socialist world, and is popular in Africa. A lot of people follow him. So, but what I'm telling you is that, look, whether you like it or not, a person that just recently won election, a person that speaks very often against the country, against the state, against them for their barbaric action, international or foreign engagement, he speaks against it most of the time. and people listen to him. So he's a popular person around the world. Everybody know. You know him. I know him. A lot of people on this person know him. And you are saying he's not popular. What are you saying?
This man, George Galloway, only stands election in area where there are large Muslims population because of his stance against Israel. And that is it.
Your argument is irrelevant, man. What we are trying to tell you is that the guy's platform is his international platform. It's what we are making to you. We are not telling you about his election or who he is. We are just telling you that his platform is an international platform.
It's an international platform.
That's the point we are making to you.
Okay.
People follow him around the world. In his district where he won election, the population of the Muslim is just 20%. And you are saying, oh, it's Muslim that making one law. Who told you that it's Muslim that giving the
Can you remind me what district that is again?
The population of Muslim there are just 20%. Go and check it.
Oh my God.
What are you talking about?
Well, progressive, the point I'm trying to make to you is
whether they are even Muslim, they are British. People that can vote, they are citizens of the country. It doesn't matter whether they are Muslim or they are Jew. How does that matter? But he has international platform.
The only reason why you are defending, the only reason why let me tell you now, the only reason why you are defending George Galloway is because of his left-leaning position as a communist. Apart from that, I know that you will follow him because of your own stance when it comes to your own stance politically.
Because I'm a socialist too.
Yeah, it's not even worse than socialists. So I'm not surprised that you follow George Galloway. So
if you don't like him, you don't like him. But what we are telling you is that we have millions of people around the world that follow him and like George Galloway because he doesn't like Western oppressive of smaller countries around the world. It doesn't like. It speak against it. It speak against Western countries' double standard in their geopolitics. So don't say that George Galloway, it might not popular to you, but it's popular to millions of people around the world. So that is what Mike is telling you, that for this guy to speak on George Galloway and mention it in that interview that Tinubu is a drug lord, millions of people that never had that before have had it. They will believe him because they sees him. What do they call that guy? A journalist fighting against bad governance. They will believe him that yes, what he's talking about is true. That the president of Nigeria is a drug lord. That is what Mike is telling you. He has spread propaganda against the president of
another thing that you have to realize that whoever panelist he brought on his platform, they will think that is a representative of him. You understand? And whatever that person is saying, it will be as if it's George Galloway that is saying it. That's the way people will perceive it.
Oh yes. Because George Galloway, he created a platform for people that cannot speak to come and speak to the world. And when they speak, it make it look authentic, because of what he stands for, because of what he fight for. So viewers across the world will believe that what they're saying on the platform is true. And what is the implication of that on we Nigerians? It shows that we Nigerians elected drug lord to be our president. And, people will look at, whether we like it or not, it's going to mark a negativity on us as Nigerians. That is the point. That is the point that Michael is making. So don't rubbish Galloway. Look at the implication of that guy speaking on Galloway's program and telling the world that, look, Nigerian president is a drug lord. So what is
the implication on ordinary Nigeria that is traveling outside of Nigeria? If you say let's say Nigerian president is a drug lord.
Are you kidding me? You don't know?
Tell me, what are the implications?
I have to tell you. Honestly, sometimes I don't even understand, man. Like, maybe this is the same way. Maybe this is the same way George Galloway himself was. I mean, sorry, David Day was thinking. Like, he just didn't see it. He doesn't see the implication. You just label a country a drug country, like president is a drug lord. Now people are thinking, oh, so Nigerians are drug people. And again, we are already telling you that the Mbali, they are Mbali us because we are already being known for. Hold on. We are already being known for that. When country like Bali is already banned, now you just exacerbate it by saying you're now making your president the head of the country, a drug lord. That means, guess what? It's a tolerated activity. Drug is something tolerated in that country. The image, you destroy the image. The implication is when you travel, they will hold it against you.
Mike, just because you think like that doesn't mean everybody thinks like that.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, I'm not kidding you.
The only people that don't think like that will be obedience now. I'm sorry.
No. Forget what I'm trying to explain to you now is that just because somebody
progressive is not obedient, he's not obedient.
So why are you thinking like this then? I don't understand.
No, he's not obedient at all.
Because I am very objective in my own ways of thinking, so I don't just.
But progressive, we are not saying 100% of human beings would think like that. But the fact of the matter is
exactly.
Okay.
It's logical for anybody to think like that now. That is the logic.
It's not logical.
Progressive, this is the logic you are presenting here. It's like everybody is like me now. I'm going somewhere to go and tell them that progressive is a thief. He's he robbed people.
Mike,
he did this. Hold on.
Wait now. Mike, can you take charge? Are you for it?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so
yeah.
progressive is like me going somewhere to go and spread to damage your image, right? Now you are now saying, why are you damaging my image? And then I respond to you by saying, it's not everybody that we think like that. I will believe that you are a thief. Of course, we know it's not 100% of human being that will believe it, but there will be a huge number of people that will believe it.
Of course, you want you want people to portray good image of Nigeria. That one is a guarantee. It's something that you want people to do. Whatever, like Simba said earlier, you want people to be a good ambassador of Nigeria. But what I'm saying is that the few people that are not going in that direction, the rest of us should not be held accountable for their offenses. Those countries have laws. Let their laws deal with those people. It's simple as that.
Progressive, I think you don't understand the way the world works, man.
No, that is how it works.
Okay. Do you remember when 9/11 happened? When there was a time, I don't know how long you've been traveling, when in the early 2000s, when terrorism was going on, plane was being, people were strapping bombs in planes and things like that. Do you know what it started doing to people that were Arabs in airports? Hey, that was the worst time to be an Arab, I'm telling you. So
what were they doing?
Or if you're an Arab, the way they will search you. Some of them they will deny. Even some Arab countries, they were banning visas them from traveling. They were doing travel restriction to some countries. They were giving some countries travel restriction, like people from some countries. That's the way the world works.
Which country was giving travel restriction? For goodness sake, no country was giving travel restriction.
Are you go and look back then? Like there were. I'm telling you, even as far as recently, Donald Trump, when you guys remember when Donald Trump came and announced that he has put a travel ban on, he named those countries, some Muslim countries. You guys remember, a president of the United States, when he came it took a while before they put that, when he came and announced a travel ban from people from, he named all some Americans. I can't remember that time? Yeah.
They put Nigeria on blacklist.
So what I'm trying to explain to you.
That's what I'm telling you is the act of reputation of places.
No, so what I'm trying to explain to you is that you made that same point with this submission you made now. When that issue of 9/11 happened, what did the world do? They moved straight away to tighten border securities through biometrics. Okay, this is what if you feel like there's a breach in your system. What do? You don't.
But they were still profiling. Okay, so they were still profiling people.
Okay, imagine.
Are you saying they were not profiling people?
Imagine that you now identify Nigeria as the people who are perpetrating the crime, okay, then Nigerians find another way to get another passport or to look for other nationalities that they can influence to start doing the same crime. What do? You cannot just.
But the fact is, because the possibility of Nigerians sneaking on that way doesn't mean now they will take away the.
What I'm trying to say to
hold on. Doesn't mean they will not take away the idea of profiling you. They will still profile you. The profiling will be there. They have to profile you. They have to profile people. They are likely to do something. That's just the way it works.
These things works. Look, these things work everywhere. Okay, sometimes you are look. Have you not traveled with the same? Have you not traveled with that Nigerian passport? Nobody speak to you, and you go in and out freely. It happens.
Dude, the kind of argument you are presenting is just I don't like.
No,
guys, chill out. Of course, you go to where you are not known for anything. But if you are going where they are known, you are expected that there are people that the reputation, they will profile you. It's just natural. It's a sensible thing to do. They will profile you. That's the way the world works.
I don't think it's a sensible thing to do.
What do you mean? Is it a sensible thing to do? Okay, let me ask you a question. If someone is known for stealing, if the person comes to your house, you're not going to profile the person. You will keep on the person.
That's just as that. It's too simplistic the way
you will keep high on the person now. Okay. Sorry. Let's say even in Nigeria, there a tribe of people that are known for. Even now that we are all saying Fulani, the moment Fulani people start moving into your neighborhood, you begin to profile them because you start suspecting them to be bandits. That's just the fact.
Hold on one second. So there's an airport, right? They have all their security system in place. Everybody is being screened, right? Looking at their baggage. So every time you see somebody with a certain country passport, you put them aside. Every single one of them.
They will profile you. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is getting painful. This is progressive. This is not exactly very complicated, and this is something everybody does. Besides, regarding what about Dr. Galloway, George Galloway, I think Nigeria's reputation had already been shot by that time anyway. So whatever David Hussein said,
but it made it worse now.
It was. I thought if there was
he had to wait. What we are arguing
about 100 is about 0.1% he added. Because
are you kidding me? This guy,
because it doesn't affect people's.
You just being defensive, or you're defending your fellow.
No. I don't personally. My encounter with Dr. David Hussein, I don't like him as much. But
get out of here, man.
So my point is that nations generally have policies based on their experience. If they feel like somebody is coming from a certain nation and they are causing problem for them, they will look at, okay, how much are these, what benefit are these will bring in, and all the weight. Let's say they are finding that American passengers are causing some problems, they will also weigh, okay, American passengers are bringing a lot of money, so they will not want to take action against them. Instead, they will do what progressive is talking about. They'll be more targeted. But if in the context of Nigeria is not giving them much money, Nigerians are poor, and then they are bringing trouble, they are more likely to phase you out or make life difficult for you to come in, because they don't want you to come and ruin their country when you're not even bringing that much money or positive development to their country. So
if I may ask progressive this question too, in the America you're talking about, that they put this in place, put that in place, why do the police profile blacks, the black Americans?
Because they are racist.
Oh man, get out of here.
To be fair, that one, most of it, about 80% of it is because of racism, really.
No, I'm talking about even black police. Don't get me when I say police.
Oh, yeah, they too are racist. They are part of the dominant culture now.
Oh, black, black is racist.
You don't know. You don't know if you are part of a culture. It doesn't matter whether you are.
So police is a culture.
Oh yeah. Women that are part of anti-women and some anti-women.
That you don't come with this your logic, man.
It is true.
Whenever I have conversation with you, I have to go and take Panadol because you just give me one kind of headache.
I choke you in the corner that you cannot escape from.
You don't choke any corner. Your logic, you just make. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. It's like you present some kind of.
You don't like to face the truth.
So just make one kind of argument. This guy, every time I talk to this guy, I have to take Panadol.
You see the wall as a concept.
Mike, when you say even the black police, what I'm saying to you is that the racism is institutional. Okay,
it's not racism, my friend. It's because they know the certain environment. They know a black neighborhood is known for a lot of high crime. So when you come in from that neighborhood, you walk in, they'll profile you. They know everyone in that neighborhood is not criminal. They know that, but they know that the higher chance of a guy from that neighborhood committing crime, moving around this area committing crime is there. The chance is there. So that's why they'll profile you. Even in New York City, they do something called search and frisk. They stop the young black male, they search them for drugs, all those things. They know most black people. Hold on. They know most black people don't sell drugs, but they profile the young black boys. They see a statue. Okay, keep going.
That is racism, man.
It's not racism. They are looking for drugs, man. Come on, it's not race. Okay, you telling me that if zero black person is selling drugs, no record of black people selling drugs, right? No record, like they are not known. Let's say it's the white kids that are selling drugs. They'll be searching black for drugs. Is that what you're telling me?
So, Mike, I will send.
Let me respond to Mike.
Will they be searching black for drugs? Answer the question.
Mike, I will send one man a video. Right? It is same incident. You know, it happens in the UK not long ago. This one, you know what even happened? It was two friends, a black and a white guy. The police left the white guy aside and started searching the black guy. Right? Both of them were working together, and they put the black guy aside, and they searched only that black guy, while the white guy was just having a conversation with the other officer.
What are they searching for? What are they searching for? What are they searching for?
Mike, you tell me, what was that?
They are both.
What are they searching for? Is the question I'm asking now.
See, Mike, it doesn't matter. They are both friends.
What are they searching for?
They were searching the black guy.
Regardless of what they are searching for, Mike. Regardless of what they're searching for, you tell me what that is.
It's clear racism. It's something that we everybody.
I'm not sitting here telling you racism. Hold on.
Why do you even say it? It's looking for an excuse.
Progressive. No one here sorry. I never came here to say racism is. I'm not arguing whether racism doesn't exist.
No, but I'm
telling you that some profiling, main reason people profile for a particular reason is because the reputation. That's what I'm telling you.
Mike, I just
hold on. Wait. Progressive.
You can't even answer me.
Okay. Give me a chance to answer now. If that's why I asked why they're searching. First of all, if the blacks they know that they're likely not going to find anything on the black person or say they're not known for something, they will do racism against that black guy, but it will be in a different way. It won't be by searching him. It will be by probably something different, or by maybe handcuffing him, or just doing something. They won't be by searching him. The reason they are searching him is because they're expecting something. They will do it a different way. The racism will be done a different way. But I'm telling you, the particular thing of the searching is because they're looking for something.
Do you listen to this guy, Mike?
Progressive, hold on. See,
hold
on. You've been talking forever. Stop, Jare. What they call it, when you have security this thing in London, when I was in London, what I found was that a lot of people that come to shoplift are white people, but when you go into a shop as a black person, you are the one that is always being followed most. And whenever they are following me, because I know the fact that that's what they do, and I'll say just keep following me so that white people will rob your shop dry. Because some of these people, they are very, very prejudiced from the point of view that they are not even rational anymore. Because
you don't come.
I don't come. Follow me. I will like.
Okay, let me not ask you.
People will rob your shop dry.
Sunaja, let me ask you. You're telling me that the store owner knows that the person that's likely to steal from his shop is that white kid. He knows for a fact than the black kid. Now he's living alone. The person he knows that one is likely to steal. Now he's leaving the one that's likely to steal alone because he's racist. You want to follow the one that's not likely to steal.
But they are not catching the white people.
And that's the smart businessman. Wait. First of all, you are telling me that those businessmen are so dumb that because they want to be racist, they only want to follow people around because they don't like their color, their skin.
But they don't it several times because some of you see what young black men do is that all those young students, black guys, sometimes they come into the shop and they are rude to them. And some of them are also found this. So they focus more on them, and for whatever reason,
they follow you around because you are rude, not because they don't think you want to steal.
The question Mike is posing to you is very simple. You are a businessman. You know that this person will come and steal your goods, and then you leave the person that will come and see your goods, then you'll be following another person just because of racism?
Yes,
Mike,
actually,
can I ask you a question? Mike, can I quickly
So
ask
is that the way they run business?
I've seen it. I've tell you, I've seen it happen. What
Simba,
are you?
welcome to Nigeria World, dude.
What is confusing to you? I've seen it before. They are busy following me, and I was like, you know what? Just keep
because
following
they don't like your
know
skin.
full well because I know full well that a white person is busy robbing their shop while they are doing
Mike,
that.
can I quickly ask a question? I want to quickly ask Mike a question. Mike, do you follow? Do you know Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yeah, I think I know him. But me, I don't. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, you follow him.
I don't follow him. I know him. Why would I be following him like that? Go ahead.
Okay. So because the way you talk sometimes it made me feel like it's somebody you kind of take interest in the show.
The problem with you need to understand. See, I'm a realistic person. I don't hold positions. I don't do this. I'm on this. I'm aligned. I don't just follow one ideology or one movement. I don't do that. I just deal reality.
Mike, I just paint a scenario to you where two people were supposed to be stop and search because of this your stop and frisk policy that was in New York. They had the same policy in London. Okay, so but these two friends were walking around. They were walking, and one was white, one was black. So the police wanted to also enforce that same stop and search policy, but then they stop and search only the black guy.
Here's the deal. I don't know why you keep making argument about whether racism exists or not. I have made it clear to you that. Hold on, calm down. Wait now. I already made it clear to you. This argument is not about whether.
Why are you arguing again?
Can you?
That, then you say then you argue against
no,
it.
Nobody ever told you that racism doesn't exist. Or people are not racist towards people.
Why are we linking it?
Why are you acting as if it doesn't happen? Then when he says something like that, or when I tell you that it's happening, don't argue against it. Just say, okay, yeah, sometimes it happens, but it doesn't mean that our people doesn't.
But it's totally different things now from what we are discussing earlier.
Mike doesn't want to tell you that racism exists. He wants to tell you that
when did I say racism doesn't? When did I say it doesn't exist?
You black person is just making an excuse. That is what
the point I'm making is you begin to sound like everything that's happening to you is because of the color of your skin, and I'm telling you that some of it has to do with reputation. That's the point I'm making to you. Racism exists. There's some things where people treat you because they don't like you, and there's sometimes people do some things because of what they are expecting from you.
What was black man reputation when they were taken for slavery?
This Ghana is shifting arguments. Oh my God!
Losers now. They were losers. That's why. When your people are so losers, that they're busy selling their own.
They want to make money. You're saying they care about reputation. They want to go use it. Do you know how much wealth England, France made from slavery? They want to go make money. You're talking about her reputation.
We have to admit that we screwed up now. We are busy selling people. Well, those people that can invent what we are going to use to prevent them from colonizing us, we sold them to them.
So you see your logic now. You guys somehow, I don't want to use the word that is in my mind. So now it was smart for them to do what they did during.
I didn't say it was smart too.
They made money. So when somebody,
it was smart for them.
So when a Nigerian person is committing those crimes, they are spoiling the name of Nigeria. Those people who did slavery did not. Those people committed those slavery.
You see the difference. You see the difference.
They did not spoil the image.
On the side of the white people.
Do you know the difference? Do you know the difference?
The man who is selling drugs, that is always committing crime in Nigeria, that is not spoiling the image of Nigeria. Do you not see the
progressive
argument is this? You're just like shifting goalposts all over the place.
No, you don't even understand what you're
But let me respond to what he said. See, you see, progressive, what you are doing is you are doing moral police. Let me tell you how the way the world works, right? Is who has power. Hold on.
You have used some word here. I know very well that that is why I ask you if you watch that man's show, and you are trying to deny it. No, you watch Jesse Lee Peterson shows. Look,
so what's your point? Jesse Lee is the one teaching me how to think. Is that what you're telling me? He's the one teaching me how to think.
You use the word blacks, right? Blacks.
Okay, because I use the word blacks. I mean, so Jesse Lee is one that invent the word blacks.
You use the word blacks.
But let me just address the point you just made a few seconds ago. You say, but if when you do this, blacks do this. You're doing moral police. That's not the way the world works. The way the world works is power. Hold on. The way the world works is power. For example, if they begin to label Americans as the drug pushers or whatever, and America will not give a damn because they know that their country is so powerful and their passport is extremely powerful. No matter how much reputation Americans have for drug, whatever, everybody is still open door for them to come to their country because that's the powerful.
Exactly.
Those are, you understand? You that you're powerless, you can't be comparing yourself, saying, "Oh, how come America can do this? Hey, we can." Bro, this world is called power. If Nigeria today becomes a very powerful country, where everybody wants your currency, wants your stuff, I won't give a shit what anybody think about my country. You understand?
You can be smoking cocaine and traveling, they will still welcome you in anyway.
I won't give a damn. What do you think if it's Togolese that are having problem in Nigeria? I care. Because those countries who are there, I don't care what my reputation is with the Togolese. But we're talking about places where I need to go. I need them more than they need me. So I need my reputation to be good there. So the way the world works is how your position matters. We are not all fingers are not equal. You can't be comparing yourself with if a man can do something immoral, how come I can't do it? No, because when a man control the world, he's in a very powerful position. So you don't be comparing yourself with
But Mike, are you a supporter of the current government?
Which government?
The current government in Nigeria.
Don't support blindly. If I see something they do well, I will say kudos. If I see something they're not doing well, I will point it out that you're not doing it well. So far,
so even supporter, what does that mean? I don't get it. Where are you going? What are you trying
let him finish answering so I can understand. Okay, if that's this,
like for example, if you're following me for on this platform, even before this government, when I come here, when I went to Nigeria and I saw Buhari fix the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, I came here and said, I praise this guy who fix that road. But other things he did wrong, economy, all those things, I condemn it. So I'm not a fanatic. That's the difference between, and that's one issue people have with loudly obedient. They're just fanatic. Like, I'm not a fanatic. I'm not just going to follow someone. He does wrong, I will start supporting. I will tell you if he's not doing something wrong. I came here and said, I have a problem with the Tinubu's government because they're not communicating with us. I don't know what they're doing. And I still said it tonight. Like, I just have issue with our government not communicating with the population. Communicate with us. Even this drug issue we talk about, I just said it tonight now. Like, why didn't know educating the population that okay, this is what's going on in the world. There are some drug law convincing you guys, picking on these ignorant boys and making them travel with drugs, and those ones out of their ignorance, they don't know what they're falling into, because that's what's causing most of this drug problem. Because it's the main guys are the one getting passport for some of these young boys that don't know anything, buy their plane tickets, put drugs in a store and tell them to fly. And those people don't know what they are doing. They will just travel with drugs and they will catch them and they will end up in prison. And all Nigerian government have to do is just put the information out there, start educating everybody, talk about the problem, and most people will be aware of it. So whichever young boy they approach, that's why we know that we are hearing about this thing in the news. Though. Is that what you're telling me to go and do? So you solve half of the problem by doing just that. So that's part of me. That's part of me criticizing the government now. So you are saying, am I support?
Is it not death penalty for drugs that they passed recently?
I support that too.
Yeah, the problem is that they don't even carry it out when they do it, because they are busy listening to international organizations. So okay, let me ask you then. Anybody can answer to regarding this. What would be the good policies that you say Tinubu has done that he owns, not the one that Buhari did, the one that he owns that is good?
Honestly, I haven't been looking deep into what they have been policies that have been making so far, because I'm not in Nigeria. I only come on issue to hear you guys talk. I mean, I support the coastal highway. I like that. It's a good idea. And that guy, the central bank, some things they were doing I thought was really cool. And then the guy with doing thing about that passport, that's good. So I haven't been looking across board because I don't have time.
Listen, if you want, for me, I think the biggest policy, not just this government, the biggest policy that have come out since 1999 is that student loan policy. For me, I think that is the biggest economic and educational changes that have been implemented as far as Nigeria is concerned since 1999. If they are properly implemented, that is what I'm going to say. If they are properly implemented, For me, that is the biggest changes I've seen in that country since 1999. The idea that a higher institution is now accessible, okay, regardless of whether you come from, or regardless of what your economic background is. For me, that is a big change. I don't think there's any policy right now that anybody can tell me that will have that much impact on the life of Nigerian as much as that student loan will do. So for me, I think it's a very, very, very big policy.
Since 1999, that is a big one. I think you are close because Nigeria hasn't really done much.
Okay, you tell us which one is it.
But what I would consider the biggest moves that they've made is a couple of infrastructural changes. Like that of the Dangote refinery. If those refineries come on stream, that is the biggest change that has occurred in Nigeria. Because if those things were firing on the student,
you said your own question. You don't. You yourself your own question. You answer it wrongly. You ask a question. You say it is not. You say something that they have done on their own, not something from previous.
Yeah, no, it's because you stretched it back to 1999. So that's why I stretch it back to there too. If you just said, okay, that's the greatest policy.
It's not a government, but it's not a government factory. It's a private individual company.
Nigeria government contributed to it, and it started. They were completed in 6 years. Practically in 6 years. That is quite an accomplishment for a Nigerian state that is always delaying everything. Also, if the Port Harcourt refinery, Warri, Kaduna comes in, that will be a transformational change for Nigeria. We like it or not, except this government find a way to sabotage it again. So from that point of view, I think you are close. For me, the current government, their best policy that they've carried out, that it belongs to them, is that of the student loan. I think significantly, because I think it might actually stop the universities going on stupid strikes. And yeah, I think that one will stick. And the coastal road one, if they complete it, that too will be a big change, especially for the South states, because that's one of the things that is cutting off the South states from each other, actually. Because what happens is that you get to Delta and it goes to this thing, Onitsha and most southeastern states, then you come down again. But if you join the South state, technically you can even categorize Lagos as a South state because they are all in the South region of Nigeria. So if they all run, the line runs through all the South states, I think that's going to make a massive difference. So those two, in terms of the current government, but in terms of the worst policies of this government, what would you say?
I will say go and do your research.
For the worst policy?
Yes.
Oh, you want to go? you want to throw into the long grass? You don't want to talk about the worst ones. Personally, the worst one is the floating of the currency.
In what capacity do you judge that? And what is your knowledge about financing that you are saying that is the worst?
My knowledge about financing is that you go online and search it yourself. They will tell you that any nation that have the economic structure of Nigeria should peg their currency. You can't float it like it's an American economy or Japanese economy.
The question you ask yourself is very simple. Like, I always take people back to the last days of Buhari, what Emefiele did. We are subsidizing the Naira for a long time. That is the point. But now we are no more subsidizing.
You don't even understand what you are saying. We're not subsidizing the Naira.
Who told you we are not subsidizing the Naira?
How? No, okay, now let me, you guys watch me. Tell me how we subsidize. Hold on. Let's hear him here say it now. How do you think we subsidize the Naira? Tell me.
It's very simple. During those era, the disparity between the parallel market and the official market was about 300 to 400 Naira difference. But now you can see the disparity sometimes about less than 50 Naira.
But that's not subsidy, is it?
Yeah, and they have a lot of sharp practices too. Selling some dollars to some selected few people, maybe multinational.
But that is not subsidy.
Who will bear the cost of that? Why are they selling for these people at below price and the other they are selling it at higher price?
The people that are buying it are the ones that will bear the consequences.
Who is bearing that differences?
See, Because that is not subsidy. My point is that it's been made now. See,
first answer that question.
I will let you know.
Who is bearing the differences?
One, it's not a subsidy from even from your explanation. That's not a subsidy. So I don't know why we use that term. And secondly, the people, the currency as it was then, you are looking at 800 versus 600 to maybe some people can argue 400 even. But look at what happened during the floating. It went outside both of them, completely outside both of them. It goes straight to 1,000, 1,200, 1,300. That is what I consider a terrible policy within a short period of time. And also, in terms of the people that were making the money during that time, yes, it's the people, the round tripping. What is going on then is the people within the Nigerian state that are doing a round tripping, maybe even foreigners too doing it. They are the ones causing the black market demand to increase, because remember, demand is the reason why it increases in price. It's not because somebody is forced to buy it. And sometimes, how do you create demand? You hold the currency so that people can keep asking for more, and when they keep asking for more, you keep increasing the price that you charge them for it. That is how those people made their money. However, now what they did was they opened it up for the international speculators to completely rip our economy to pieces. Anybody that knows now how to do foreign exchange market, all these international people, they are very good at it. They have the software. So when the naira went down, devalued about 3-4 months ago, they would have acquired a lot of naira and sold it when it appreciated about a month or two. This is a month ago. So they would have sold it and made more than 50% profit. That is how crazy the naira is going up and down, and the instability alone is bad enough.
Sorry, Tuna, sorry to interject you. I just want to bring something to your notice. I have 3 apps on my phone, and those 3 apps, before the exchange rate to the dollar or to euro is nearly, you only see like 3 naira, 2 naira difference. But as I'm talking today, one of the apps, if you want to change, they are changing at almost 200 to 300 higher than the word that people really know. That means those people that hide their money or whatever, they are pushing it out there. They quickly want to change it before the dollar, the naira appreciate again. So that means there's a lot of Nigeria that are doing a lot of shenanigans or something like that. So sometimes this area is not very easy to understand as you are just trying.
But it's easy to understand. See, let me simplify it for you. Let me simplify it for you. You said
don't know. Okay. I have to go. Sorry, I have to.
Stand. You don't run away. Why are you running from knowledge? This is not the way to do it. If you have a home, you have $100 in your coffers, your pocket, and you have 100 naira. And your children are making demands, say, buy me something for 100 naira. And then they say, buy me something for 1,000 dollars. You know full well that you don't have enough dollars. What you would tell them is that, you know what, buy something with naira that I can afford, and because I don't have dollars. So in other words, you can discourage people from asking for so many dollars. The only reason why our currency is depreciating is because people are demanding for the dollars, and then there are other people that are also speculating on top of it, that are demanding for the dollars. So you, as a government, your job is to say, you know what, there are certain things we are bringing into the country that are completely useless to Nigeria. We don't need those things. You put tariff on them, just like Americans do, just like the British do. You put tariff on them because they are not helping develop the country. Then you use those funds to create manufacturing and businesses that can export goods out of Nigeria so that they can get even more foreign currency. But they are not even doing anything like that. It's more recently, it's just about a month ago, the government started coming out saying Nigerians should stop dollarizing the economy. They started advertising it on TVC. Can you believe that? This is something I've been saying 6 months ago to let you know that this is common sense. This is something other countries do, but they just refuse to do it. It's demand that creates that depreciates our currency. But yet, you are not telling your people not to be using dollar too much. You are not reducing the things that the country imports that requires that foreign exchange. You are supposed to reduce those things. Have you even seen the government even try to reduce that once? Apart from maybe...
to Nigeria, what you are saying now, because you are talking about pegging or fixing your currency. So yes, if you believe in law of demand and supply, then floating is the way. But if you don't believe, that's when pegging pegging, or fixing works. So you are contradicting yourself.
No. You peg it because you want stability. Your economy is based on imports, and your
So if
economy
you
is not
peg it, if you
diversified.
fix it, the law of demand and supply doesn't apply in this case. So
No, it
what you
still
are
does
saying?
apply. It still does
How?
apply
How?
because if
How?
people demand too
Why do
much,
you don't fix it? Don't when you talk about law of demand and supply, you don't fix price.
let me explain to you. You can fix price, especially in the case of the currency. If you fix it and people are demanding too much dollars, what the government is supposed to do then reduce the demand for dollars. That is what you do. But what they've
So
done now
what?
is
No, if
float
you
it.
fix it, what effect if they are demanding for too much dollar? What effect will it have? If
Now,
because you said
what
you
you're going to
fix.
do then, because you have to now supply the dollar so that the value of the dollar don't increase too much. That's your own currency.
No, you said fix. You said fix. So it will not change now if you fixed it.
No.
You are the one that.
Let me explain to you what is going to happen. For it to stay fixed, you will now have to supply the dollars that people are demanding from your reserve, from your foreign reserve. You now have to supply it.
Let me tell you this. That's what you do when you float. You have to make sure that the law of demand and supply, the supply has to outweigh demand so that it will not be depreciating. But if you fix, let me tell you this. If you fix, that means irrespective of the demands or supply, that price remain the same. That's what
Yes.
fixing means.
Do you know the value of that? It controls inflation. It allows businesses to plan. You have stability in the economy. What is happening now? Who can invest in an economy where inflation is so high? You buy a house today, the next year the inflation will eat up the value of that you just invested. That is damaging. That's why I consider that the most damaging policy that they implemented, because they just destroyed the Nigerian economy. They made it. Dangote is complaining. MTN made a loss. Where do you think all that money is going to? Foreign speculators. That's where all that money is going. He literally damaged Nigerian businesses. And the funny thing about Nigeria is that the businesses are not very vengeful. If it was like Western economies, you did this to them, they are going to come at you. Big time. They're going to blast you on full blast in public. That you destroyed the economy and now they are losing money. Is the Nigerian government going to compensate those companies for the damage they caused? They are not going to compensate them. So I saw Dangote complaining that they cannot pay their shareholders any dividends now because they didn't make money. So tell me
why excuse me, why is Dangote complaining?
Because they made a loss. Like I told you, inflation.
Why just hold on. How did he make a loss? How did he make a loss?
Inflation is one of them.
How?
Okay, let me explain it
now.
Let me explain it. When you buy something to create a product, then by the next year, when those things you want to go and buy, the price has gone up, and the amount you're selling your product doesn't match it. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to make a loss. You see what I mean? That is what is going on.
So before the floating of, how much was he selling his cement? How much is he selling it now?
I can assure you that it didn't increase as much as inflation. That is the problem. I work with Nigeria all the time.
No, hold on. What is the inflation? What is the inflation rate? Let's say 30%.
Inflation rate.
Okay, let's say even 30%. Because before then, cement were being sold for maybe 3,500 or 4,000 naira. You understand? So now, how much is it?
And somebody tells me that it's not up to. Maybe they've corrected it because they've lost money.
Wait. From, let's say 4,000 to 7,000, is that 30% inflation?
See, cement prices tend to be people tend to order cement, and when they order cement, most of their orders tend to be made already. So those people, you are going to supply them, whether the inflation just suddenly started going up or not. You have to supply them. That's why they are all losing money.
No, just wait. You are talking like somebody who doesn't know business. I'm very sorry to say this.
15 seconds. Let
The
me just
issue is this. Even as
let me give you an example
producer.
now, so you know what I'm talking about. 15 seconds. I see when you pay for like broadband in Nigeria, the broadband price increases. They've not increased even 20% from last year, but yet inflation has risen way more than that. since last year. So they too will be making a loss. How do you explain that?
Okay, you said broadband. That okay. Just hold on. The other advantage that they are also taking in the system, did they talk about it? Did they increase the salary? Because you are talking, they increase the price of their goods.
Oh, some of them will have to. They must increase salary.
Let me tell you, all these people that you are talking about don't believe what they are saying. It's
Simba,
not
sorry, I
just.
want to quickly comment.
I can't believe you.
Because I'm a businessman and I know what people. I know. No.
Simba, please, 1 second.
Businessman, don't tell me it's just arithmetics.
Tunaja, 1 second, please. Tunaja, if you want to peg the naira today, where will you peg it at?
I would not have moved it from where it was before. I would leave it where it was before. And you know what Tinubu government would have done, which was
hold on now, Tunaja, hold on 1 second. So why not just make it $1 to $1 then?
You could, but that is if you can sustain this in demand.
So why would you have to sustain the demand?
Because people will be asking for it. Your businesses in Nigeria will be asking for dollars to buy stuff overseas. How are you going to do that?
You sustaining the demand, what is that called?
You sustaining the demand?
Yeah,
you have to supply them the dollars now. It's not anything.
What is that called? What is it called?
To sustain the demand. You supply now. Demand and
supply. You are subsidizing that artificial rate. That is what you are doing.
No, you're not subsidizing it. They are demanding for it, and you are providing it for them.
Because people are demanding for it, because that's not the true price. If things are too cheap,
hold on.
That is not the price.
Hold on. You're only subsidizing it. Hold on. You're only subsidizing it. Hold on. You are only subsidizing it if people are making the demand that you cannot.
Okay, let me give you for example.
You just said to me that
you have people. Let me tell you.
Because what you do is you reduce demand.
Hold on.
You cut according to your size.
No, just hold on. Let's say something that worth $1, and you know that if you are selling at that $1, maybe 100 people will be able to afford it. You brought the price down to, let's say, 50 pence. Do you understand what I'm saying? That means you have more people that will be able to be demanding for such thing. You understand? But you know that you don't have the capacity.
Exactly.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So where will you get? So that is what we call subsidy.
Hold on.
Let me tell you.
You're not listening to me at all. Before you peg it at a lower rate, you have to make sure you are capable of reducing the demand.
Do we have the capacity? That is the question.
We already did. We had it last year.
What do you mean? What do you mean? So you don't know what was going on?
Okay, let me give you an example. Throughout Buhari's term, 8 years term, the currency devalued by 100% in 8 years. But in this government, it devalued almost 200% within 1 year. So
the currency did not devalue. The currency was floated. So when you float it, what happened is it's not up to.
It goes to its true value. It gets to its true value.
There's no true value. They can speculate to death.
Hold on 1 second. Tunaja, let me explain something. It is not up to the forces of demand and supply. 1 second, right? Let me explain something to you. I understand what you are saying, that speculators could come in and take advantage of it, right? And that is one of the reasons why you see the government is trying to close this P2P trading platform, that Naira should not be traded on the P2P anymore. And that is why you see that they are taking a lot of drastic action. But outside of that, Tunaja,
why don't they leave it now? Market forces should take over now. Why don't they leave it? Leave it.
No, because market forces is different from speculators. Okay, speculators
is part of the market forces.
No, it's not. It's not part of the market forces. Speculators is just taking advantage of. So speculators.
Let's face what the government should have done. If the government felt that, okay, they want to do something about what the regime that was in place, where people are making a lot of killing, which is called round tripping, they could have done what they did with the Bureau de Change right now and put rules to cap whatever let's say the CBN gives.
You don't understand the
finish my point now. Let me finish
go ahead.
Like say when CBN gives a rate of 600 naira to $1, then they cap it and say the Bureau de Change people are not allowed to speculate over maybe 650 naira. But instead, what they did was they just floated the entire thing, and now they went and capped it again on top of it. They floated it, and then they told the CBN, the Bureau Change people, you are not allowed to earn so and so profit. And now they are going after the people that are speculating. All those things are things you could have done when you pegged it. And guess where Nigerian currency would have been right now? Our economy would have been more stable. The gain that would have made from the fuel subsidy removal would have been magnified. And the stability that you have in the economy, Dangote will not lose money. All those people will not lose money. And fuel price will probably be a little bit lower right now. But no, they decided to just float the currency.
Dangote did not lose money. Dangote got devalued just like every other Nigerian. Every Nigerian got poorer as a result of that.
That's what I'm telling him. That all those people that are just lying to the public.
Nigerians got poorer.
They just want to swindle his shareholders.
He's admitting what I said, that is the worst policy. Because every Nigerian got poorer because of the policy.
Because he's speaking to your sentiments. That's why you believe in it.
No, it's not because of it. It's just the fact. You have to look at facts what it is.
Hold on.
I consider it economic sabotage even.
No, Tunaja, hold on 1 second. Let me explain something to you, right? So, you support pegging of the naira. Say, okay, hold a particular rate. Okay, so we've been following these policies for many years now. For very long time, the naira has been pegged. But even though this naira was being pegged, it has continuously lost value. You can argue that not at this rate now, but it has continuously lost value. When Jonathan left office, the naira was trading at what? Around 200 naira. So we started from somewhere where we were even more than 1 to 2 to the dollar, $1 to $2 to the naira, right? Up to all the way to 200 naira. Why we were still subsidizing at the time. So what does that tell you? It tells you that they are
prestige. I mean progressive, sorry. Even I remember around 2015, 2016, this same Emefiele was one that said, that the value that the naira was not being given this right value. And it was one that actually devalued naira to 360 then. So as at 2018, 2019, even up to like around 2020, the naira was still around. After that, it was even the one also that increased to 500 and something. You understand?
I think the only thing I see in all of this is that all of these things that we are doing now, though those are necessary things that we have to do, but we are doing them at the wrong time. All of these policies
you are going around in cycles on this one.
Hold
Let
on,
me just
all of
add,
this,
because you just said something before Simba said something. Let me just say something.
Hold on 1 second.
See,
in my opinion,
you've said something already. No. Both of you can let us be going to and fro. Let me just say what I need to say.
No,
we all have to have
conversation
conversation amongst ourselves. No, then when you just finish, Simba said something. Then let me say something. Then you can say something. It's just let's
go ahead.
extend a bit of quality here. So
go ahead.
When the currency depreciated, what they could have done was go after the bribery change and streamline it at that time, and then with the Dangote refinery coming on stream and all the other refineries to be coming on stream, you will see that the Nigerian currency will start appreciating. Why? Because we now have a lot of more foreign exchange that we don't. Because before we used to buy petrol overseas, isn't it? But that will reduce. Now we have a lot more foreign exchange to satisfy the demand, and our currency would have been getting stronger. But instead, they sabotaged it. They basically kneecapped the Nigerian economy. And this pattern, I see this pattern repeating itself
I don't even understand what you are. What are you talking about now?
I am saying that
if you float naira, by the time we earn more foreign exchange, the price will fall. That is the law of economy.
But it hasn't now. So
fixing it. How does that one favor fixing than floating?
Because people have enough money to cause our economy, this is our currency, to appreciate to depreciate more and more.
Can I say something now? Because you say you are going back and forth with Simba.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Simba. So this is what I was trying to say before Tunaja did not let me finish just now. See, the time when we should have done all of these things, this removing of subsidies and floating the naira, was during the Goodluck Jonathan time. Okay. If that was the perfect time for us to have implemented.
That was when we are earning a lot of oil was being sold at 140, 130.
That was when we were making huge revenue from crude oil. That was the time we should have done all of this. We should have done all of these policies. Then, when this bad time had come, we would have already got used to it. We would have already put things in place that will make sure that our currency will be able to sustain it. But at this time, look, the economy is weak. Oil revenue is not as good as it used to be. So you're going to
actually,
struggle.
Jonathan wanted to remove the subsidy at that time.
Yeah, no, but he should have removed the subsidy.
No, we are not talking about fuel subsidy. We are talking about currency. We are not even talking about oil subsidy.
Okay.
Even the subsidy should have done both of them at that time, because then we were in a very good place to do it at the time. We would have just done it.
Because he doesn't have, the problem with Jonathan is that he was busy looking for that his second term. He doesn't have the political will, and he's too. And to me, no, I don't want to get to Obi. Obi will also be like a Jonathan, who want to dance to the tune of everybody, who want to be nice, that nice guy there that listen to everybody.
Jonathan
As a ruler.
Obi would have made Jonathan look like some very, very good presidents. It would have made Jonathan look like the best president we ever had.
See, that is what you don't understand. I don't know whether it's because your coloration is based on tribe or because you are speaking based on fact. This is why you can see whatever you like about P2B. You can see whatever you like about P2B. In the big calls, he got it right. These people would say they want to reinvent the currency. He got it right because he says that the Nigerian economy needs to be exporting. But what are they doing instead? They are busy trying to float currency first and damage their own economy. Who does that? Can you see the economy just going up and down?
The coastal highway. You know that?
No, I've said that was a bad idea. That is going to backfire on him, and he shouldn't have done that.
You are so. I don't even know what word to use. Like Obi, they say I even sent the video. I even sent. Hold on now, you people that follow Obi, you guys are so blinded in whatever. Look, I even sent the video to one man yesterday, where Obi was with Rufai Oseni, saying he would devalue the currency. He said it with his own mouth.
Yeah, by how much is the question?
What do you mean by how much?
What do you mean by how much?
And if you devalue the currency,
what do you mean by how much?
Let me explain this. If you devalue the currency and peg it, there's a difference there.
You devalue the currency and peg it.
The reason why you don't understand the biggest enemy of business That's the biggest enemy of business.
To Nigeria. How many times have we pegged and shift? How many times?
Yeah, but at least it gave us an element of stability. That is what is most required for business to prosper.
You just argued against devaluation now, and again because it now come to Obi matter. You say
no. You see, what I said was.
He said by how much?
You know, when Tinubu said he was going to flow the currency, what I assumed was going to happen was that the black market rate, they are going to bring it down a little bit, and the official rate, they're going to bring it up a little bit. They're going to meet somewhere in the middle. But what happened is that they just ran away from both sides and went the other direction.
You cannot control black market rate. It's called black market for a reason.
Oh my goodness, you can. They are controlling it right now. They are already doing it right now.
They're not. Those authorized bureau de change are not black market. They are authorized by the government.
Black market. They've completely removed black market now. It doesn't exist in Nigeria anymore.
So what are you calling black market rate?
No, but that's what the bureau de change. Before, it's the bureau de change that used to sell more expensive rates. They are the ones, but now they have stopped from doing that.
There were bureau de change that were not regularized by the authority, that were just doing that. Those are the ones you saw that DSS was arresting on the street.
Yes, and many of them have closed down. Many thousands of bureau de changes have closed down in the country because of what the government did, which is the right thing to do. See, it's the right thing for them to do, but I feel like the Nigerian governments or politicians, what they do is they will do one good thing and they will go somewhere and kneecap the economy again. They will do one good thing, they will go somewhere and kneecap the economy. This is why when I hear, just watch this space, you will see that Nigerian Dangote refinery is going to come on stream, Port Harcourt refinery is going to come on stream, Warri, all of them, they will find a way to sabotage it. They will find a way. They will never let that economy grow properly. And that is my problem with the way they do it. Because clearly, Buhari left a foundation for Tinubu to be the greatest president Nigeria has ever seen. But guess what he has done with that one first year so far? Destabilize the economy. Who does that?
To Nigeria, when you come into a government, right? When you come into a government, as early as possible, you make the difficult decisions. Okay, it's going to bite hard, it's going to be challenging, it's going to be difficult, but with the hope that over time it gets better. That is how you do things. Do you understand that part?
It's gonna be a problem until all the refineries start benefiting Nigeria. That's when, and I fear that they're going to find a way to sabotage it again.
Yeah, but this is what that is the I'm trying to explain to you the logic behind all these policies. Tinubu is not going to start doing all these policies going into an election year. They come in and say, you know what, the earlier the better. We do all of these things. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be challenging. The people are going to go through hard time. But we believe, not me now, the government then believe that this is the right way to go. Okay, time will tell if it's the right way to go. If they might end up they might end up becoming a genius later.
Floating the currency will always be a bad idea. If the Nigerian economy
hold on now, let me just finish.
In spite of it.
Let me just finish. They might end up being genius later. If it works, everybody, wow. But what I'm saying is, if it doesn't work, them too, they will take responsibility for it. They will take the punishment for it. That is how
then our lives are gone while they are busy wrecking our economy over and over again. That is what I'm concerned about. You keep giving them time. Do you know when Obasanjo came into office, he told Nigerians, be patient. I will sort the economy out. This is Yaradua, the same thing. Jonathan, they all do the same thing, and we keep giving them time.
So what are you going to do?
We should call them out on what they are doing and let them know that they are sabotaging the economy deliberately. Because you see, Tinubu, one thing you see about Tinubu government is that the guy seems to be a friend. See, Tinubu is one of the most.
So what is calling them out
going to do? I feel like, no. If you call them out and okay, watch what happens with this cyber task that is coming through. If people keep criticizing it, guess what? They're going to track back. You have to be aware that when your government is listening to you, and the Nigerian government, they do listen when they fear that the people are turning on them because they know they don't have a lot of protection. So in reality, if you see they are sabotaging the economy, look at the economy now. Nobody needs to tell you. Do you think it was the external factor that stabilized the Nigerian economy? They did it. The economy would be do you know Dangote refinery coming on stream? Just the idea of it coming on stream and the financial the currency is stable would have meant that the economy would be growing rapidly by now. But they sabotaged it. Why would you do that?
This is what you don't understand. Tunaja, what you don't understand is that I told you every government coming with a policy direction, right? So they came in with the idea to fully liberalize the market. That is their own idea. So you let's see how it goes wrong. You are saying, oh, by the time they would have destroyed Nigerian economy. So what if in the long run?
Know when you are getting conned.
Hold on. What if in the long run? Hold on. What if in the long run it end up being a good policy and then Nigeria start benefiting from it? What would you say?
Do you know what is going to make it a good policy? All the same features of the other this thing. Because remember, I just said it, they're already regulating it again.
You are not an economist.
It's managed.
You are not an economist, okay? So why should I listen to you?
See, you should listen to me because if you don't have any argument against it, you should ask yourself, am I right? I've checked this information. Check it yourself. Check all because you know, I may not be an economist, but I can borrow the knowledge of an economist. If you go and ask the question out there, for an economy that relies on import, that is not diversified, what is the best currency policy for that economy? And they will give you the reasons why. And you find that Nigeria belongs in the area where you peg it because you need stability. You need people because the economy is not stable. If prices increase somewhere else, your economy will go crazy.
A lot of people do not peg. This is what you don't understand. A lot of countries don't peg their currency. What happens is that
countries don't peg their currency. The developing countries peg their currency.
A lot of countries don't peg their currency.
Find out how many countries. How many countries?
A lot of countries don't peg their currency. What just happened is that the forces of demand and supply, in case of Nigeria, the forces of demand is higher than the forces of the supply. That is the problem we are facing. If we have
a lot of countries peg their currency, actually, a lot of countries peg their currency. I don't know where you got the idea that there are not that many. Quite a list of them there, and many of them are very, very rich countries. Though they have a lot of oil, but yet they peg their currency. So why are they not? Why are they not leaving it just to run riot all over the place? because they don't want price to increase somewhere else, and then their whole economy goes upside down.
So which country peg their currency then?
Bahrain, this thing, let me see, Panama, Oman, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, which is Dubai, that we all like to go to, Jordan, Hong Kong, Djibouti, Cuba, and those are just some of the lists. Not all of them. There are many more. No. What are you talking about? These are okay. List of currency exchange regime.
Look at the countries that you call now. How many of them are world-leading economies? Economics among economists.
Hold on now. When I get the fuller list, I have not got the fuller list. Oh my goodness, there are more than 100. You want me to list them? There are more than 100 on the list. From Azerbaijan, Aspa, Alde. Okay, that's the currency itself. They are naming. I don't know which one it is. They are naming the currency and they're saying they are pegged. They peg the currency. Netherlands. Oh, is that Netherlands? Oh, Netherlands Antilla Gilda is pegged. Netherlands Attila Gilda is pegged. Saudi Arabia Riyadh.
Netherlands is using Gilda. Are you crazy to that shit?
they said Gilda now. They said Gilda here. I don't know. You tell me. To the dollar. Maybe it was before they became this euro. From what I'm gathering here, that one is Bulgaria is pegged to the euro. Hold on now. Let me list them now. Bosnia Herzegovina is pegged to the euro. Bermudian dollar pegged to the US dollar. Belize.
That's not what we are talking about. You're talking about pegged to another country currency. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about control, price control of your currency.
If you peg it, you are controlling it. That's what it is. Don't you understand?
No, that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think you don't understand the concept behind this. By pegging it, you are controlling
it. Before you say even Saudi Arabia that I can say they fix their currency against dollar because they have a lot of liquidity. They have a lot of foreign reserve to defend it.
They did not even peg it. It's just
they can control demand too.
Exactly, they can control the demand and supply, so they don't need to peg it.
No, but they pegged it because they can control it. But if you have an economy like the Japanese economy that is very, very robust and they export do a lot of exports, South Korea, although you don't need to peg it. Those countries don't peg it because they know it benefits them. But if you have an economy that is not diversified, you peg it. If you look at Saudi Arabia, it's a very rich country, but yeah, they pegged it. Why? Because they know they are not diversified.
This is what I'm saying. They did not peg it. It's just that they have a lot of liquidity to.
Oh my goodness!
No, they don't. They
are literally on the list that have a fixed exchange rate. That they are. Okay, let me send the link to you. I'm tired of talking.
What is the advantage of Saudi Arabia pegging their currency? They're not,
because they have stability. That's the advantage.
Oh my God! Look,
the real doesn't move around like the Nigerian. Hold on. The real doesn't move around like as if they are doing this thing. What do they call it? This race that you do in 100 meters where you are jumping over fences. The Nigerian currency is just jumping up and down. You don't see the real doing that. You don't seem to understand the gravity of what is happening to Nigeria. You can't have an economy like that, and you expect the economy, the country to become industrialized and prosper. You have to stabilize the currency.
Having a conversation with you sometimes is so difficult because you keep moving from one side to the other side to the other side to the other side. It's like this.
You are the one that was having a currency about this thing, whether Nigerians should be profiled when they are traveling overseas, and you spend more than 2 hours trying to. They spend 2 hours trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to look at the list in the back in the private chat.
Why do you talk so dumb sometimes? Try to explain something to me, something that I have my own belief, my own conviction on. This is not about what my argument.
No, you don't want to have conviction on anything. You have to have conviction only for seeking knowledge. That is what it should be.
For seeking knowledge. So you don't have to have conviction
because
that you have to. So you don't have to have conviction that as a human you have rights, right?
Oh, to be fair, I grant you that, but not in such areas.
So what do you think were the premises of my argument? That if that is not
if it was about belief in God, I can grant you that. But this is about immigration, and you're holding convictions on it.
Believe in God. I did not say believe. What is believe in God?
I said when you're talking about conviction in terms of believing God, I can understand that, but when you're talking about conviction in terms of immigration,
conviction as to the right of individual, the right of people. That's what I'm saying. Your own right as a person should not be taken away from you because somebody else did something wrong. Do you understand where my argument was based?
I hear that argument, but
exactly.
You know full well when you see a child,
telling me that people were trying to explain that to me, I think that is being disrespect or disingenuous from your own part because I knew what I was talking about perfectly well.
The point you are making, you are not getting the bigger point. That
you can
you
paint
like it
any
or not,
picture you want to paint. You can create any bigger picture.
If you see a child of a rich parent and you see a child of a poor parent, you will interpret whatever they say differently.
I don't care about those your own analogy
examples.
Or whatever you call
of course
it.
not.
Yeah,
but that is tied to the real world, though. It's tied to the real world, and you have to be more grounded.
I believe that I have rights, and wherever I am, as long as I've not done wrong, you cannot judge me based on what Tunaja did. It doesn't work like that. That is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Well, look at Global. What Global is saying, he thought I was smart. See, I didn't say I was smart. I'm just borrowing the knowledge of people that are smarter than me. It's not I didn't say I was a professor of economics, but I listen to people that have spent years doing this. And if people are telling you that other countries that are not that diversified, they peg their currency and they give you the reasoning for it.
I just told you, and then you couldn't even find countries that are pegging currency. I told you.
I gave you the link in backstage. They fixed it.
And I said to you, Saudi Arabia, there's no even need for them to peg any currency because they have so much liquidity in the system.
They did, though, progressive. They did. The list is in backstage. Just check it. You see it there. The list is there. Saudi Arabia is there. Saudi Riyal is there. It's close to the bottom of the list. We have more than almost 100 of them on that list. You know, and these countries are the ones that are not too developed. If you look at the most developed countries, even Hong Kong is there. But if you look at the developed countries, they don't have it because you don't need it. When your economy is diversified, you are exporting so many different exports. And that is what the economists argued when I was reading it.
You started this conversation by saying they are not subsidizing they were not subsidizing the naira. Then I explained to you in a very, 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 very basic, simple term. And then
but they were not subsidizing it.
Yeah, but you told me, I asked you questions. If you're going to, why not peg it to 1 naira? You say you could do that. Okay,
you could do that if you have to have a policy to reduce demand.
So you then say, oh, if you could meet up to the supply. I said, so why can't you meet up to the supply? So what do you think? Look, if you create an artificial price, okay, so let me say something. If something is supposed to be 5
is only artificial if you cannot meet the demand.
Hold on. Let me explain something. If you say, say the way government gives fertilizer to farmers at a cheaper rate. So if government goes out and buy fertilizer for 10,000 naira, that is the price of fertilizer in the market. Okay, that is what that fertilizer is worth. So and then then farmers are not getting that fertilizer for 5,000, for 4,000. It's an artificial price. That is not what that fertilizer is worth in the market.
Yes.
So the difference between what the farmers get that fertilizer for and the actual price in the market.
So in this case, where is the government buying the fertilizer in your analogy?
So no, it doesn't matter where they buy the fertilizer. Okay, so the difference between the price the farmers get it and the price the actual price it's being sold in the market, that is the subsidies in there.
Yes, that's true.
If the naira, hold on now, if the naira is originally worth say 700 naira, and the government is selling that same dollar for 400, there's a subsidies of 300 there that the government is funding.
No, that is not the analogy. If the naira is what, let's say, the government pegs it at 500, and then people are demanding, let's say, and the government has maybe $1,000 worth of supply, and the people are demanding $1,500, that is where you are right. But if the government pegs it at 500 naira and has $1,000 supply, and people are demanding 1,200, the government can decide that, you know what, that 1,200, no, we don't need it. We only have 1,000, and we put it only in the areas that are productive to our economy. And that is it. You see what I mean? That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, but this is why that policy, the government said, look, we cannot longer sustain it, because at the end of the day, let people bring the money in.
Why? We are busy buying rubbish from overseas. Why are we not sustaining it?
Because the government, we are not selling enough crude oil, which is our main
But Dangote refinery is coming on stream. What is the rush?
Hold on.
See my point.
Even if Dangote refinery come on stream, what that will do is it will just reduce on the demand side. It will just reduce on the demand side.
Exactly, because it's going to supply more dollars for us in our pocket.
So what the government?
You see what I mean? You are beginning to walk in my direction. Now. You are beginning to see what I'm talking about.
I'm not walking your direction.
Don't
your
run
direction
away.
Your direction
truth is good for you.
No, look, I'm trying to explain something to you. Just listen. So what the government is saying is that, look, it costs us more money to peg the naira. So we're going to let it be determined by the forces of demand and supply. So willing buyer, willing seller. I bring my money into the country. The banks, before, when you go to bank, you want to buy a dollar. They will direct you towards a bookie man on the side. But now the banks are selling. Everybody's selling because the price is determined by demand and supply. So what that does, hold on now. What that does is that over time, this is the thinking of the government now, that over time, a lot of people will be able to bring in their own money from outside. So there are a lot of things that they're relying on. They're relying on foreign Nigerians abroad that are remitting money into the country. In their own opinion, a lot of those money were not coming into the country before, but now they feel like a lot of those money will come in directly. So they are relying on all sorts of ways for money to start channeling, finding their way into the country.
But it's not now.
Look,
but
like I said to you, sorry,
you can't. But the money is not coming in as they were expecting, and at the same time, they too are borrowing a lot of money to even fix the mess that they are created. I'm betting, I don't know, that the money they've borrowed to defend the floating currency that they have done is probably higher than what Emefiele borrowed in the last year when he was in office. So that should tell you something. The damage that they've caused.
So, you cannot assume.
No, I'm betting. I'm not assuming. I'm betting because the damage they've done requires fixing, and I know I've heard that they were borrowing money to fix to help fight the sin.
The CBN governor recently said that they are not defending the naira. That is what he said. So I will listen to him rather than listen to you. He said the reason why they have depreciation in the foreign reserve was because they had some obligations that they need to make. And part of those obligations was clearing the backlog of FS that they needed to pay to airlines and some other companies.
In other words, meeting the demand for dollars, Is that not another term for meeting the demand for dollars with our foreign exchange?
Of course, meeting the demand for dollars.
So now we are on the same page now.
It was a debt that was on ground before they came in. Okay, so for them to show that they are channeling a different cost.
You put your people first. You don't put foreigners first.
It doesn't matter. Look, whether you want to put foreigner first or you want to put your people first, but there has to be some level of trust within the system. That is what matters. So
trust.
The government have to create
that
trust.
To sell each other out first before we protect our own people. They will protect their people first. That is what they will do.
Look, you will do what you think is best for your country. Okay, you might see it in a different way, but they are doing what they think is best. So as a government, this is what I'm saying to you tonight. As a government, they are going to make all the policies that no government come into office and say, you know what, I'm just going to ruin everything. I'm just going to make everything bad. No, they implement policies to the best of their own knowledge.
Not when you are listening to IMF and World Bank. Not when you are listening to them.
Hoping that those policies will work and make the country a better place. So sometimes they get it wrong. So that is how government works. So
that is their worst policy, and that's the reason why the Nigerian economy is all over the place right now. There is no need for that.
What is their best policy so far to Nigeria?
Their best policy so far is the student loan and the the southern the coastal highway. So the student loan one, if it works, is going to be the most significant because I think it will get rid of the university strikes. that will at least stabilize our educational system and make students be a bit more educated. And what a nation needs to develop is stability.
I have to go now. You try engage with Silva or somebody.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. And I accept your apology and your surrender. It's all in good gesture.
Apology for what? Apology for what?
Why you apologizing? Why you apologizing?
Apology for daring to disagree with me.
Why you apologizing?
You got everything wrong, man. Your problem is once you start moving the goalpost here and there,
everything right, and you got everything wrong. I accept your apology and surrender.
I'm even happy that you did not bring the military into it today. So thank you.
You should be grateful that when you sleep and wake up, you should be thinking, what is going to happen to our security? You have to think it. It's very, very important for us. This is why if the government had done that, oh my God. Anyway. If Tinubu government had done something about security, I don't care about anything. I don't care about tuition fees. He would have changed something that we have lacked for more than 300 years. But he hasn't. So be it. We've had economic growth. We lost it. We've had good education. We lost it. We had everything, but we never really had security, ever. So for me, I would have forgiven any sin that Tinubu went on to commit if he had just did our security right. Instead, we're hearing that they want to put a foreign military base in Nigeria. Jesus Christ. I hope he didn't even entertain that one for a second, if that is even true at all. So that is that anyway. He has some things, right? The tuition fee one, I think is a good idea. And I just hope they don't find a way to ruin it. Can I ask a question? Does anyone know whether students have started getting it, or is it still going through the whatever they call it, the legislative processes? Does anyone know if any students have started receiving it or applying for it?
Yes, I think they said students are applying now. But the stringent method now.
No, it's not as stringent anymore. Yeah. It's not as stringent anymore. I think they've loosened it.
Oh, it's not stringent anymore.
No, it's not. I think they've loosened it quite a lot. That's why I'm saying it's a good one. The first time it was a little bit horrible. They loosened it a lot more now. But I think they said, but you can't travel overseas or something to escape your student load or something. I don't know. But I think anybody that wants it now has a good chance of getting it. And it will be interesting.
That's good. Yeah. But you have to apply. You will go through processes. Then they will give you the approval. After the approval, then it will take time they have to pay to the banks. The banks have to disburse it. So it's not something that will be, it's not something that will be sharp like that. I don't think so.
It's like that in the UK now. I think it should be fine. As long as the students that are applying can pay their school fees, and even if universities increase their school fees and they can pay into it and the university can get more money from there, I think it's a good thing. And it's a very, very fundamental aspect of the Nigerian economy. I would think the university should increase their school fees even further.
So what you are preaching all over the place now is how you accept Tinubu regime. That's what you are preaching all over the place now.
How to accept Tinubu regime? See,
not accept assessment of Tinubu regime. That's what you are preaching now. You have left security now. That is the next thing is the question of how will you judge the present government? What is your assessment?
I judge him overall.
I'm not asking you I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you to judge. You are the one asking people now.
No, I'm asking about the tuition fees, whether people are getting it already. But on paper, it looks good. And I think maybe a progressive was right to an extent to say that it may be more transformational in terms of any major sector in Nigeria since 1999. Because that is an important sector, and the instability we have seen. 9 months strike last year, that is inexcusable stuff. A nation can't survive like that. So if this solves that problem, that is significant, isn't it? One has to give him credit for that.
But how does student loans solve that problem? How would that one solve the problem?
Because lecturers will be able to get more money now into their pocket now. Now they can increase tuition fees and money can come to them, not to the government. You see what I mean?
So it's only when federal government give them autonomy or privatize them that they can do that. If they are not the one paying their salary now.
So when the student pay the tuition fees, where does it go?
That is the fraud that is going on in Nigerian institutions. You understand? Let me tell you, the federal government pays the salary of all the staff of the universities. And they give them subvention for overhead cost also.
Okay.
Ordinarily, the money that they are generated is supposed to be going back to the federal government, but they still have, because whether we like it or not, they still charge some little fees that they collect as their own IGR.
And they keep it for themselves.
The question is that the ASU that used to go on strike, do they make demand internally, you understand, from their governing bodies, their VCs, that, okay, what do you do? Have you ever seen ASU challenging their VC that how do you spend the money that you raise? They only challenge federal government, and that is the conspiracy that we are talking about now.
Oh no, and I never like their strikes. I'm never in sympathetic.
The issue is this, but all those labor unions in Nigeria, be it NLC, be it ASU, whatever, they are very, very useless.
See, for me, from my point of view,
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of an institution. You used to hear about this university owned by Osun and Oyo that time, Lautech.
Okay.
When there was a time that the two states stopped financing that institution, and that time they had a VC. The students were paying even moderately, and this VC was running this institution based on their internally generated revenue. The ASU in that institution, we know what they did. They went on strike. They crippled the institution. They said no, that the money that they are generating internally is not meant to finance the institution. So what is it meant for? For them to loot it.
Imagine. It's this kind of stuff you see in Nigeria sometimes, where every part tries to.
You understand? There was a time. Let me give you another example.
Hold on. But the money that they are getting from the tuition fees, I think, I don't know, but I think it should go to the schools. And if it goes to the schools, it's going to make them more autonomous. And I think the government should allow that to happen, because we don't want these strikes. It's just damaging the country.
That's what I'm saying. Now, why they're okay. You ask your question. You ask this question. The lecturers in public institution in Nigeria and the lecturers working in the private institution, do you think there's disparity in their salary? And if you think that there's disparity, who do you think is any more?
In the private, you would think.
But it is the public.
That's interesting.
Yes. You understand? So you now wonder why they go on strike. And the one in the private, the same people, you know the problem they have.
You don't need to convince me. I'm one of those people that hated the strikes. You see, I even found out that if you take the average salary in Nigeria into account versus the minimum salary a lecturer gets, then you transpose that same equation to the UK, it shows that Nigeria actually values their lecturers more than the UK values their lecturers compared to the average wage. But you will not think so, given how much our lecturers strike. They act as if they are in the UK, when many Nigerians.
It's because when they go on strike, they still get paid for the work not done.
And that is fraud. Personally, why would you pay somebody for not working? Next time they're going to do it again.
Each time, let me tell you, each time federal government want to do that, even the Nigerian people will rise against them.
Oh my God! I think you are beginning to see what. Last year I spent a long time arguing against ASU, what they are doing, because you can't keep going on strike and expecting to get paid for the period you are on strike, and you are damaging the nation. There is no way you cannot pretend as if you are not damaging the nation when you are going on that kind of 9 months strike.
2022, there was no work in any Nigerian university.
Imagine that.
And they've earned that salary.
And that's why they want to go on strike again now. And they should not be paying them when you are off. Why should you get paid? Because next time, look at what has just happened. You pay them when they go on strike. The government gets paid when they are supervising the strike. Who is losing out? The students. and mostly the poor students.
To Nigeria, when we talk about wages in Nigeria, yes, we talk about wage, but the issue is, are we really working? Nigerian workers, are they really working?
They hardly work, but they do some work. If you go to some office, they are working.
Look at the way you are able to say. Let me tell you. I, as I'm working here, I have a target. I have certain number of patients that they give me that I must see in a year. If not, my assessment, they will downgrade me for not achieving the goal they have set for me. Who set goals for Nigerian workers? People don't go to work, and at the same time, they wanted to be paid for the work undone.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? The issue is, there was right for more than 30 years ago, we used to have one United Nations Secretary General who said that both Nigerian government and Nigerian workers are deceiving themselves, because the Nigerian government knows that they are not paying the Nigerian worker the living wage, and the workers also knows that they are not even doing any work to even deserve that wages.
That's so true. That's quite true. That's quite true. Both sides
You
are
understand?
complicit.
You need to go to a government, a public office, and see how people, even the time they will come to work, what they will do within that few hours they will spend at work, and when they will leave work.
Believe it, I see it all the time in Nigeria, and you would think Nigerians are suffering on and on and on, but I don't think Nigerians are suffering because, okay, yeah, the system is very frustrating in so many ways. In other ways, they are doing better than many people overseas, because you can see Nigerians, like you leave them over in Nigeria and come overseas, you'll be surprised. You go back, they've built 2 houses, 3 houses, and they are still doing just fine. And you are overseas, you are struggling to even make ends meet and supporting people in Nigeria at the same time. So it's not all of them that are doing that badly. Nigerian state, I've seen one Nigerian that told me that, you know what, they prefer to be in Nigeria than to be overseas, because the government doesn't disturb them. They don't pay tax. They don't do anything.
Let me tell you, if you are in Nigeria, you have more rest of mind than being in any other part of the world, because you are not working under any pressure. You don't have bills.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Nobody, whether that bill that you have is within your control. You understand? It's not something that somebody is forcing you.
Yeah.
You understand? It's very easy to be a homeowner in Nigeria. And once you have your own house, the other thing, how much do they pay for electricity? And if you don't have light, the weather is even okay for you to survive.
Yeah. Electricity is just a steal in Nigeria. It's so cheap, it's not even funny. It's so cheap. Although not that they give you electricity anyway, they don't give you most of it. So
even that electricity one, let me tell you, how many people even pay for that electricity? Even the little one that they are getting. People, we do a lot of things not to make, and electricity, everybody knows, is a business. It's nothing in any
that thing pains me. Nigerians don't care about business. They are willing to kill any business just for their own convenience. See, I've been in a situation whereby I told employees that, you know what, we need to take the decision to help the business stabilize, and it's going to be good for you and everything. But they chose the other decision that is going to be for their own short-term interest. All of them chose the one that is going to be easier for them. So Nigerians don't care about the business; they care about themselves.
Let me give you. I used to have a guy that I pick along the street that used to work for me, and I was pitying this guy, helping him. He worked for me. I pay him salary. I rented an apartment. I paid his rent every year. You understand? Even if he falls sick, I'll take him to hospital. I will be the one paying the hospital bill. Even if the wife deliver, I will be the one paying all these bills. So at a time when I knew that, okay, I posted him to one part of one location. So when I knew that, okay, the work on that location was not much, instead of me to sack him, I have to relocate him to another place. And so just recently, I discovered that whenever everybody left the farm, because he has the key to the pen, with the pen, that's where we are keeping the birds. He will come back in the evening to come and pick egg and go and sell.
Imagine.
And this is you understand? You know, there is that, and that is the mentality of an average Nigeria. You know, when we talk, so people will think that maybe we are castigating. You understand? These are the so-called poor that you think that you are helping.
They don't need that ego, but they just feel like, well, I get the opportunity, I have to hit, I have to.
Exactly, and that is the mentality. Let me tell you, this thing starts from everybody, and that is why it grows up to our leaders. And that's why I say the kind of leaders you get is a reflection of the followers. Yeah. The people that you are clamoring for, that the poor are suffering, and those poor people are worse than the leaders that we are talking about, if given the opportunity.
I don't know about being worse, but they are, so far what I've seen is that they can be very, very short-termist in the way they think. They don't care about the bigger picture. They want it now, and they get the opportunity, they will screw you. I've seen it, man. Sometimes I feel bad for employers in Nigeria, and I'm an employer too, and I'm not even there.
Hey, no, to Nigeria, you are seeing this just because you are now into that sector. Yeah. You are not engaging them. If you are just somebody who is not doing business, you are just okay, you are working, you are getting salary, and you are not employing people, you don't employ them, you don't see their real action. Yeah. Then your perception will have been different.
They are so indisciplined, and they lack professional. The term is professional. They lack professional this behavior, and whenever they do something, is for their own interest. And if you give them a task and you don't keep an eye on them, they will just drift off and go and do their own thing. They don't care about your business. They will just.
They don't care. They can collapse your business for their own selfish gain. They can collapse it. They don't look at the long-term thing that this thing, if you put in more effort in this thing, is for and if we sustain this thing, it will last for all of us. And it will, even if we encourage this business, more people will be able to be engaged. And they don't look at those things. So.
Not at all. Not at all. They will slow walk. What I've seen, what I noticed is that if you ask them to do something, they will try to do it as slowly as possible. Because especially when they know they will pay at the month
to Nigeria, try, and if you want to engage an artisans in Nigeria, don't pay them daily. Just ask whoever you are giving that work to that how much you are going to collect for this, and negotiate based on that. You know why? If you give them opportunity for you to be paying them daily, the work that they're supposed to do in 5 days, they will do it in 2 weeks.
Exactly. You are right there. It's when you give them something that they know they've already charged you, now they will want to finish it quickly.
Exactly.
And if they cannot finish it quickly and you are unlucky, you've given them a lot of the advance. If they ask you for advance, you give them
they can run away. They can run away.
That's it, you are done for. They will just go and start doing some other job after they've eaten your advance.
Yes, now start calling them. They start giving you reason why they cannot come, because it's just and that's why we are talking about the I don't know why we are like that. And if you engage some other nationality, they don't behave that way.
I tell them all the time that Indians suffer, but I've never seen them behave some of the way you are behaving. It's like they feel so entitled to things. You need to see, even the smallest person, their ego is out of this world. It's like, where do you get all this bragado behavior? You can't even talk to each other. You can't cooperate because you are all jostling for who is bigger than the other. And when they try to correct you, you act as if they are picking on you. And that is that aspect where there is no professional behavior. You try to correct them, they will just get upset.
Each time we talk about this kind of thing, I used to make mention of the people that I'm working with here, especially our nurses. You see the way other nationality, the way they bonded together, they do things together. Even if they finish their shift, all of them will wait for themselves and they will go home together. Nigerians, they will do among themselves. You will not see two Nigerians work together.
They don't want to. I had to try to force them to work together because every time everybody wants to do their own thing.
It's fights every time. There's no unison. There's no cooperation.
It's a bit
everybody will be suspecting one another.
Constantly, exactly. You say one thing, one person comes and tells you something. They will say, "Oh, the other one will say you are trying to ruin me," and it's like suspicious of each other constantly. It's like, why? You don't need all this. You are professionals. You should focus on your work. That is why you are there. And even when the work benefits them, They would rather spend that time doing other things. If you like, can you imagine something that get a data of about 125 gigabits of data, and it barely lasts 10 days. And it's like,
because they'll be using it for other things now.
Exactly. I was like, why would you want to abuse
you have to
it?
limit,
Your own devices use more data than the work
if you are
device.
using it, let me tell you what you need to do. If you are using data for your business, you have to restrict what they can do with it. Strictly, maybe based on your business. Let me tell you, you can block Google, you can block all these search engine, you can block email and all those social media things. Do you understand?
Yeah,
you
I
can
stopped
block
some of them now. I stopped the most grievous abusers that were using their own
YouTube
personal
and all those
device.
things.
Yeah, it's one thing to use YouTube on the computer, the company computer or anything like that. But if you start using it on your own phone and you're using more data on your phone than the company machines are using, that's ridiculous. It doesn't seem like it's a very, very good behavior. So I had to restrict this because I told them, if you don't curtail the amount of data you're using, I will restrict it. And they still carried on. Then I asked the guy to restrict it. So you see, it's like, why can't you just be disciplined and say, you know what, I will use 3
That one is
GB,
not in
4
our
GB.
dictionary. It's not there. Believe me, in Nigeria, it's not there.
Unbelievable. Yeah. The experience of
There
employers,
was a
I feel sorry
time,
for them.
let me tell you, there was a time, because I was not around that time. My cousin used to manage my farm for me. So at least we voted certain amount of money for diesel. So I now discovered that each time I go to farm, I discovered that even the water is not actually very clean. That means this guy is not even pumping enough water for the fishes. So what I was now doing is that, okay, the boy there was one that employed me, and that's okay. I'll be bringing extra fuel for you, so that each time the one that I gives you finishes, use this one to pump more. The guy said, "Oh, God, that is good." You know what the guy was doing? He was selling it to other farmers around.
I don't even know, man. Me, if they are selling my whole business, I wouldn't even know because I've not been there for a while. So the entire thing is a bit of a mess. I'm even lucky that I still have a business to call my own in Nigeria, given that I don't go there as much. So it's a very, very. I feel bad for Nigerians employers. In a way, that's why I sympathize with that man regarding that tomato. This is where the lady did some review that badmouthed his tomato business. That's why I feel sympathy for him, because in Nigeria, the people are they have a culture that damages businesses so badly. This is why Dangote is employing Indians to come and work in his company, because he knows if he just has only Nigerians working there, they're going to find a way to sabotage his business. And maybe Nigerian government should also think about it. If they are going to be employing Nigerians in the refineries, they have to know the Nigerians that they're employing. You have to have steadfast.
You are forgetting. I'm very sorry to say that you are forgetting that even before they started work, there was one guy that was working, one Igbo guy that was working there and started saying, in fact, the guy should be careful, because the people that are working there, they can sabotage that company.
Oh yeah,
they can be
easily.
paid. They can be paid. Look, let me give you an example. I know there was a time one teaching hospital, because the chief medical director of the hospital was scrutinizing the way they were doing the purchase and use of diesel in that, and it was restricted, and they are not making as much as they used to make before. You know what they did? They now went and grounded all the generators.
Wow.
In that, you know what they put sachet of pure water in the engine.
Jesus.
You understand? Just to frustrate you don't understand. By the time they granted, everybody will not say just to frustrate that administration. That's what you are very good at. You understand? Nigerians can be paid to sabotage whatever good intention that you have.
See that?
You understand? And then when we talk about rule of law to Nigeria, who is going to enforce it? Is it the angels?
Exactly.
Or the spirits?
You have to have a crop of people that believe in the vision. And
so where do you get them?
You get them from having a kind of ideology that you believe in.
Because let me tell you, an average Nigerians, the loyalty is not to Nigeria. First, his loyalty is to his tribe first, then to his religion. Do you understand what I'm saying?
To be fair to them, the political parties don't offer them ideology, just
No,
offer them
just wait. I'm not talking
policies.
about. I'm talking to the country. Do you understand? Most of us are not politicians. I'm not a politician.
Yeah,
Do you
but
understand what I'm
you
saying?
have to,
No, wait.
people
My
have political
loyalty.
leanings.
No, just wait. My loyalty should be to my country first before I will go down to other things. But in Nigeria, you can use because their loyalty is to their ethnicity or their tribe or to their religion. They value those things. So you can use that one to deceive them to work against their country.
Yeah, but I'm trying to let you understand that is true what you said, that people are loyal to their tribes. But if you have an ideology, you will crop enough people away from being primarily loyal to their tribes to being loyal to that ideology. That number of people are the ones that transform nations. This is you might not be it might depend on the nation most by and large anyway, but like if you look at most nations that were transformed, like even America, it took George Washington and a few other people that cropped off because they believed in what they were doing to the British, and they transformed the US.
There are certain principles that maybe work before that can never work again now. Because as at that time, you understand, people see you directly. Now there's a lot of way people can be influenced. I hope you know that. The advent of social media has made it difficult for people to even have an ideology, because that time people see you one-on-one talking and they believe in what you are saying. You understand? But now, even if you are saying whatever you want to say in your domain, there are a lot of people that are working against you. They also have their own platform.
Yes, let them have their own platform. But you see, they will compete against you, but in time, your own message will penetrate, and their own message will penetrate, and they will compete. Which one? And maybe they are ruling. Maybe people don't believe you at first. They go on to rule, but your message is still there.
Let me tell you this. Okay, let me give you, for example, before the election, what we are talking about is Islamization. Oh, Tinubu is a Muslim, and then he choose a vice president. Now that one is not selling again. Is it? Can it sell again?
This thing, yeah, it's not going to sell again because. That's not ideology. That's still the problem. There's no ideology.
You understand? No, even whatever ideology you have, in the first place, why should we even think in that direction in the first place? Do you understand?
Because there is nothing else to think about.
It's sold. That thing work, and that one Obi got a lot of vote because of that.
But that one got the vote because they chose two old men in the other two parties.
But it's not because we don't go to that. Everybody knows that even religion play a lot of role, and that's why you see that the Middle Belt states, where they have a large chunk of Christianity, he got a lot of vote from it. It's not because of the belief in the old people. You know that. Don't discard that.
You are focusing too much on those people. I'm focusing on those people are not the ones that are going to change the country. People that are tribal are not the ones that are going to put the country in a good footing. The ones you should be looking for are the ones that are nationalistic, that sign on to the nationalistic.
The issue here is that we don't have that people. They are not. How many of them do we even have any longer?
You can create them by if you don't put up the shop, people cannot come and buy. Easy. You have to have a shop for people to come and buy. And I think
even the people that have been tried, let me tell you, how many have they succeeded in getting? Look at people like Showore.
Showore barely has an ideology other than I'm going to jail all the criminals.
It's just, so you are saying that it's just a talk. The guy is just a talk. He doesn't have any ideology.
That's the problem. There's no clear ideology that I can identify from Showore that stands him out, that says when this guy comes into office, this is what he's truly going to offer, other than just jailing corrupt people. You see, that is not an ideology. You have to have an ideology that transcends tribes, corruption, and that tells people the direction they are going. If they understand it, guess what? They are going to try this government because they don't trust you yet. They're going to try the current ones. And when this current one keep failing, they'll say, you know what? That guy has been telling us, and he's been adamant. He's never changed. Let's go with this guy, and I like his vision. You're going to have those people. And those people, when they join you, they will believe in the vision. They are the ones that are going to institute these changes. Because it's not only one man. if you pass a law, those people, those loyal people that believe in that ideology, that have loyalty to that ideology, will carry out no matter what you tell them to do. They will do it. They'll get it done because they believe in the vision that you have created. And in Nigeria, I don't see any vision from any party. They just have policies for the next 4 years. No transformational vision that says, you know what, Nigeria is going to move from here.
The issue is that, you know, our value system, nobody is ready to sacrifice for anybody. You
If you don't
understand?
open a shop, nobody will buy. There's always people. Even con men have people to con. If you have a vision, there will be people that will believe in it beyond their tribes, beyond any religion. They will sign on to it, and you need to build more of those. The ones you have in Senegal that emerged recently in a system that they try to oppress them, guess what? They still emerged. They didn't emerge last time. They were jailed, but they emerged eventually. Now, and you need to have that kind of movement in Nigeria too.
You know,
Have a
no,
belief.
Nigeria don't celebrate yet. Let's see how it comes out.
I'm just
Because
using them as an
we
example.
have had so many examples of that usually they turn out to be worst of the thing. Forget about it.
One has to watch out for that one, even the Sahel nations. But that said, there is some. If you America, Russia, China, any major nation, they have a core ideology that goes on to win. That's beyond tribe. It goes beyond tribe. It goes beyond religion. It goes beyond. It's a nationalistic ideology, and there is no one party that has come out and say, you know what, I don't care whether I win this election, but I'm going to create this ideology.
Okay, if you look at, let's say, if you look at a country like India, where they even have more tribes than what we have in Nigeria, and you understand how did they succeeded in making one of their language a national language?
That's easy. You just pass a law and make it happen. Nigerians are just you can pass a law to make official language and local language official language. Then you say the English language is a business language and for you to do business and stuff with. But in terms of official languages, you make it your own language and you start
So how do you
translating.
think we can choose one of our language in Nigeria
One of
as
the ways you can do them, you can
national?
choose languages based on population. You can say maybe up to any population that is over 2 million becomes part of the national language, or up to 5 million become part of the national language. 10 million. You can choose a number, and that way you can decide, okay, how many is going to be caught. Maybe 5, 10 languages. South Africa has more than 10. Zimbabwe has more than 10 official languages. There's no reason why you cannot do that in Nigeria too. And language also offers a level of security. Because now, if people need to understand what you are doing, they have to be able to translate it. You know, any nation that tend to do that tend to be more independent, because it's a lot harder to just get into your heads and know what people are saying and doing officially.
Is language, it goes beyond even transaction and everything. It even is knowledge. You understand? If you are taught in your language, anything that you are taught in the language, it sinks more.
Yes.
You understand it better.
Yes.
You
Yes,
understand?
that's how
And that's why you see
how
all
your
these
mind evolved.
great nations that all of them speak their own language, not a foreign language.
Yeah.
And it's so to me, I don't know.
We can do it.
Sometimes
I don't know why our
I get.
leaders are not even passing that law. It's such an easy thing to do. Just choose a language that says any language, any population that is over 2 million.
The thing is already our mentality. Even the way we judge people now, if you cannot speak English fluently, we tend to think as if we don't have a brain. You understand? We look at it. Your fluency in English will determine how knowledgeable you understand, which is not true.
But it's because that we don't have any official language. We will not put our language
But
on par with English.
we be thinking like, if I will make just they cannot even speak good English. Even people that doesn't go to school, does that mean that they don't have brain?
Of course, it doesn't mean that. If we put our own language as official language, you will see that notion will start shifting slightly. That's one.
Because even now is a thing of pride for us now that we even say, okay, some people cannot even speak their own language, and then they'll be proud of it. That no, I cannot. Even our children, how many of us speak our language to our children? We don't even speak to them at home.
A lot of people don't know, they don't speak their own language anymore. Even if
and
they
I
do,
used to ask them that what advantage do you have if you cannot speak your language? What advantage do you have? You are speaking another man's language. Is that a pride? Even you are saying in terms of security, in terms of anything. Let me say, even if you are playing football and you discover that okay, you want to pass information to your colleague on the pitch, you can't be speaking English when you are playing England and be telling your colleague this is what you are going to do. You're already revealing your secret. But if you can speak Yoruba or Igbo, maybe you have an Igbo guy and you speak Igbo, that guy tackle him, that guy kick him, that guy slap him. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's an advantage.
Yeah, that's how it
Even
works.
if you are fighting war and you want to pass information to your soldiers, you can pass it in your language. Your opponent might not understand what you are saying.
Exactly. This is what I mean. Nations that speak their own language tend to do better. They tend to be able to.
You understand?
And it also differentiates you. It differentiates you from other people too.
Exactly. To Nigeria, you are okay. Like you and I now, if we meet now, where maybe we are in the midst of the whites and want to communicate, and we don't want them to understand. There is no way me and you can communicate, and we are from the same country.
Yeah, you have to speak English.
Whatever I want to say, they must know. That's all. That means we can't keep secret. We can't even talk, and that is what brings bond. You understand? If you and I can communicate, and we can even you know talk against them and abuse them, even when they will know that it brings bonds between you and I. But it's only okay if you and I. What is the difference between you and I now? And then there's somebody that speaks ordinary and another person from another country, because I cannot communicate with you.
Yeah, I think like in the context of Nigeria, you can have multiple this is official languages. Then you can also say, okay, the top 3 or the top 4, the top 2 or whatever, or top 1. You say, okay, everybody learn that top 1 language.
Let me tell you this. In fact, here I used to be ashamed of us. Like my own department now, I have a colleague who's an Hausa, I have a colleague who's an Igbo. And anytime we want to communicate, the only way you can communicate that we can deceive our other nationality because they understand English is by speaking pidgin.
Yeah,
and they will still get some little things.
Yes.
You understand from what we are saying, we are discussing.
You are right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? But I discovered that the Ghanaians, you understand, it's like all of them, they understand their main languages.
Ashanti,
and they communicate better.
Know Ashanti,
You know, Ashanti is not even a language. You call it Twi. You understand? Twi, the Gan, and the Akan. You understand? The Ewe. All of them, they understand these 3 or 4 main languages, and they speak it very well. So when they want to gossip, you understand? What is the essence? Me and you now cannot gossip. Well, if we're in their midst.
Yes, you can't.
You understand? So I discovered that one makes them to be bonded. It makes them to be bonded together more. You understand? But our own people, okay, maybe we have Igbo, we have Hausa, we have Igbira, we have you understand? No, all of them,
they cannot name our country. Well, not to mention, we can't even pick a name for our country by ourselves. That is how silly it is. And this is something that I really wish a president decides to do, because if you do it as a president, people will remember you forever. I don't understand how these presidents are not even ambitious for their own people, just to say, you know what, let's spend 6 months, 1 year having a consultation on renaming the country.
Actually, you know, we have seen so many countries, even in Africa, that have been named, but does it really change anything? Okay, well, I remember Burkina Faso was not Burkina Faso before now.
Yes,
it was the upper. What's the name of this? What was upper voter? Or no, something voter or something like that. That was the name of. Ghana was not Ghana before.
Yeah, it was.
You understand? Zimbabwe was not Zimbabwe before.
Yep.
There are so many countries that have changed their name. You understand? It's not the name changing the name. It's the mentality that's supposed to change with the name.
I agree with you, but if you change a name that your people recognize, it tends to also give you what you call that same kind of bond, and you are taking ownership. It's a symbolism. Yeah, it's not a decider of whether you go on to prosper, but it also is one of those things that it's an exercise in showing that you can change stuff yourself. Because if you can do that, you can change your language.
Our own name was given to us by a concubine of our former.
That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Former colonizer comes to your country and gives you a name, and you kept it for how many years?
It's not, you know, people used to deceive us before that Flora Shaw was the wife of Lord Lugard.
Yeah.
Lord Lugard the guy is just a this thing now. He didn't marry them. Yeah. Flora Shaw is just a girlfriend.
Okay.
To him.
It's not even a girl. This is his wife.
It's not his wife. She was a girlfriend.
And
when she came to Nigeria that time, when he came to our country, she just came on a visit, like as if a girlfriend want to go and visit his boyfriend somewhere. And the guy was asking him that, okay, I've been trying to this area. They said that I should be managing. Okay, I've been trying to get a name. My people in Britain have been asking me that, okay, this thing that you want to do, you have to find a name for it and all those things. When he did all these things when he was in Lokoja, this amalgamation and named it was that lady that now said, he can say, okay, this is River Niger now. All the people living around this place, you can say, okay, the people of Niger area.
So we need to find another name for it and just get it
over.
But
even if we want to do that now, can we have a consensus? That is because we are living among ourselves. We don't even trust ourselves to Niger.
Yeah,
we don't even trust ourselves. That trust is not there.
If anybody decides that we want to rename Nigeria, I like what the Ghanaians did. The Ghanaians went and picked a name of an empire that existed in somewhere West Africa, but not necessarily in Ghana itself, and they called it their country. So you could do that. You can look at one of the most ancient cultures in Nigeria, like the Nok culture, and from there extrapolate a name. Or I'm sure there are other creative ways to generate a name that everybody can reach a consensus on, especially if it's a name that doesn't of an entity that doesn't exist anymore. So it's not tied to a specific tribe right now. That too can work. And you see, when you start thinking in that direction of doing something, you'll find a way. When there is a will, there is a way. And if you can rename your country, you're more likely to be able to, get your own official language, and you're more likely to start doing other things. Zimbabwe, we like to look at Zimbabwe from the way the Western people paint Zimbabwe. I was shocked to watch Zimbabwe on when this blogger went to Zimbabwe and started asking Zimbabweans what they cherish most about their country. What shocked me most was that they were saying what they cherish most was their freedom. I was like, I thought Mugabe was a crazy guy and the country was highly repressed. Many of them, they were looking at, they say they are free and they like so many things about their country, and they all of them keep saying freedom. I'm like, Nigerians would never tell you freedom as one of their primary thing that they like about their country. So it tells you that nations, the way they are perceived,
because
as they perceive themselves.
Nigeria will not mention freedom, maybe because. But if you look at it, is there any country that are more freer than Nigerians?
Nigerians are quite free.
But because let me tell you that is where we have a lot of information about Nigeria out there. But what can you tell me about Cameroon? What can you tell me about Benin Republic? What can you tell me about Togo? Especially all these French colonies. There's not much information about those countries out there, and you see them. They are like they have been oppressed somehow. Okay, for how many years has this guy been ruling Cameroon, Togo, even Benin Republic, and all those? Even look at the guy that is becoming a monster in Cote d'Ivoire now. This Alassane Ouattara.
And the Togo one, they said they've had only 2 heads of state since their independence.
Him and his father. Yes, now.
That is crazy.
You understand? But how many have you ever seen? Have you ever seen any YouTube or whatever, anybody that is speaking against the government in Togo? No.
Unbelievable. Just
you understand? Even as knowledgeable as this guy will sound, what is his name? This Cameroonian guy that used to come and be flying all over the platform. Have you ever seen him talking about his country? He doesn't talk about his country.
Oh no, Jude does talk about his country. He was like, he knows their own president is worse now. The president barely stays inside the country, even he's always overseas. These our leaders. They are one of a kind, especially these old ones. They just simply they are like apprentices that refuse to become their own master.
But no. There's no difference. I think that even the younger ones are worse than the old ones to Niger.
The younger ones. I don't know.
Say the one in Togo now, could you consider him as the old folk?
No, actually, you're right.
The one that left. What is it called now? The Congo Democratic.
Yes.
Can you consider as the old folk?
No.
It's just, to me, the younger ones are even worse than the old ones.
I don't know about worse, but I know that I don't know how to describe it. I guess it depends on the individual leaders themselves, because after all, Mugabe was very independent-minded. South African leader currently is very independent-minded. It's just that the other countries that didn't, if you look at these countries that I just mentioned, they are countries that fought the colonizers. The other countries that the colonizers shook hands with their leaders and walked away, it never seems to have worked out for them. And I think there's a commonality between almost every single one of them, that those leaders that they handed power over
Which country in the world fought their colonizer in Africa?
Zimbabwe.
So even the way they fought, did they left that time? It was later that we started all these land use act, whatever against them, that they were still in control of the economy.
The people that fought it were those people that fought in the war. They were the ones that were saying, Mugabe, you better do what you promised us, because we cannot fight for this land and we'll die. And then these people still they have control of the land. So if you notice the protests, the people that were protesting were the people that actually fought in that war. They pushed Mugabe to do what he did, because he knew they were not playing around. They didn't kill their own people for nothing. So
let me even give you another. Forget about Zimbabwe. Let me give you another example. Another example is Angola.
Yes,
Angola, not until 2002, they were still engraved in war.
That was the civil war. That was a civil war, isn't it?
It was immediately. The civil war was immediately after their independence. Now.
Yes, it was a civil war. Civil war, you see, that's not good. The same thing happened to Nigeria. It's when you fought the colonizers, when you are fighting the people, because when you fight the people that are colonizing you, what that does is that you also have to fight the people that are collaborating with them. So you have to defeat them to take over the country. And it means that when you defeat them, your policy will be very different from their mindset. And if you look at the countries that they handed over peacefully, you can see that we have a lot of problems in them, because those leaders are
the one that did not handed over peacefully. Were they different? That's the question I'm asking you.
They are not different, but they are more independent minded. At least they are closer.
But if you want to now compare it, if you want to compare, are they better? Are they faring better?
Depending on how you look at it, now South Africans are doing relatively okay. And
let me tell you, don't say that. If the whites are still not there sustaining the economy, leave that black people. Hold on.
It's not fair. It's easy to say that, but if you look at those South Africans that went into the world, International Criminal Court, the South Africans that are speaking their mind in the African Union and all the rest, the kind of things that they are doing, they are punching above their weight compared to where Nigeria is. They are even part of BRICS. They are punching well above their weight. And then you look at Zimbabwe too. Zimbabwe is striking out. They are not listening to the West, telling them what to do. Even if they are under sanction, watch this space, because they just released another golden, what they call gold currency and all the rest. They may actually go on to do more things than Nigeria has even done.
Let me say this. Go and look at the infrastructures of South Africa pre-Mandela and post-Mandela, and go and look at what is happening. In fact, what they were faring better than that. The only thing that you can say now they have is more freedom, Apart from freedom, one-on-one, you can't compare South Africa now with the South Africa of apartheid, the so-called apartheid.
South Africa that they handed over to Mandela was downgraded from a nuclear power to a non-nuclear state. That's what happened. The nation was on its way up, then they downgraded it. So yes, their progress has been a kind of stunted because of it, but they are fighting hard to push it back up, because this is why they joined BRICS. This is why they are striking out on their own. They are able to do things and get away with it. Something that our own president will not even dare to speak publicly. They look out. Didn't you see what our NSA official was doing the other day? Begging. Have you seen South African officials begging anybody? They won't do that because they have the freedom, the free-minded. See, their mind is so free compared to our leadership that is scary. I wish, take your time, watch Winnie Mandela's documentary. I think there was this short documentary that she made on YouTube. You will see maybe 5 minutes long or so. You need to see if you watch the way that woman talks. It's hard to see a Nigerian talk like that, because these people feel like they really fought for what they've got, and he was one of those people that fought for what they had to. She was talking about how she was being tortured. They would torture her to the point where when she fainted, she feels like she's rested. Once she fainted, then when she wakes up, she's ready for more. Do you know what that does to a human being when you come out of it? Not when you go and negotiate with them, you go to Chatham House and you go to Sanders, you come back, you shake hands, and you say you got your nation, and you think that is it. They're going to just stunt your growth because you will never become your own master. And that is the problem with our leadership. Even the way they talk, you can hear it. Recently, I was watching Tinubu and this in Kagame sitting side by side. Tinubu, that is the president of Nigeria, that is way bigger than this in Rwanda, more powerful than Rwanda. Tinubu sounded more like a subservient president than Kagame. That I find astonishing. That this our leadership in Nigeria, they have not, they just choose. I don't know whether they have not, whether they just choose not to become independent master of themselves. I don't understand it. They just refuse to rise up to that rank, because I've not seen any case in Nigeria where a leader wants to rise up and suddenly the British will come and kill them. Or no, yeah, we know coups happen and all the rest, but it's not that obvious where they just come and interrupt our development. But it's just almost as if our elite class just surrendered. They are not doing anything to really take the reins of sovereignty and say, this is Nigeria, we own it, we are not going to let you come in here. They do try now and again, like when they want to have military bases, when they want to pass LGBT laws and all the rest, they do try to push back a little bit, but that is all. And that is nothing. In reality, we are still in the same mess. Look at this in the economic policy, the currency policy of this government that has damaged the Nigerian economy. Who do you think it has benefited? Not Nigerians. It's benefited mostly international financial speculators. And then they want to grab Binance now, as if it's only Binance that has made money out of Nigeria. People are robbing Nigeria left and right. They don't even have to steal the money and put it in foreign accounts anymore. They just open the gates, take it. Do as you like. Let me see the exchange rate now.
To Nigeria, all this other way we think is also, we have to just get rid of it. It's not if somebody, let me say this. Don't say you're God. If somebody, okay,
I'm just looking at the exchange rate just now. I'm just looking at the exchange rate, the Nigerian currency depreciation.
No. You know that the Binance was also part of the problem. So if they can identify them and get rid of them, why are you not saying as if they are the only one?
No, I agree. You should go after the people that are sabotaging the economy.
When there is a problem, it's not everything that you can attack at the same time. You attack the one that you can attack and leave the rest. So
but they are the ones that open the gates. How can you open the gate and blame people for coming to steal? You are the one that opened the gate. Why open the gate for people to come and steal? You didn't have to do that. I really wish you can see what I'm seeing. If you know how you can start from the fact that I wouldn't say fact, just suspect your leaders for being compromised, like they are sabotaging your country. Then just one action after they take after the other, just watch what they are doing. You're going to see that they will improve some things and damage some other things. They will improve something and damage. It's like they don't want the country to fully develop. They just pretend as if they are trying to develop it fully, but they will improve a little bit, then damage another one, improve a little bit, damage another one. It's like they keep chopping off our, kneecapping the economy whenever the economy is about to, start expanding this rapidly. That is a sign of a leadership that is compromised. They keep your country strong enough not to collapse, but definitely weak enough not to industrialize and become sovereign. And their behavior, the way they go run to the World Bank as if we need World Bank money. We don't need their money. Who needs World Bank money? Who needs IMF? Why do they keep going to them? We don't even need aid from anybody. All this money that they are getting is a way of bribing our leaders so that they can be corrupt with it. It's a way of bribing our leaders, say, you know what, every year you're going to be getting this money coming as foreign aid. Then they will know that, okay, we can use it to benefit our families. And they are bribing our leaders right in front of us. Because all that money, what has it done for us? For how many decades now we've been receiving them? 50 years. Iran that has been sanctioned to the hilt is more advanced than us. How does that even happen? You know how many they wanted to sanction Iran again? They said, you know what, we don't have that many anymore. We've slapped all the sanctions we want on them. There is not much else left to sanction them with. And yet they are more developed than Nigeria. Nigeria generates about at most 12 gigawatts of electricity, while Iran that is under sanction generates 70. Iran has ballistic missiles. Nigeria, we are still struggling to even manufacture one rocket. Oh, forget it. That for me, that makes me think that our leaders are compromised. Because you can't perform that badly. Even if you are low of the class. If you are doing one thing every year or one thing every 2 years, Nigeria would have gone far by now. We keep getting forgiven every year because we have oil. But what good has that done us? Because these people keep kneecapping the economy. Whenever the economy wants to develop, they keep kneecapping it. I saw it happen under this government. I literally saw it happen. They removed the subsidy, which would have helped the Nigerian economy. They would have had foreign exchange extra in their pocket, then so that they can be able to spend in the economy. Oh, no. Why do that? Instead of us to allow the currency, and now Dangote Refinery is going to come on stream. Oh my God, the Naira is going to be appreciating. Oh, people are going to start, the economy is going to stabilize and even get stronger. No, why do that? Let's do foreign exchange. Let's destroy the whole thing again so that foreigners will take all the benefit that was supposed to come to the people. That is what they've just done. That is what I call a compromised people. You can't destabilize your nation's economy. I don't know how we can see it. For the life of me, I don't know how we can see it. You have a relatively stable economy where the inflation rate is quite high. I think under Buhari it was around 10-15% or so. It's quite high, but not this 30% high. The currency has more value, which means every Naira you have, you can use it to buy more things overseas. But what did they do? Flick it off so that people can find it hard to buy stuff overseas. And so that we will require even more dollars to compensate for the Naira. It's just ridiculous. That's economic sabotage. And how people cannot see it for the life of me, I don't know. And that is my issue with the current government. And his whole attitude, he just came back from France, didn't he? His whole attitude is to start, and people don't even understand. The other day I was watching what's the name? I Rise TV, and that lady I don't know what they call her, Ojokwe. She was happy. Oh, president is back, like what do they call it? That Papa Oyoyo or something like that. Like the president is back. He's back from where? Who sent him to France? What has France ever done for Nigeria? But we don't ask. We don't ask. What have these people? These are the people that kept Niger so poor. Your own brothers. They left the country festering in poverty while they take their uranium. And we are happy that our president is going there, coming back, because things are going to get better. Watch the decisions they are going to make for your country. They are going to keep sabotaging your country right before our very eyes. That is my problem with this leadership in Nigeria. And that's the problem I have with the elite class that refuse to see that there are certain things your leaders should not be doing. They refuse to see it. That your leaders cannot just be running off to foreign capitals, coming back with practically nothing other than decisions to come and undermine your state further. They can't question their leaders. Because if you question your leaders, what they are going to do is that they are going to be more careful about their behavior. They are going to do more for your people. You are going to put you people in a better position so that maybe if a good leader shows up, that leader will find it easier to emerge in the economy. The purpose of society, which all of us are part of it, is to create what they call extraordinary individuals, people that are capable of making good decisions for the country. But right now, we are just encouraging this bad behavior. They will go to foreign capitals to say, it's fine, go and come back. The same people that Babangida was listening to. Babangida was very much sponsored and in the pocket of the World Bank and all the rest of them. And this guy canceled 3 elections. Then the final one, when he canceled it, he threw the country into an economic and political crisis at the same time. It's like we cannot catch a break because of these leaders. It's like they are just enemies of the people. What kind of leader makes that kind of decision for the people, knowing that he's going to throw the country into that kind of stuff? He's a leader that is compromised that can do that. When leaders in other societies will fall on their sword, how many Nigerian leaders have ever fallen on their sword on behalf of the people?
Even to Nigeria, all these things that all these things that you have been preaching, that's what I'm saying, is that maybe because of the way God created, even the so-called leader that you think that they were fighting for their people, by the time they get to power, what did you get out of them? We have several examples in Africa. You understand? Okay, look at when even the same Mugabe, when he was fighting the British colony, and everybody will be thinking that he meant well for his people. At the end of the day, what did they get out of it?
They got their land back for one, and they got a measure of the control of their country. You see, now that you've sanctioned them so much, you can't tell them what to do anymore. You see what I mean? So now they can start from scratch. And I don't know what
let me tell you, when even before the sanction, don't just look, don't close your eyes towards all these things. Even before the sanction, where can you place Zimbabwe in the league of the nation? Even before sanction.
Zimbabwe's economy, from what I gathered, they said they were doing very well economically. The farming.
They said how can you, is whatever happened in the past is something that can be verified now. So it's not something that they said. Don't just always look at the things and just see it to spin your narrative. Whatever example you are giving, whatever things that you are preaching, you must be able to back it with examples. Just don't just be saying it.
No, I agree with you.
It's very difficult. What you are preaching is very difficult to get people that have that mentality. Even, let me tell you, the so-called leaders that we have in Africa, even before the pre-independent, before African countries started having independence, even the likes of Zik in Nigeria, the likes of Awolowo, the like of Julius Nyerere, and then Kwame Nkrumah. What's the name of this guy in Morocco that time, and all those other guys? Most of them, let me tell you, if you look back, with due respect, most of them are doing it for their own selfish gain. And we knew what they actually acquire for their.
I don't think Mugabe was. He didn't have any need to do what he did. He literally moved white farmers out of farms. And if you are okay, look at Zimbabwe's economy that has been sanctioned forever, and compare that to that of Togo. The GDP per capita of Mugabe, Zimbabwe, is almost double of that of Togo, and it's higher than that of Zambia.
No, forget. But all those things, all it's not what you can't be making that comparison. What is the population of Zimbabwe? What's the size of Zimbabwe? What is that of Togo? You can't be there. Togo is not even up to your state of Nigeria. You understand? It's just, if you want to make comparison, you look at the likes and compare the likes. You don't compare.
Yeah, you compare like for like now. So let me say population then. So I will find a country that is of similar population, isn't it? 16 million. And let's see Togo population. 8 million. So not up to 60 million. So I will go to Burkina Faso then. I think Burkina Faso is more than that. Burkina Faso is
another thing you have to realize, that West African countries are more densely populated than any other part of Africa.
Not Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso's GDP per capita is about 2 times, at least 2.5 times less than that of Zimbabwe, that is under full sanction. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that the sanctions that we describe is a narrative of the West. They tell you that it's damaging your nation. No, what it does is the nation become free to strive and do whatever they like for themselves. And this is the number I'm getting for Zimbabwe is a lower down number. It's not what is actually going on there. Like if you look at Iran now, because most of their data, they don't like it. They don't like to share it in the world in a favorable way. So they depress it a little bit. So, but yet Iran is technologically far more advanced than Nigeria. And Iran has not been under sanction. Nigeria has not been under sanction for 40 years or more. In short, almost throughout our life, we never were under sanction.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you, if we are talking about sanction these days, sanctions really work because we now have like 2 blocks in the world now. Even the so-called let's look at it for example. Even the so-called
No, but that is
sanction
now.
against
How about before? I'm talking about 4 decades ago, 5 decades ago, where they've sanctioned Iran. Since that time, Iran has developed still more than Nigeria. Why?
No. Iran was not sanctioned 4 decades ago.
Oh yeah, when do you think Ayatollah came into office?
Wait, not until when they started having problem with Saddam Hussein. Iran was actually an ally of Russia, and then Iraq was an ally of America. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it was when after the collapse of the Russia that they now started their shenanigans, and then they started making sanctions, and it was not even immediately. So it's not up to 4 decades that you are talking about.
I think you are. See, let me show you what I'm talking about. Iranian Revolution happened at start date 1978. Iran-Iraq war started around 1980. So it was the Ayatollahs that were in office when Iran started fighting Iraq, and their allies was the US. That was the ally of Iraq, while Iran was basically fighting on their own. Basically, I don't even think the Soviet Union was backing them that much then. So, and yet since 1978, they've been under sanction, and this nation has ballistic missiles that are so precise, and they have such strength.
Just because I know where you are going. The issue, let me tell you, what people used to say is that they said necessity is the mother of invention. I didn't know whether you are privileged to know what happened even when Nigeria was sanctioned during Abacha's regime. What did we suffer? Nothing.
Yeah,
even our oil. You understand?
Improved.
So when people talk about sanction these days, the only thing that people can use against is economic sanction, and it's very difficult to even impose economic sanction against any country, because if you are not willing to buy their goods, other countries are willing to buy.
But it did affect Iraq.
Let me tell you, what Iran is selling is not something that somebody can say, I will not buy, I will not look for another buyer, I will not buy.
And Nigeria had that option. The point I'm making is that Nigeria had that option, but why did we not do it? This is what I'm trying to reveal to you. Why did we not do it? We chose to be houseboy.
It's only when you are looking at it from the angle of you, because they now see that they have a lot of enemy, and they have to now put a lot of effort into that, maybe building some capacity to be able to fight their enemy. We don't see any reason that why we should do that.
Is it not because we are first class mood for us to think that we don't
it's not because of that. It's not because of that.
How
if you look at every other aspect, if you look at every other aspect of development, even if you ask an average Iranian, they are suffering. So
even in America, they will tell you they are suffering too.
Forget about it. So
every nation they tell you they are suffering compared to the
elites. The issue here is when you look at the Iranian economy and you look at the well-being of the Iranian, is not the best that you can be using as a good example.
They are better than Nigeria for sure.
Forget about it. I don't like anybody making all that assertion.
No, my assertion is that, of course, I know I ran enough.
So you people like you, you always believe that every other country is better than Nigeria, which me I don't believe.
Iran
So
literacy rate. If you check the literacy rate in Iran, life expectancy, everything, their level is higher than that of Nigeria. So
I hear you.
So if we keep say, you have to be objective and look at the data and look at, I don't know what else Key is saying. Yeah, he said Nigeria does not need to build defense because they don't have enemies. Okay, he said you are crazy. He said, how can you say Nigeria don't have enemies after we were colonized and enslaved?
Because that is the same thing that I'm talking about. Now, necessity is the mother of invention now.
And then why are we not inventing? I'm trying to make an argument based on the argument that I made earlier on, that the reason why is because our leaders were apprentices. They were the people that you saw in all those colonial dramas where they are interpreters for the white man, interpreting for the locals. They are the elite class that they handed power over to. They are collaborators. They are the ones. That's why they never really thought of liberating themselves from the colonizers. You never see them trying to face sanction or anything like that, because they feel like, oh my God, if we face sanction, it's like we are going into the nether realms. Like we are in a total different world where we are going to just perish. It's like, why can't we stand on our own? Because they have been brainwashed to believe that elite class, that mindset needs to change. Either we have to convince them to change, or they have to be replaced. And that's why I think ideology matters. You have to have an ideology that people sign on to, that even if you take one person out, the ideology stands. And no matter what you do, they will come after those leaders eventually and remove them from office. Because we can't carry on like this. How can a country that has been sanctioned for 50 years do better than Nigeria? That is crazy. Iran doesn't have an airline industry. They are aircraft, because they don't have access to parts. Aircraft need so many parts. So because of the sanction, it's hitting them. So their aircraft industry, that's why you don't see them having great jet fighters, massive jet fighters. So it has actually affected them, but they still manage to make it work for them. They still manage to. But we, nah. Instead, our president just returned from France and we are jubilating now, Papa or Yo-Yo, whatever they call it.
What you are saying now, that we should be a country of rebels, yeah?
Independent-minded people that can think for themselves. We should be our own master. And being your own master doesn't mean you...
The question is that, do we need to go through that route before you can develop?
Oh yes, you have to. You have no choice.
But like how many countries have gone through that route? Can you give an example?
All the nations that have developed so far became their own masters. That's how they became masters. From Japan.
Oh, no. How? Which Japan? Who did they fought?
And they fought the Americans, but when they were nuked twice,
it was not the same America that built Japan.
Exactly, they made it happen. So they didn't say, "Oh, master,
I'm sorry." I know why I push you to that. Most of the country that you can give an example, you still see that even these so-called Western nations are the one that help them to develop.
No.
Look at Taiwan. I can give you
look at
South Korea. Look at Japan. It's even the so-called China.
What I'm trying to let you understand is that it's not black and white. When I say we should become our own master, and I'm not saying you should just turn to enemy of the West or turn only to the Chinese people or the Russians. I'm saying when you are your own master, you make your own decisions that is benefiting to your people. That is where you start from. Then if the West decide that they are not going to work with you, screw them and screw them again. Then go to other people that are going to work with you. You see what I mean? But what our people don't do is, if the West shows that they're not going to work with them, they say, okay, sir, what do you want? What are we going to do for you to work with us? They can't be bold enough to walk away and go in another direction and face the consequences, because they cannot face any day. They don't understand the need for sacrifice. They don't understand the need for hardship.
Sorry, I want to just say something. Somebody in the comments, I think it's Oscar, that the story that they have been painting for us about those leaders is the same thing, that we are not privileged to be alive when they were alive. Because what I have seen, I saw the house built by Akintola even before the independence in Ogbomoso, and I was marveled that that house can still stand the test of today. You cannot even believe that this house was built before the independence. So where did they get that money to build such a house then? Awolowo dynasty, up to today, the family are still enjoying whatever they have put up that time. So you cannot come and tell me that those people, they were doing it for the people. I know how much Awolowo is still getting from Coca-Cola up to today. So it's because people.
You think Awo wasn't doing it for the people?
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's not. They are not doing the way people portray them as they are selfless. That everything that they are doing is just for the benefit of people and people alone. That's not true.
I didn't even know that. But me, I'm looking at the results. If the result is what we have now, those people were not ready for leadership. They were collaborators. They were the ones. If you are fighting the British to liberate Nigeria, they were the ones you have to get past. You have to defeat them to get past to defeat the British. They were the collaborators. Why do you think the British chose them to be the negotiators for Nigeria? They didn't choose them. Most of them were educated in England and the US. So they chose them for a reason, to negotiate with them and handed power over to them, because they know their scope is not wide enough to really aspire for make good decisions for their people. Because most of these people, they were part of the Commonwealth, they still saw the British as their rulers. You know, they were born in colonization. And if you have never to break that spell of colonization, you would have had to fight against it to break the spell, and they never did. And for me, if you look at that history, it may be partly more responsible for why we're where we are today. It probably is more responsible for it, because I remember when the Chinese said that when the Russians were trying to help them get their own nuclear weapons, that in the middle of the process they had a disagreement with the Russians, because the Russians want to make nice with America. Then they had a disagreement with them, and then they went on to develop the nuclear weapon. What they said was that if they were working with the Russians, they wouldn't have developed it so quickly. That it was because they separated from the Russians, then they had the freedom to go and develop it faster. So you see what I mean? That working with people sometimes may actually slow your progress, because they will be telling you, they will be giving you, they'll be feeding you slowly at their own pace. But when you are doing it yourself, you have your freedom. Nobody is telling you what to do. You develop your own people yourself. And that is very revealing. When I saw that documentary, that the man was revealing that information, that if the Russians were still guiding them, that they would not have tested their nuclear weapon in 1965. It probably would be sometime 1970 or so, or maybe never. You see what I mean? So that shows you the importance of taking charge. Sometimes it is risky. For the Chinese, it was risky because America just used nuclear weapons in Japan, and America was threatening to nuke China, and yet they still went on. They don't care. Nuke us if you want to nuke us. It's only one life we have to live. And can you imagine when you come out of all that, you now become a nuclear power? Anybody can threaten you. Nobody can threaten you because you're not afraid of anything. You are a full man standing on your own. Then you are literally you have your own fate in your own hand. The fate of your own people is in your hand, not in the hands of any other person. And that's how it's supposed to be. But can you even say this? Our leaders see themselves like that? No, you can't. Even if we try to pretend, we try to look at them with sunshade, pretend, you can't see them as people that are in charge of their country. They are not, because they are clearly not.
To Nigeria, I don't know why you get worried about this.
Because the question is part of our problem.
Let me tell you, the question you should be asking yourself: why are we finding it difficult to get that kind of people among ourselves? That is the question you're supposed to be asking it yourself. Why is it difficult to get such leaders that are looking for among ourselves?
Awareness. We have to change awareness on the ground. That's what that kind of environment, because you have to have the right environment to create these extraordinary individuals. That is where they emerge from. And if the mindset starts changing amongst the people, you start seeing these how people start emerging, because the people are the ones that create them. Make no mistake, the people create these people. Because these people don't create themselves. Because somebody has to encourage you, somebody has to support you, somebody has to be ready to follow your orders. All those things, that need creates such leaders, because we have them right now in Nigeria. But if the mindset changes, you will see that leader would emerge. You know, I've seen situations whereby, like in the case of England, I think there was a problem in England where there was a war between the kings.
I don't know. Let me tell you this. I don't even know where you are getting this. That we have them. I don't know where you are getting this from. I don't even know when last you actually. If you have worked in Nigeria for long and you have stayed in Nigeria, you will not have this mentality that you are having.
You are quite skeptical.
To me, what you are just saying is just abstract. Is not real.
No. I think it's more real than you
like saying abstract things that are not possible in the present day Nigeria.
Even Fela saw it too. When Fela said, "Who be the teacher of
those
government?"
eras are gone. Forget it.
Why do you keep saying those eras are gone? There's a reason why Fela put it inside that song. He put it inside his song because he knows it's going to last till now, because he knows it will still be relevant. These are our great leaders, but they were in the wrong environment. People like Fela, he knew he was in the wrong environment. Hence, he put it into song.
Who created? Let me tell you. You say in the wrong environment. Who created the environment? It's not a human being that created the environment.
Yes, history also helps create the environment. Sequence of events.
Whatever, whether history, human being create history. So everything is all about human being. So if you have a group of people with the same mentality, with the same idea, with the same everything, that is what you get.
Okay, look at me now. Look at me now. If I was like the kind of human being I'm describing, if I know all these things, why am I not the one doing it? Why am I just saying, you know what, nothing else matters? My people first. Let me go and tear that the country apart. Talk to the people. I radicalize them. No, I can't do it because I am not that person. At least not today. You have to have the environment in Nigeria for those type of people to emerge. See, I was trying to give you an example.
How do you not create? Who will create the environment? Is it the thing we just imagine? The environment we just imagine on its own?
Okay, the way normally this often occurs is by catalytic event. It could be a major attack from a foreign enemy.
Major disaster. Or a natural disaster.
Yeah, something that brings the people's mind, charges the people's mind in one direction. That is what it tends to require. See, in the UK, when there was a conflict between the royals and some elites, and I think one of them went to this in Ireland to get people in, and there was this war was causing a lot of problems in the UK, and hence one farmer from a small town emerged, Oliver Cromwell, from nowhere. Emerged, and he kept defeating the royals continuously. Whenever he went to war with them, he kept defeating them. And then the last straw was he arrested the king, he jailed him, and then the king went and tried to connive with foreigners again to invade his country, and he just beheaded the king. That is something that has never happened in the history of England and never happened since then. He beheaded the king. So what that tells you is that when the people get frustrated, that kind of leader will emerge. And Cromwell came in. They told him to become king. He refused to become king. He was the one that, in a way, started this democratic system in England. Then he resigned. He didn't have a hereditary throne. When he died like a normal person. He died, and later on the monarchy returned again. But because of that unease, that thing that he created, there has to be a balance between the monarchy and the people. That what he created. So what does that tell you? That when the time comes, the leaders will emerge. A farmer from nowhere kept defeating the king in every battle that they fight. How ridiculous is that? So even what's his name, Napoleon was basically a nobody from nowhere, but when the time was right, the environment was right, you will emerge. The same thing with the Bolsheviks in Russia. I believe if the people change, if you sensitize the people and events favor, you will see a massive change in Nigeria, and the people will turn. And the leaders will have to change. If they don't change, they will replace them. And that is how people behave. And this is why whenever you get frustrated and you try to change something in Nigeria, you say, oh no, why is there so much corruption? Why is things not working right? Why is there no power? Why is so many people poor? The reason why it doesn't change is because of that higher level dynamics. No matter what you do, it's not going to change. Until that higher level dynamics change, no matter what you do, it's not going to matter. You can shout all you want. The corruption will remain. The leaders will remain subservient, because I've seen it happen in so many places. And believe me, I'm a very, very kind of frustrating person. I like to get answer to something. And I've asked myself, why has this? Why do we remain the same way, even if we all know this is wrong. We all know tribalism is wrong. We all know it. We all know religious division is wrong. But yet we are somehow trapped in it. It tells you that there are other elements that we are not taking into account that actually changes the way we perceive things. And when George Floyd stuff happened in America and the whole world and most of the black community, they were talking in the UK, from Nigeria, from America, we're all talking. And that was a tiny, that if in the scale of what is required, that was like a 0.1 on the Richter, on the scale that you need. If can you imagine something like that more than 100 times happens? What will happen to the black people's mind? Their mind will be like, okay, enough. We are now ready. No matter if you like kill us, we are going to do what we need to do, and we're going to take care of business. And that is the kind of catalytic event you need to change things. Unfortunately, those events tend to be violent. Those events tend to result in a lot of what they call it, innocent lives being lost. But in the case of Nigeria, I hope that it's something we can do peacefully, and that's why I believe in sensitization, changing the people's mind, letting them understand when their leaders are about to betray them. If you see your leaders hopping on the plane, heading to countries all the time, and they are not coming back with anything productive, why are you going there again? And why do you keep going to these colonizers all the time? Why you never go to China? Why you never go to Russia? If for somebody that you send to market and the person keeps going only to one shop all the time, it's like, but why are you not going to check other shops to see whether you can get this cheaper? Because so far, all the things you've been buying from these people, we've not been rich from it all. Why is it that even till today, our air defense system we still bought most of it from Russia in Nigeria? And yet these our leaders keep running to England. You know what? He also called to me that somebody reported recently that when Nigeria was fighting the Biafra war, that even the British didn't sell weapons to Nigeria. They refused to sell weapons to Nigeria. Nigeria was at the war, and they refused to sell weapons to Nigeria. It was Russia that sold weapons to Nigeria. It's like, what is the point of being allies with these people if they would even help you? The only way that is happening is because these leaders are not your leaders. They are compromised people that cannot become their own masters. That is the reason why, and that is what informs the way they talk. Look at what Jonathan was saying to Obama the other time, like, help us, you have to come and fix Nigeria, And if you hear the way Tinubu talks, even, he doesn't, especially when he's in front of them. When he's talking to Nigerians, he's a little bit more assertive, but when he's talking to foreigners, especially when the colonizers are present, it's always that subservient language that they use. Subservient language, like, you come and sort our problems out. You come and fix this. We work with you. You come and. Why do they always come and help you with everything? Why are you not the one saying, oh, you know what, we're going to do this, and if you want to work with us, we can work together, or we are open for business, the whole world. If you don't want to come, China is there. We are going to be looking to join BRICS. All those things, you don't see them saying those things. They just always sound weak. Always sound as if we are there to serve other people all the time. That is a sign that tells you that if your leaders have this mentality, your people will never progress. They will never progress because they've already sold you out. And it's just what is remaining is that for the owner to come and take the land.
I want to ask you, this your preaching now, all these things that you have been preaching all these days. What is your goal? Why are you choosing to do this? What you are doing?
My goal is my goal is to sensitize as many people as I can, so that we can start perceiving these things and
from when you have started, do you see people sharing the same notion with you? Do you think that people are agreeing with you?
I think people are agreeing with me, especially on security. A lot of people have come a long way. Some people that would never want to mention Nigeria with nuclear weapons, this thing, are used to hearing it now, because those things are not something that we should be thinking as if it's outside our reach. We have more technology in Nigeria right now than they did when they built the first nuclear weapons. So why are we not thinking in that direction? Why do we always think like we can't do anything?
Why are you not living by example? Why are you just talking? Why are you not leading by example?
Because we had a conversation earlier on. One man cannot do it. The only thing you can do is sensitize people. When the environment is right, then the
By
leader
the
will
time you
emerge.
start, you can see people that okay, this guy has started, but it's not everything is not by just talking.
No, I agree with you. Talk is also a powerful thing when you are sensitizing people, and it's all I have right now. I don't have the resources. If you give me $10 million, I can actually get into the field and actually start changing things on the ground.
If you want to pursue this kind of thing, nobody will give you money. So you have to source for your own money. And then whatever support you need, people will give you when they see that you are doing something. But this one talk without action. It
Actually,
doesn't to me.
people that do these things, I'm taking action in my own way, in my own small way. But actually, people that do these things do get funding. When the Bolsheviks started, they think they didn't get funding. They got a lot of funding. They were printing out stuff. They were in the diaspora. They had a lot of. They were in London for a while, and they moved to different countries in Europe. And how do you think they marched through Europe? The kings gave them passage to come into Russia. By the time they came to Russia, so they had links. They had funding. They had support. So, but to be fair, they had to start somewhere. And I have to say, most of those people that did those things in Russia, they also were hardened. They're like Shore, you can say, because I think Lenin was put in prison for years or so, and Stalin, all of them were jailed. They were all jailed, and when they were released, some of them stayed in Russia, some of them went overseas. So they struggled against the system.
Okay, can we also act? Can we interrogate to Nigeria as well?
Welcome. Is that what was that picture behind it? Well, there was a this cherubim and seraphim this in the titles. It looks like a cherubim and seraphim people.
No, these are Yoruba kings from the 50s. Don't be disrespectful.
I'm sorry, I didn't know now. Because you see that thing look like a hat. That's why I was being like,
these are kings. Okay. Kneel down, bow down before the kings. All right. My thing with you is like Simba was saying is so you're calling for a revolution. Like it's two parts for me. Do you remember? So the first thing is like I asked one man earlier, like when I was on the show earlier. Do you believe that Nigerians, the average Nigerian, do you think that democracy should can work on the African soil? I mean, at the purest form, the way it's practiced in the West, and it's 1A, 1B, and if no, what kind of system do you think that we can adopt as a society that best fits our culture and can work for us? Second part is, you remember during the towards the elections of 2023 or even prior, so there's always this pattern that I notice. Anytime somebody is running for office in Nigeria, you will see them, they will be if you're a major candidate, you'll be invited by the world powers. So you remember Peter Obi goes to the West whatever minister in Britain, right? Tinubu goes to France. Now, ordinarily, people like you would say, and I agree, would say, wait a minute. Why are you guys always going there like you are seeking support to run for office? But the average Nigerian will praise that person like, oh, see, they are even calling my leader. They want the optics works for them.
BT, you remember when they were even contesting the result of the election? The Nigerians were not the one. They will go to the British embassy, go to American embassy, come and bail us out, or come and help us.
Right, or so one is a mindset, the other is a system, because it's like you always you have to indoctrinate. What you are preaching is like more of like an indoctrination. Like they are thinking one way, and they by themselves independently cannot effect this thing that you preach. It's like you need a group of people, leaders that will just say, you know what, we need to brainwash these people, like by force. You have to just. It's like some imposition. You can't even like the African mind is not willing to go through that process. It's like they've gone through so much trauma. They recoil.
They are not ready. Nobody's ready to sacrifice.
Like
nobody's ready to
you
sacrifice.
need a leader or a group of people that would just say, you know what, F it. We're gonna force these people to do this thing for their own good. So pretty much the end justify the means. Do you agree with what I'm saying?
Yeah, with the last one, you can argue that because I think we don't have the luxury of even picking a political system. Our only ideology should be survivalism. You know, we have to truly get ourselves to a position where we can actually survive, because we are facing an existential issue right now that most people don't necessarily, they know it at the back of their mind, but they don't want to confront it. And it means whatever path that leads us to a point where we can say, you know what, we can stand on our own, nobody can come and mess with us. Then you can decide whatever direction you want to go. You can have the luxury of picking a political system.
Do you know what? Because democracy gives, even if you're a good person that wants to change the system, because it's democracy, the West can easily just sponsor somebody and sabotage your government, or just, you know how they will fund somebody behind the scenes and just say, you know what, go and talk with that guy. And they will even use the media. They would know the democracy has a little, it has a great area where they can exploit.
Yeah, I was coming to that. If I'm to address that in terms of if we have to pick one now, and you know, like let's say I'm assured now that we can survive, then we have to pick one. I would say it's 50-50. I could have said, okay, benevolent dictatorship, but I will shift towards the kind of system that the Swiss have put in place, because the Swiss are ultra security conscious, they are ultra democratic, and they are ultra people power. And what I mean by that is because the reason why I think that is very valuable for Nigerians is because of our diversity.
So can you explain to us what kind of system do they have in Sweden? I don't know.
They have a very strong security posture that went back as far as 500 years ago, because even Machiavelli used them as a reference for describing a free people and a secure people. He says these people are free because they are so armed, and he gives the Switzers as an example, and they are the people of Switzerland. And their democratic system is so democratic that they have about 7 presidents at the same time that form a council, and then they decide whoever is going to stand for them as the president, and they can change them as they see fit among 7 of them. And the leaders come from all regions. And guess what? Those presidents barely have that much power anyway, because most of the power is in the hands of the people. The people go on referendum every year. This year they've already had one, and they're going to go to 2 more. And this is for their pensions. You know how the pension debate in France led to all kinds of riots? You don't see that in Switzerland, because the people are the ones that decide. They decide where they're going to retire. They decide whether they should stay in work and all the rest. So I think we should even go more advanced than that, where we empower our people to decide anything that happens on that land. If you want to decide, we will all vote for it. Any big stuff, the small stuff are the small stuff that the governments have to handle. And if we do
disagree, because that goes to the heart of my point, Simba. I don't think the average Nigerian is capable enough to make rational decisions.
Well, you have to give them a chance.
Somebody just tell them, no, I'm telling you, you don't need to do stick and carrots. Just forget the carrots. Stick to stick only. That's the only way they can. I'm not joking. So if you want to, I don't think that
you may have a point, but I believe that because of our diversity, you have to be careful about that. We are extremely diverse.
That's my point, because if you are very firm, nobody will say it's because of tribe. But if you give them a choice, you start saying, oh, it's because somebody is Igbo, Yoruba. That thing will always be there. So
the reason why you give them a choice, because all of them, their vote is cast. And this is the agreement amongst everybody. And now you don't have leaders, one individual leader that has so much power. It's the people that are deciding. When they all vote on something they agree.
You are missing my point. I don't want the people to decide anymore in Nigeria. They cannot decide for themselves. That's what I'm saying. They're not capable. Where's the evidence? Do you see any sign that these people are mature enough?
Okay. Do you think if the people had the choice, they wouldn't have had this thing, the ability to generate power before now? They would have changed it. If the people have the choice, they wouldn't have made sure the refineries are on stream. They would have done it.
No, that's because of the quality of people that you put in office. I'm saying that is what you need to fix.
No, if the people decide, they can decide what to do with those people if they don't do what they want them to do. because they have the power. They can pass laws. They can remove laws. They can do as they please. They can increase the salary of their officials, and they can reduce their salary.
I will take that serious with Nigeria. Did they tell me that they have successfully recalled a senator? Then I will believe you.
Okay, see, I get what you are. The current system is designed to make them apathetic. It's not designed to engage them. If you give them these powers, you start seeing that they use it, especially if you also make it almost mandatory for them to participate, because they have to be part of this thing, the state. In the case of Nigeria, the Nigerian barely, in terms of directly, they barely directly tax their people. So the people feel a kind of detached from the state, because the state is mostly sustained by oil money.
Hold on now. You said people should decide. You know that even under this current system that we borrowed from the West,
America, yeah.
Any major bill is supposed to even go to public hearing. In America, they even go to votes. If you want to do anything major in your town or your state, people actually vote for or against. I'm telling you,
but not this way. We're talking about national stuff.
No. For major thing, like, let's even say state for now. Then let's use that for this discussion. Even let's say they want to build a bridge, they will say, okay, yeah, everybody come and vote if you want or against it. It's in our constitution. It's there. You can do it. But how many people even take the time to even mandate that there should be a public hearing for? When last they even compare that? Senator, we must have monthly meetings. So did they compare
I think the reason why you are describing Nigeria like this, you are describing it based on the current environment that we have.
They need Koboko. That's the only way.
Hold on. Let me add one more detail about the Swiss. So the Swiss, because of their security posture, they tend to be one of the strongest groups in Europe for a very long time. They've not been to war for about 200 years, and yet their security posture is extremely strong till today. They have, I've said it before, 300,000 distant bunkers. Their military to citizen ratio is about 1 to 50, when Nigeria is 1 to over 1,000. So you can see, even when they are so successful, their GDP per capita is 90-something thousand, when Nigeria is 2,000. Their GDP per capita is about 92,000 something, while Nigeria is 2,000. So
it's not true. What you are saying is not true. There's no country that has.
You want me to send you the link? You want me to send you the link?
There's no country that has 90-something thousand. Even
my
Qatar
God,
does not have that.
Switzerland does. You see, now I'm going to surprise you now. Switzerland does. That's why I think these are secret people that nobody bothered to notice. Switzerland GDP per capita. I was shocked myself. GDP. It's scary to see one nation that is that. This is $93,259 .91 pence. That is how high it is. One of the highest in the world. And these people have been strong for 500 straight years. They've not been to war for 200 years. So why? And they are diverse too. One of the most diverse countries in Europe. And they are able to pull this off. Maybe there's something for us to learn from them. And one of the things Machiavelli said that I found very interesting, because that was why I paid attention to that, because he was making an argument that the more militarily strong a nation is, the freer they are. I found that counterintuitive, because
the question is this: how did they start? Did they start by actually have military power, then the economic power came after military power, or the other way around?
I think they have the military power, because if what's his name, Machiavelli was referencing them 500 years ago. Machiavelli was talking about Roman, the Roman state, how free the people.
In the olden days, I want you to realize that a economic power is the first thing that people used to have. You use the economic power to build your military power. These countries that you are referring to, they've already have economic power. That was why they were able to build that military power. So it's not the other way around, the way you are just preaching about it and going everywhere about it.
Actually, when Machiavelli is known as the father of modern political science, this is somebody that revolutionized the way we perceive the state. And from his own analysis, he said it himself, that nations that are militarily strong, I didn't even you could disagree with it. He said they are the freest nations. He used Roman Empire, the Greek one, and the Switzers as an example. which is Switzerland people. And I was very shocked by that because I was like, that seems counterintuitive. But then I asked myself, which country do we know as the freest country in the world today? Are they the most powerful? Yes. So how did he know that then? How did Machiavelli know that then? And most of the things he says, you see, I don't care about what somebody says. It's whether the world validates what they say. That's the most important thing. And how is it that what he's saying is correlating with what is happening now? And some of the freest people, some of the freest democracy is that of Switzerland. And
so
yet they are armed to the
I
teeth.
I looked it up. Since you didn't mention it, I asked a question. So they have 3 levels called confederation, the cantons, and the communes. That's the 3 levels of system in Switzerland. So it's open system where the people get to decide on major issues. They have to put it's like a ballot system for most of the major issues. So, well, it's a good start. But if the Lagos Calabar road didn't teach you any lesson, I think that will work in Nigeria because people will just oppose because so just find somebody that has a good heart, a good dictator that will just say, you know what, this is good for you, get it done. Save you all this Switzerland model. Nigerians' brain, I don't think their brain can cope with all this. Too much freedom with Nigeria, they will misbehave for further. That is just the bottom line. I'm sorry. Too much freedom with the Nigerian, the time is behaving. So you need somebody that can just point them in the right direction with love and some koboko if they misbehave. That's it.
Yeah. So see, sorry, I missed what you just said just now. I got a little bit distracted. Please repeat that.
I was going through the Switzerland system. They said they have 3 levels: confederation, cantons, and the communes.
Yes.
So they are open to direct democracy. It's called direct democracy, where the people get to decide, decisions on political level. So they have a say. They have to put everything open to ballot.
Yes.
I said, but in the Nigerian system, if that is the case, the Lagos Calabar Expressway that would never happen.
Why not?
So you need someone that has koboko and say, I love my country.
I asked why not? Why would it not happen?
Because you're going to have ethnic, tribal, religious sentiments come into play.
Oh, come on. They will build it. They will build it. Because the vote will favor it. Because see, when you have that kind of state, common sense reigns. That's what tends to happen. Because people now have their divisions have gone away, most of by and large. They are still there, but it's not that relevant to their national aspirations anymore because they are autonomous. They can think clearly for themselves, and it didn't hamper the Swiss from building 307,000 bunkers, which is crazy. How is it that one road is going to be a problem for these guys? They build more bunkers than we have soldiers. Tell me what kind of people those are. I don't even understand whether they are human beings.
I like the system. They have Council of States. They have National Council. So they pretty much throw everything open in this system. Everything is open.
That's the secret that most people don't know now.
Wow. So and their Supreme Court judges is wow, they even elect their Supreme Court judges.
And it's the people that decide who is.
I like that. I like that one.
You can't mess with them, man. You think they will let anybody control them?
That one, that you know what? That makes sense because that way they can actually do their job without fearing that one president will be.
Imagine that.
They won't care about that. That makes sense. I like that.
That is what they call people power. If Machiavelli can spot these people 500 years ago, I thought this was something they started maybe 200 years ago. 500 years ago, they were already like this. Not exactly like this, but they were already heading in the direction because they were a very, very strong set of people. And somebody told me the other day that why do you think the Pope uses the Swiss guards? I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was just a name. He said because it's from them. These guys have been around. They've been cutting their way through history and nobody noticed them. And I've always said it, to be fair, I've always been of the mindset that we have to think outside the box in terms of democracy. We don't necessarily have to go to dictatorial system because we are very, very diverse. We could go dictatorship, it will still work. I'm not forced. Anyone that gets us out of the rut we are in is a good thing. But if we have the option, we can choose a more advanced democratic system because it's a lot more stable. Because the people have a say on everything. So it's hard to divide the people amongst themselves. You have to bribe the whole city. Can you imagine if America wanted to bribe people in that kind of system? You have to bribe everybody. You literally have to bribe all of them because all of them have a vote. You can't get one official and say, let me bribe you in Switzerland. It's not going to work. You might get away with it briefly. The moment the people realize they will sabotage it, they will ruin everything. They'll come and pass a law to remove all that nonsense that you put in place. That you call it direct democracy. I've never even given it a name. But one thing I know for sure is that they were said to be the freest people on earth. And I can't believe they remain free for 500 years. Longer than America has been free. That for me, they are a miracle on the face of the earth that people, Nigeria could benefit from because of their system. You talk about they slap confederation with this indirect democracy. They put all kinds of mixture together and look at what they've concocted. A country with such a high GDP per capita ratio.
But you know how these things usually work is that the great brilliant minds in that society, they will have met behind the scenes. Nobody just comes out to give you a system. That means the best and the better of that system, they will have done their due diligence behind the scenes first. They will create something. They will now present it to the people, maybe by force or anyhow. So the question is, where are the like minds, the brilliant minds of the Nigerian society that are meeting behind the scenes to develop something for the Nigerian people? Where are those people?
I think my reasoning is that I think history helps shape things because individuals can come up with the best stuff on document, but history shapes it. An example of this is when Stalin and Lenin, they were trying to take over Russia, and Lenin was following Karl Marx's prescriptions. But he was worried that their own history, the way history was playing out, that they don't have the time Karl Marx required, that they have to expedite things. And in the end, he modified it. You see what I mean? So the way history plays out is often not the way you expect, and it has to be shaped according to what your nation is truly like. Like we can come up with, we can be brilliant minds. We come up with plans, but we have to still tailor it to fit our nation. We would not have no choice.
That's the point I'm making. That when I say brilliant mind, behind this, that means they factor in the Nigerian reality into that. They're like, okay, this is the weakness. They will study the landscape. Who is a Nigerian? How do they think? How do they believe? How can we put them into this direction? So they, after studying all they will now tailor whatever they believe to fit that mindset and how they can improve or implement their system. So they will have studied that political system, the culture, the religious beliefs, and whatever they believe, they will now tailor it to where it will either free those people from those what I call bondage. Because we're in the bondage. To me, tribalism is a prison.
The bondage now.
The bondage.
In the context of a nation, it becomes
right. It binds you to some kind of it limits your belief. If I ask the average Nigerian now, when did you go to 10, maybe 5 states from where you are? Most people don't even live where they live till they die. They don't even know who is down the street. They don't. But if you put a system in place where it encourages mobility, cultural integration, where people say, like this road now. That's why I keep saying I love this project, the Lagos Calabar, because that is cultural integration right there.
Yes.
You open those people, because people don't even. Do you know what will happen to those people from that is 10 states right there? 10 states. You just linked up together.
Yeah, I don't know what PWB was thinking criticizing it. Yeah, he shouldn't have criticized it. So, but you see what I'm talking about Switzerland.
Right.
They have quite a lot to offer.
I will look into this more. But why? It's like this has almost been kept a secret from the world for some reason.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. It's really weird. You know what attracted me to Switzerland when I found out they have 320,000 bunkers. First of all, I checked their population and I said, what kind of mad people are these? Who does this? And you wonder why even Hitler, when he was invading everywhere, he told Switzerland and said, you know what, let me take a side, let me bypass Switzerland and go somewhere else. He didn't go to Switzerland. Because he knows these people are not going to mess around, man. They are going to fight you to the you are not going to leave. you are going to be stopped there. You are not going to go past Switzerland.
And they only have 7 ministries.
Imagine that. It's crazy. It's crazy how
and we have 48. We have 48. we have 48. They
it's
only
crazy.
have 7.
Stupid efficient. The nation is run in such an efficient way, and it shows you the true power of people when people really express their will. What is possible? And what I always thought that when people express their will, they are not going to take security seriously, but yet they still do. How did they do that? What kind of mind does that? I really feel I need to visit Switzerland to ask them how they become and I think it's part of history too that made them whom they are. Maybe the wars of Europe forced them to become, forced them to what they became. Because I can't imagine a mind that will create a nation like that. What kind of people do? They are from different cultures, different languages, and yet they come together and forge such a strong nation. And look at the prosperity in the heart of Europe. It's not like they are like lush, have the kind of seaport that this thing, what they call it, Singapore has. Where you can say Singapore is, enjoying all that. These guys were like seriously paranoid, in terms of security. They were seriously paranoid in terms of their leaders, that they gave the power to the people. So you have to admire that, and I think it's something that every African country can learn from. If you want to go in the direction of democracy, it's not by force. You go the direction that favors you. I think dictatorship will work for Nigeria too. Like someone like Wike now, if he had the kind of power that and he wanted to do the right thing, Nigeria can improve with someone like Wike. But at the same time, we can also do very well. And I think that one will endure more if we had an advanced democratic system, maybe even more advanced than